Welcome, first visitor. You were officially the first noticer. All right, went away. Might have been a yid. Welcome, first noticer. What is happening? Happy Toledot Tunnels Tuesday stream. Are you a YouTube employee or are you one of the based individuals that use the platform? Say hello so we know who you are. Two folks here now. Hello, welcome to Toledot Tuesday, Toledot Tunnel Tuesday. Squatch and Patrick Fitzgerald. All right. First two noticers. How y'all doing? Yeah, I figure I apologize for not being able to interact with you folks on Sabbath or on Sunday or even Monday. So I was compelled to get one going today if I was able. So got myself here home early enough and figured I'd kick one off early, and I'm not doing all-nighter tonight. I'm going to try my best not to do a super long one tonight. We're going to do our version of a short one over here tonight, whatever that entails. 3 hours, 5 hours, 2 hours, whatever it ends up being. But I'm going to try to do much, much shorter than 9.5 hours. That one actually kicked my butt pretty bad that next day. But yeah, I didn't anticipate that I wouldn't be able to talk to you folks all the way till now. So apologize for the wait. But hello to Squatch and Patrick Fitzgerald. I hope you guys are well. I figure I'd do a little earlier one, a little shorter with one tonight because tomorrow I do have obligations to tend to, and so got to be up early to get that going. And so yeah, just trying to regulate myself a little bit tonight. But we'll see how it goes, right? All right. So yeah, I saw about the old tunnels today. And of course, the conservatives who run defense for the yids are already doing all kinds of backflips and putting out all their own made up things, saying, oh, it was just two boys and they were just bored digging tunnels and they got in trouble for doing so and da-da-da, and they've got all these ridiculous stories made up about excuse after excuse, just like with Trump being number 78 on Epstein's client list. They got all these new stories coming out to defend the yids of these tunnels under the thing. And so I was reading through them the other. Of course, I'm banned now. I got banned at 7:45, whenever that was. 15 minutes ago, I finally got banned from commenting on Fleckus Talks and then commenting on some Fox News channel video about the the Toledot tunnels. But we know those are Pizzagate tunnels. We know that's what that is. We all know for a fact that's what it is. And we all know for a fact that it isn't anything other than that. I mean, could you imagine if the yids ever went to some, I don't know, Presbyterian church, let's say, right? And let's say a construction worker was working on something under a Presbyterian church, and he stumbles upon this tunnel that the Presbyterian church congregation has been taking turns and chipping in for years, working and digging underneath the ground, running all different places, don't even know where they all go yet, right? Imagine if the yids got wind of that and what they would turn that into. Man, it'd be all over the news 24/7, white supremacist tunnels, da-da-da-da-da, And the Presbyterians aren't even pro-white, they're just welcome whoever's willing to come give them money in their offering plate, just like any other conservative church. But you know how the Yids are. They would turn that into, oh, perhaps these are the Pizza Gators. Da, 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 you know? But man, when it comes to the Yids and them spending years digging tunnels under New York City, under their church and all that with their congregation, nah, man. Pizzagate's last thing on the conservative's mind. He is too busy doing backflips defending who he thinks are God's chosen people. And so that's pretty frustrating. Yumjoy Style is here, everyone. Hello to you. And I hope you had a good New Year, because I don't believe I got to talk to you since New Year. So if we haven't talked to you since New Year, hope you had a good New Year's and a great Christmas. And God bless you for chiming in and saying hello. And he said, your favorite bully, Patrick Fitzgerald, the self-hating black. Well, Patrick has clarified that he is Irish and, 100%, Irish, whatever, something like that. I don't know if he said he was 100% Irish, but I mean, he's, born and raised his whole life and is an Irishman. So maybe just some things he had typed somewhere had it looking that way. I don't know. But then he said, I already got into arguments with the excuse makers about that story. Great. God bless you. I'm so glad you did, Yum Joy, because, bro, that's the first thing I did, man. I saw it on Timcast. I started blasting people on there because all the cuck servers on Timcast are just boom, 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 immediately coming to the Yid's defense. Then I knew that Fox News would have something about it, so pretty sure it was Fox. I don't know for a fact it was Fox, but I'm pretty sure it was Fox I found that had a thing right away about it to go run and cover for the Yids. So, boom, I got in there and started hammering, dude after dude. And I'm writing the Jews word out, man. F it. I'm not going to sit here and do J's and whatever when it's like Fox News and garbage like that. I want all them cucks to see the word Jews. They look at the letter J. I put a capital J and a little S after it, and I make it super obvious I'm talking about the Yids when I speak in code. But a conservative will still just tune that out. They have got to see the four letters all together. They got to see the word Jews. They got to see it. And if they don't see it, they just shut it off real easy. They dismiss it very easily. But when they see those four letters there, now their brain has to respond. Their brain has to go, ugh, another based white person pointing out facts. And I'm always the one sitting here telling lefties facts don't care about your feelings. I've got to either come to grips with either these racist, white supremacist people are right, and they're 100% correct about everything, or I'm correct and I haven't been duped, and therefore my ego is still good and valuable and matches my wisdom and my knowledge. So they're in this dichotomy. They don't know what to face, whether to face the real facts that they see us based white folks posting over and over and over. U.S. liberty and 9/11 dancing Israelis. We're here to just document the event, and I mean, just thing after thing after thing we point out to them. We show them that every anti-white organization is created from scratch, from purely their heads and no one else's on earth. And we show the conservatives that they are the ones who fund it. They're the only ones who could fund it. There is no other race that could fund, anti-white organizations. And of course, they're duped into blaming China and Russia and all this other garbage. But they know for a fact that as we post more and more of these facts against the Yids, that what we're telling them is correct. And they just do not want to see it. They don't want to accept it. They don't want to hear it. But the thing is, when we speak in code to them on like Fox News and things like that, they easily dismiss your code speak, right? To avoid Al Gore. So instead, just go on in there with it, man, and get banned for a day. And who gives a shit? Because at the end of the day, they need to see those four letters. They need to see that those four letters are who we need to be looking at and who we need to be blaming. Period. Dot. And nothing else. There is no other group out think tanking against us 24 hours a day and creating 450 NGOs in white countries only to grift white people only out of their money to give to non-whites only. Let's see. Pat Fitzgerald was responding back to Yumjoy, and then I'm gonna move on down. Okay, chat is still. Oh no, we got. Let's see. Patrick Fitzgerald said Celts are European. We aren't Nogs, but yes, I still have a dark tan from the summer. Okay, yeah, but that's not a tan is not what we're talking about, and it's not what Yumjoy is meaning either. Um, so you know, every white person can tan and turn dark from a tan. I mean, that's normal. There's only a handful of a percentage of our whiteys that truly cannot tan dark. The bulk majority of us, we go out in the sun every day, working every day, all through the summer or whatever. We're gonna be dark. So we don't mean dark. When we're talking about dark, we're not talking about white people with a tan working out in the summer dark. We're talking about non-whites. That's what we're talking about. So you don't ever have to worry about, you don't have to think of yourself as dark just because you're a tan white person. If you're a 100% white person, if you can blush and you got white people hair and you got white people eyes and your parents and grandparents are white people with the same situation, there's nothing non-white about you and there's nothing dark about you. You know, you could maybe call yourself dark if you was working under the car all day and got grease all over your face. Maybe you call yourself dark then, right? Yumjoy said, pay attention to Patrick Fitzgerald terminology. He uses technicalities like he's European. Well, he has interacted a whole lot with us back and forth since your last visit, which I believe was 3 streams ago. I think we missed each other on Christmas, and I think we missed each other on New Year's, and even perhaps one halfway through the week before Christmas. I think we might have even missed each other on that one too. But Patrick's been here every time, and he did explain himself out that he called himself dark because of being tan from the summer, working out in the summer and things like that. But, of course, that's never what we mean when we're talking about dark. Vorpus22 is here. He said hello. Thank you. Hello to you, Vorpus22. I'm glad you have made it. And you're one of the first 10 noticers. God bless you for stopping by and saying hello. I guess you heard about the Toledot tunnels. So I figured we would do a Toledot Tunnels Tuesday stream. And so here we are. Welcome. I'm glad you had time to stop in and hang for however long you're willing to hang. What? Oh, interesting. So if I accidentally rotate the device, the connection gets blocked automatically. I have to stay in vertical mode, which my phone was already locked in. But if I turn my phone sideways, even though I'm locked in vertical mode on my phone, the app itself detects that I've turned the phone, even though I have in locked vertical mode. And it immediately blocks the connection. And I've seen that thing pop up many times when I'm just relaxing my phone a little to the right or left, being lazy how I'm holding it. And I've probably lost connection before like that too and not realize. I've just never read those dang words till right now. So my apologies for any times I've cut myself off while I'm holding my phone too lazy. Today I'm actually going to sit it down more often, and hopefully that'll eliminate those kind of issues. Nacer de Arriba said hello to everyone. Hello to you. God bless you for stopping by. I'm so glad to see that you had the time to visit and notice that we were jamming. Yumjoy Styles said, he's admitted he gets brown. Now he's changing it. Okay, well, I mean, Patrick Fitzgerald's been solid on the chat. I mean, he definitely knows things about us white people that non-whites typically would never know. You know what I mean? And when he mentioned those things in chat, and the way he said them are a way that not only would Nogs not know, but they wouldn't say either. You know what I mean? So based on those things, and he wasn't being cryptic or codec, he was being very straightforward worded with what he said and the things he said and the way he said them about things about our past and about Irish past and things like that. No Nog would have known. Not even the most well-read Nog would have known what Patrick has, stated. So unless he is a super Nog that happens to be more exceptional than the rest of them and happens to know a lot of things that the non wouldn't know about the Irish and can articulate them in a way that really only white people would. Um, uh, I gotta stick with being, taking his word for it that he is indeed, pure Irishman. So let's see who all I have missed out on so far. Oh, Camo. Camo is here, everybody. Hello. Say hello to Camo. Hello. Glad you're here. God bless you for noticing and chiming in. Awesome. Boom, boom. Patrick Fitzgerald was saying that he's got brown hair and blue eyes. Nice, man. Part of the Blue Eye Brigade. Awesome, bro. Um, I met a beautiful little baby girl today. I was standing in a line at a little mini mart thing, and these ladies behind me started talking. And eventually, because there was nothing else to do, I was waiting on the person in front of me, so I ended up turning around just for the heck of it, just to check my surroundings. And it was a lady standing behind me there was two ladies, but it was the lady that was standing in line behind me was holding a baby in a little, car seat thing, and she had to handle up. She's carrying her around in it. And beautiful baby girl, bright brown hair, and big old blue eyes. And so I turned around, I saw them, and they were talking about her baby. The lady who I guess worked there was chatting with her about her baby. And so I turned around, and they all looked at me at the same time when I turned around. So I said hello to the little baby, and I shook her little foot, and welcomed her to the Blue Eye Club. So she has been officially welcomed to the Blue Eye Club without even knowing how to talk yet. I hope the Lord blesses her for our interaction today. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? Oh, I got to scroll back further. Let's see here. Vorpus22 said, my arms are tan. Tan. The rest of my body is pale white. Had to correct grammar because of dyslexia. No problem. You could tell that sometimes I'll have a dyslexic moment when I'm chatting with y'all. I'll say something and then my brain will realize I missed a word and I'll dump the word in there real quick and then say it again. And yeah, I have little moments like that too. So all good, brother. No worries. And I'm actually set up the exact same way as you, as are probably 90% of our white men in the world, I would say. I'm definitely got dark arms from the short sleeve down. I'm definitely tanned. And then the whole rest of my body, I don't believe in shorts. I don't believe men should wear shorts to do man things. I also have good reasons for that, really good reasons. But I could even detail those out real quick. One is bugs. If you're out in the woods doing manly things, the last thing in the world you do is wear shorts. Every outdoorsman knows you don't wear shorts. If you go out in the woods wearing shorts, welcome to ticks on your balls. Welcome to mosquitoes chewing your legs alive. And welcome to getting snake bit, super freaking easy. In fact, we used to keep shin guards. We would wear our soccer shin guards, and we always had more than one pair. So we would rig our shin guards on our legs inside our jeans sometimes and on the outside in the summer so that we could walk through the woods carefree, jeans on. We would even tie a rubber band around or not a rubber band, but we would take shoestrings or whatever and tie tight around, not tight where it cut our circulation off, but snug around our ankles at the bottom of our pant legs. That way things couldn't walk their way up our pant legs. Another reason for men having no business wearing shorts is it's dainty, Having your legs out, it don't matter if you're some big jack dude. Ain't nobody want to see your legs. You're a dude. Ain't nobody want to see your legs. You know what I mean? Cover them shits up. Our ancestors, our elders built this entire country wearing pants. And one of them was wearing shorts. And they were dressed nice, too. They'd be up climbing a high steel in a three-piece suit. You know what I mean? Compared to what we dress like. So I own one pair of shorts, and it's to go swimming with. It's a pair of bathing trunks. That's what I own for a pair of shorts. So I am bleach white everywhere except my neck up and my short sleeve down to my fingertips. That's it. Everything else on me will light up the whole room. And I quite like it that way. I like to be as white as possible. I don't mind, the man parts that should be exposed. The face, the neck, the arms. That's the part of the man. That's a part of a white man that should look dark, from being outside doing manly things. Everything else on a white man, he take his shirt off, pulls his pants off, none of that should look. Unless you're going to work outside all day with no shirt on. Then, all right, from the waist up, if you want to look dark, fine. But, typically, if a man's in public, he's got no business without his shirt being on. He needs to be clothed. Again, our elders, this entire country, every single building, every single railroad, every single ditch, every single sewer system pipe laid in the ground, every single ditch ever dug, every single artificial lake, Panama Canal, doesn't matter what it is, we've done. Our elders did it in a full outfit. All right? So, just something to learn from that. Patrick Fitzgerald said, yes, I turn the same color as Sicilians, and they are clearly Caucasian. Right. And remember, don't use the word Caucasian, because we're not from the Caucasus Mountains, nor are we Asians. Caucasian is a slang term. Like how the faggots call us cis, if we're normal, mentally capable and competent and non-delusional people, they call us cis. Well, to them, calling us cis is an insult. Cis for them is a derogatory term. So when they started calling us Caucasians back in the day, they did so on purpose to end up being able to say, once we accepted this term Caucasian, that we're these cave beasts from the Caucasus Mountains. And that is the narrative they rolled that into, was that we are these cave people from the Caucasus Mountains. That's what they teach niggers, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but that's what they teach them. So, avoid that word if you would. For your own sake, not for mine, I don't care, but I'm just saying for your own benefit in the future, if you avoid their terminology about us, that actually is a derogatory term for you, Squatch said, I don't have blue eyes. Is this a bad thing? No, it's not at all. It's that blue eyes are the most envied color. They're the colors of Christ's eyes, and that is why all the world's non-whites rage about blue eyes. That is what, as a white person, you don't give a shit about about eye colors. You know what I mean? And I never did my entire life either. And as I was growing up all through my life, our based elders before us, who were not cucked and stupid, they were based. And our elders before us, I used to hear it everywhere I went when I was a little kid. Our elders before us, our ancestors before us, would interact as adults right in front of me, in the 80s and in the 70s and in the 90s even still. Parents would speak about their kids right in front of them with other people, you know what I mean? And so as they would chat about their children or chat about me with other people, people would always compliment either my blonde hair or my blue eyes or both. And the reason why is because our people used to understand that Jesus Christ's colors are that he's a blonde hair, blue eyed white man. And the blonde hair, blue eyes is the pinnacle symbol of white man. That's why they used Trump, by the way, to be the scapegoat to shame all things bad about white people that they've conjured up. Of course, none of it's true, but all the imaginary bad things about white people, they put Trump in position as the blonde hair, blue eyed symbol of the iconic American white man, Aryan. Blonde hair, blue eyed, rich, powerful. People look up to him. Got a jet, got a couple jets, got a chopper, got everything's got his name on it, got skyscrapers, hit it big, everybody knows him. That's like the American dream kind of thing, right? And so he's the symbol of the ideal peak of goal of America, to be a blonde hair, blue eyed white man with everything you want, kind of thing. And so that's why they used him as the excuse and scapegoat for doing all the things to white people they did and to shame all the things on him that they do. Anytime you hear them shaming Trump about this or that, they're shaming all white people because Trump is their symbol. Trump is their mascot that they have assigned for us white people, with a lot of white people being very okay with that. And then with some of us who understand Trump's actual play in the whole thing and the theater of it all, whether we approve or not, the Jays could care less. They are promoting and have put Trump in place to be the symbol of white people. And why? Because he's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy. He's the colors of Christ. Christ is their number one enemy. Christ is the one they want dead. And Christ's people are who they want dead. And so anyone who's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, blessed with the higher responsibility, and notice I said it is a privilege, it's a higher privilege, it's a higher blessing, but it's also every higher blessing. The higher blessings you get equal higher responsibilities with those blessings. Let me give you another example. A very beautiful, like photogenic, like super ultra gorgeous example of Our Lady's, right? She has a higher responsibility to keep her body dressed modestly. I don't mean she needs to dress herself dumb and dumb herself down or make herself look like she's some Amish lady. You know, she doesn't have to go that far. She doesn't have to look like she's in the 1800s. But she's not to be out with her whole belly out and the whole top of her boobs out and her shoulders out everywhere. And her, you know, unless it's a tasteful thing that's not like making every non-white she walks by want to salivate and grab her and throw her in the alley. You know what I mean? Part of how our women dressing modest is to prevent the non-whites from attacking them. You know what I mean? So you definitely don't, you know, nowadays especially, you definitely don't want your women of your family, whether your daughters, granddaughters, women, your wives, whatever, you don't want them out dressed, you know, scantily in any way, shape, or form. But then, of course, you don't want them being over-revealing even if they're not dressed totally scantily. You know what I mean? Because of that exact reason. They have a higher responsibility, and the higher responsibility is not just to, it's not that they need to keep themselves from being prettier than everyone else. That's not what the responsibility is for. The responsibility is to protect themselves. That's what it's for. When they're given this higher blessing of beauty like that, their responsibilities are do not interact with less attractive females as though they are somehow less than you as this ultra gorgeous female, right? Lady, not female, woman. And the other part of the responsibility, that higher responsibility, is because you're so much more attractive than the average of our ladies, you're going to be targeted instead of a lot of the others much more often, and typically by the most wicked of people who are willing to do the crazy thing like grab you and just carry you off while you're kicking and screaming and punching them in the back. They're bigger than you. They're going to grab you, throw you over the shoulder, and start running with you until they slam you in their car and drive off with you. You have a higher responsibility when you're a super ultra gorgeous example of Our Ladies to protect yourself from being put in a situation like that by the way you dress, where you go, how you carry yourself, whether you go alone or not somewhere. And so all those things matter. Well, going back to the the blonde hair, blue eyes thing for men, our responsibilities as blonde hair, blue-eyed men are being in the colors of Christ. We are to represent Christianity and Jesus Christ in a much more correct, accurate representation and light than the typical, I don't want to say typical because I don't like using that word. It seems dumbing down because it isn't. It just means all the rest of our congregation who aren't blonde hair, blue-eyed, packaged specifically, they don't have that additional responsibility of, like, they still have the high responsibility of maintaining a proper and upright Christian life. But if you're blessed with the blonde hair, blue-eyed thing, part of your responsibility is to be additionally grateful, further grateful, beyond being grateful that you are blessed to be part of God's covenant people. I have to say a separate prayer. You have to understand, I am obligated to God to thank him for blessing me to be a part of his covenant people. Then I have to add a separate, additional gratitude given. I have to give a separate thanks and say, and thank you also for the additional blessing and responsibility of blessing me to be born in the colors of Christ. Imagine in their mind, you have to think like our enemy thinks when you concern yourself about those things, or when you ponder these things, I should say. the whitey devil, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, is the symbol of the white devil, as they call us, right? Now, who is they? The ones who hate Jesus Christ. So when you put it all together, it falls into place real nicely. It's all very logical and very correct, very accurate. And you can also read the letter from Pilate, and and of course, Jays have that declared a hoax all over the place, just like they have the protocols declared a hoax all over the place, just like they have the Callergy plan declared a hoax all over the place, or a conspiracy, or whatever they want to call them. And so, no, absolutely not. A huge portion of our congregation does not have blue eyes. In fact, I don't know what the percentage of the blue-eyed club is of our white people. I really don't know what it is. I don't know if we're 15% of our white people population worldwide, or if we are 10%, or if we are 25%. I honestly don't know. Might ought to look into that someday. I mean, I might ought to look into that someday, and see for myself what it roughly is. I'm sure they have it, fairly figured out. Let's see here. Yum Joy said, okay, they were still chatting. Harl, am I reading that right? It does say L, not an I. Harl is here. Hello, welcome to the chat if you are still here. And he said, Irish people are phenotypically, I almost bombed that one. Irish people are phenotypically and pigmentation-wise the whitest people on the planet, studied by multiple anthropologists. Interesting. Haven't heard that, but I mean, makes sense. In fact, I know several Irishmen. They just came to my mind. One in particular I know really, really well. Very good buddy of mine. And he's as Irish as you can get, except being in Ireland. And he is very, very, very extremely white. Absolutely cloud ghost white. Pat Fitzgerald said, NOI is a Freemasonic organization. NOI. I don't know what that is. Somebody else must have put something further up in the chat that I missed. Or maybe it was something I was talking about, and I don't realize that his acronym is talking about what I was talking about. But feel free to clarify so I understand what you mean about NOI. I guess maybe you mean Nation of Ireland, but that wouldn't make sense with what you typed. So I don't know what that. I don't know. Surely it's something like that, though. Maybe some supposed pro-Irish organization. Vorpus 22 said, "My dad is green-eyed. Green eyes are an extremely sought-after eye color. In fact, I'm trying to count here. 1, 2, 3. I would say at least 5 of my closest buddies. Thinking of somebody. I'm trying to think of all my buddies' women. Basically, 5 of my closest buddies, all of their wives have green eyes. Every one of them. So green eyes are very sought after by our white men. Yumjoy said, Patrick said he tans like a Sicilian, yet you keep making excuses for him. We know what Sicilians are. Well, I mean, I have never got to see the guy, you know what I mean? So, but if you had read the things I had read that he wrote in the other chats, because we've had many hours, the chats were 9 hours long sometimes, or 8.5 hours long some nights. And he was in them, like, a lot of the time, not the whole time, but a lot of the time. In fact, some of them, he might have been there the whole time. I don't remember. But he did post things that, if you had read those yourself, I think you would agree that I don't know why he's always comparing himself to Sicilian colored and whatever. And if, in fact, he thinks of himself as that, that's fine. But it's like such a faraway place to pick. Like, I mean, white people get tans, a lot of countries in between Ireland and and Italy. There are plenty of white people that get dark arm tans every day in between those two countries. So um, I'm not sure what's got him thinking that he's like dark like Sicilians because of his arms. Every white person has dark arms that works like a man outside, you know. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I take his word for it based on based on his word for one, and then he if you had read the things he wrote before about Ireland stuff, I mean, I really don't think we'd ever get a nog to type those things, you know? No matter how hard they were trying to pretend they were us, you know? But, hey, I know that, you've seen things I haven't either, so I'm not going to be able to convince you tonight. I understand that. No problem. Harl said, I have blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm 60% Anglo, 40% Icelandic. Nice. Very nice combo there. All right. Um, and in fact, the Icelandic and Germanic and Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian folks are all, and Celtic and Gaelic are all one people. Funny enough. Vorpus 20, and that's why if you get into Christian identity and start studying our true Christianity as it's supposed to be understood and understand our Holy Bible as it's written and intended to be understood by white people only, you will see that they always say, Germanic, Anglo-Saxon, Scandinavian, Celtic, and kindred people. They say it like that because they're including that group all as one, and then all our kindred people after, Vorpus 22 said, farmer's tan. Yes, that's all it is. I mean, Patrick Fitzgerald, I guess, thinks a farmer's tan makes him look dark, or like a darkie, or I don't know. But yeah, every white dude gets tan, bro. It's all good, Patrick. If you're really a pure, real white man, then you just get tan. That's all. I mean, that's very normal. Harl said Sicilians aren't white. They're like 20% North African and have Middle Eastern ancestry. Yeah, they are kind of, Sicilians are a little bit of a mixed bag. That's how the Jays got in with them. So some Sicilians have Jayish blood. Some Sicilians have, and that's where you get the 5 families of the word mafia, right? The acronym mafia. So you've got the 5 different mongrelized families, right? And 3 of those are definitively mongrelized Jewish families. I forget which the 3 names are of the M, A, F, I, and A lettered names. But, and then 2 of them are like Mediterranean mix, like exactly what you're talking about, Mediterranean mix type thing. Patrick Fitzgerald said, that's cool. I'm 97% European and I'm RH negative. Yeah, well, 97% means you're just 100%. And whatever 3% they told you on some 2 3s and me or Jewcestry.com website, DNA database is all it is to dupe you into giving them your DNA. Those sites are going to tell you things like, oh, you're 3% African or you're 3%, Indian or some nonsense, but that 3% is just a made up thing, just to make white people think, oh my gosh, I'm part non-white, I got to start advocating and start feeling bad for them. And it's all BS though, you know what I mean? And I'm going to skip the back and forth between them and get on down the chat because there are a lot of folks here now, 14 in the chat, and I haven't got to say hello to everybody. I hope all of you chime in. I'm going to start hurrying along and catch up to say hello to all of you. So don't bounce out until I get to say hi to you. Vlad, the kebabber, is here, and he said, my hair was blonde when I was younger, but it turned brown, and I heard that is common among the Nordic phenotypes. Hans Gunther's books. Yes, and mine has darkened over the years. I don't have canary yellow, bright blonde hair anymore. You know what I mean? Like as I matured into, later adulthood. Now, all through my young adulthood, I definitely still had the brighter blonde hair all the way up until, gosh, a long time. But in the last, I don't know, maybe 5 years, my hair has started turning a little darker. I thought it was because of where I had moved to, because we ended up being on a well, and the well had horrific freaking water. I mean, it was so bad that it looked clear as it was coming out as you were like, dispensing some into a glass. But if you just sat the glass down for 5 minutes and came back, it would look like rust at the bottom. So that's how bad the water was. And so uh, I and my ex back then assumed that we were probably getting our hair color was changing a little bit from the well water staining our hair and coloring it. But I have grown much hair since I moved from that place, and I'm still on a well, but I have a much better location with a much better well, and it has an amazing filter on it. So my water here is so delicious and awesome, and clear as a bell. No matter how long you sit it, you could pour some in a white bowl and leave it for a month, and it'll just look still clear. So very good water where I'm at now. And I've had many haircuts since I've lived at my new establishment. And my hair color is still this not as bright blonde as it used to be blonde anymore. You know what I mean? It's more like chestnut almost, something like that. But all of the hair on my body otherwise is still like white blonde. You know what I mean? Like super bright blonde. So like if someone were to say like, oh, well, you don't look like such a blonde to me, I could just literally lift my forearm right in their face and be like, look at my forearm, dude. My whole forearms are covered in bright blonde hair. And the same thing goes for anywhere on me, but that's just the immediate thing I could show anyone is look at my forearms, dude. My whole forearm is covered in blonde hair. So definitely a blonde, 100%. But yes, I was much brighter blonde haired back in the day. Just even it was only just 5 years ago that my hair started slowly getting a little darker, and now I look at it and I think, yeah, I see that it's darker now, 5 years later. Let's see here. Harl said, Irish people are the whitest people in the world. Welsh people do have a tendency and can tan because they have a more Mediterranean flair to them. Let's see. And he also said, careful saying the gamer word in case you get flagged. Oh, I don't even worry about it with these. I'll explain why I go ahead and speak freely in the chats. It's because once they're over, they just become private. And that's how, as long as I do not make them try to make them unlisted or try to make them public. And by try, I mean, it's a very simple thing. You just you just select that instead. The thing is, when I do select unlisted or public, it gives me this very new and very heavily worded warning. And knowing that I want to be able to just speak freely on these, I just make them private afterward, and they don't mess with me. So that's why you got to be here. You got to actually be here on the live event to hear it at all, because once it's over, I don't post them public, because if I did, then I would get hit right away. Markvois Fontavious said, or Marcavius Fontavious. I always forget to say it that way. Something about that always makes me want to say the "vaw" thing. I don't know why. Marcavius Fontavious said, hello, or hey, fellow bigots. You blue-eyed devils. Well, hello to you too. God bless you and welcome. And I figured we would do a Toledot Tunnels Tuesday stream after the good news we found out today about the tunnel system and everyone's talking about. It's freaking amazing. Love it. Marcavius Fontavious said Ireland is under invasion right now. Agreed, and so is everywhere else. Wales is under invasion. Everywhere else is already invaded. And really, there's not much left. I mean, they literally are starting to send Nogs to Japan now. And China. So, oh man, their doomsday is coming too. Pretty soon, their whole worlds are going to start crumbling apart over there unless they just base up real fast and say nope and kick them out as they start trying to bring them in. Vlad, the kebabber, said, I have curly hair, not like the Nogs, but like ancient Greeks. Nog's hair looks like pubes. Exactly. Vlad, you got the Greek hair. Yeah, exactly. Greek hair is the big locks, the big curls. And in fact, that's what the curling iron's all about. The curling iron is for ladies to curl up their hair, their long, pretty straight hair, where it's got the wavy, big curls going down to look like how Greeks looked. And that's basically the hottest look there is. I mean, what looks hotter than a woman that knows how to use a curling iron like a champ? You know what I mean? And she gets her hair all down and curling ironed out and everything, and then shows up somewhere all dressed up. Talk about a head turner every time. You know what I mean? So God bless whoever came up with that thing. Uh, and then Harl said, unfortunately, modern day beautiful American women are hard to come across. There's a crazy distribution of really unattractive American women, and the traditional beautiful American woman is rare. Yeah, I agree. They have been turned to, basically our women have been duped into one of two paths. They're basically told they have two paths. They can either be the jock chick, athletic, cheerleader, softball chick, woman, basketball chick, whatever, but she's going to be a nog lover. All right? 100%. No matter what sport you put her in, she's going to be a nog lover. Especially if you make her a cheerleader, cheering on the nogs. If you make her a cheerleader, you're just assigning her as a nog lover. Like, you might as well just start driving her to the hood and be like, oh, what looks cutest to you there, honey? Because eventually, that's what she's going to be with. So, putting your girl in sports is going to make them a nog lover. Or if you don't put them in sports, then they become this digital sloth, right? And it just sits on the computer and whines with other, people all day as they become more and more unattractive, more and more heavy. And then they're encouraged by the other unattractives to unattractive themselves more so. Like, oh, you should just cut your hair off and turn it purple, And then once they finally do that, it's like, oh, well, I can't troll society hard enough anymore. Everyone's using my short hair and the weird color. And, well, pierce your face, Okay, and they go do that. Pierce it again. Okay, they go do it again. Well, eventually they got 5 piercings in their face, and people still don't give a crap anymore about their stupidity. So then they get told, oh, cut your boobs off, and just say you're a dude. And so the one thing after another after another. So those are the two paths that our women are given as choice. You know what I mean? And neither one are good. So Gaius Marius said, good evening, everybody. Glad you came to visit. Thank you for hanging in long enough for let me get to say hello back to you, or at least I hope you have. Still says 14 in the chat, so I assume you're still here. And he said, down further, I denounce the Talmud and proclaim Jesus as the Son of God. As do I. Hear, hear, amen. And Godspeed to you, sir, with your testimony. And just before that, okay, I didn't skip. Okay, then Ro J97 is here, y'all. Say hello to him, everyone. And he said, hey, Earl, grab hold of your testosterone. Make her traditional. Yeah, that's the thing is, sometimes we're going to have to uncuck a girl. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're going to meet a girl, and now there's a difference. There's 2 kinds of cucked girls of our women. There's 3 kinds. There's the kind that's rabid, anti-white, leftist, shitbag. You're never going to win that one over. And why even bother with that one? The second one is the cuck-servative chick. That's the one you want to go for, the cuck-servative chick, right? Then you got the third kind, which is like the sports jock chicks, right? The athletic chicks. Those are going to be nog lovers, most likely. So they've already probably defiled themselves for forever. So if you go hitching up one of them, you're going to end up getting monkeypox, getting an STD. That's how white men get STDs, is a white woman will get raped or sneak off or hook up with some black or a random moment, and now she's given a disease because she has race mixed. So she got this nasty STD from a black. Most blacks have STDs, so So that includes the females. Like, most blacks have STDs. So a white girl goes and has sex with one or gets raped by one, and then later on has sex with a white man. Boom. Now the white man has whatever AIDS or STD, monkeypox crap that she got from bestiality. And so that's why the cuck-servative version is really the only one we can really go for. That's basically the only one. And then that one, since she is already a conservative or thinks of herself as a conservative, not realizing that in order to be a true conservative, you must be desiring to conserve white Christian America. And if you're not trying to conserve white Christian America, then you're not a conservative whatsoever. But our ladies don't understand that. Okay, we're the men. They're the vessel that is supposed to be guided by us. Okay, and they are the vessel who is supposed to help us. So it's not like they're fully dependent on us. We need them as a helpmate. God made them to be our helpmate. All right, it's unnatural for us men to not have a helpmate. In fact, our godly biblical men had multiple women. All right, so but over time, for reasons we won't discuss today, we are one man and one woman now. And in that circumstance, being a man all alone in the world, you don't have a helpmate, right? And so, not saying men can't be great without women. Many of our men have been forced to be. But it's just out of the natural order, the way God intended us to be able to live. You're living without one of your blessings that God meant for you to have on the earth. That's not to say that you will ever have one, because God, of course, meant for you to have one in this mortal trial. Your mortal trial may perhaps be not having a woman, right? But I don't want you to think that way. I want you to think that God does have a woman for you somewhere, okay? And that it is not the appointed time. All right. I can't explain to you why it isn't the appointed time yet. You may be thinking to yourself, what if I don't find a woman until I'm 58 years old? Now I can't even have kids and da-da-da. What was the point of that, making me wait so long? Well, that might have been part of God's trial for you. You know, instead of you losing both your arms back and when you were 17, he decided to spare you that, and he saved your life that day with his Holy Ghost for whatever accident you could have lost your arms in. And instead he decided, no, I'm going to spare him that burden. But it's going to cost him, because that was a big, stupid thing. He almost got himself real nasty ruined right there. So instead, now he's got to have a new heavy burden. And if I'm going to relieve him of that one, it's got to be something heavy. What's it going to be? He, in a billionth of a second, reviews your whole life, decides, okay, it's going to be this. Right? Now, keep in mind, all this was decided before the beginning ever started. All right? So all you're doing is playing out what God already knows is going to happen and what he's already decided he's going to do about each thing. All we're doing is playing out what God already decided eons ago. So God knew the end from the beginning, before the beginning. You know what I mean? Marcavius Fontavious said, like here in Chicago too, but it's really amped up. And he's talking about what? I don't know who he's talking about. My bad. Roe J said, Nordicism is divisionary. I agree in a lot of ways. I don't speak about our Nordic people in any type of separation situation, but I do see a lot of our people using the Nordic of our people to be this other type of people, especially the pagan cucks. You'll definitely see, like, Survive the Jive and all those pagan cucks. You'll definitely see them using that as their division. Because what do? They go, no, we're not pagan, or we're not Christian. We were pagan before we were Christian. Yeah, you were freaking cucked, you idiot. And that's why Jesus Christ sent Peter and Paul and James and everyone to go uncuck you fools. That's why. Because you had wandered off and been gone so long, so far away from your own people. So far away and for so many years from your own people, that over generations y'all had created more and more made up nonsense to make sense of your identity that you lost from generations of being separated. It's very straightforward stuff. And so, yes, you will definitely see the pagan cucks using Nordicism as division between our people. It absolutely is true. Roman Silent Empire is here, everyone. Say hello to him, hello to you, salute. I'm glad you have had the time to stop in. And Marcavius Fontavious said, what the Torah forbids, the Talmud permits. Oi gave all. That's exactly right. It's the Torah is our book, okay? It has nothing to do with the Jews. The Jews, like Sabbath, they commandeered our book. That's what they did. And they made their own names for it, like the Tanakh and the Pentateuch and all those sections of the Old Testament, either the first 5 or the first 10 and the first whole or the whole thing. They created those words so that it makes it sound, and then they started eventually claiming, yeah, we're the ones that wrote it. That's why we have all these different names for it. And then we wrote this Talmud where we refer to it now and then and blah, blah, blah. And we wrote this other book and we refer to the Torah once in a while. In all of our writings, we like to refer to the Torah as long as it's something that puts them in a good light where they can pretend that they're being virtuous or whatever. They'll use the Torah in that moment. They'll never use the Torah to mention about, something they're not supposed to be doing. But they'll definitely bring it up anytime, it's just basic simpleton things that any cucked white person would read and go, oh, yeah, see, yeah, that's normal. I expect them to agree with that and say that, blah, blah, using their Torah there. Yeah. But really, the Torah has nothing to do with them. It's our book written in our ancient, what is now Welsh, but was ancient Hebrew. And pardon me, I didn't mean to stop mid-sentence to get a drink there. Should have waited till I finished a complete sentence there. I tend to do that a lot. My bad, y'all. The Talmud is what they wrote, and the Kabbalah is what they wrote. Those are their books. The Toledot Yeshu, that's what they wrote. So they have nothing to do with our Torah. They didn't write any of our books of our Bible. They have nothing to do with our Holy Bible whatsoever. They are the enemy of our Holy Bible, and that is why they've tried to commandeer our holy day for themselves. All right? That's why we've got to, and this is the perfect time. Now we got the tunnels out. I don't know what the Jays are thinking, man. They let our kids start being anti-Jay. Now they showing off their tunnels. They're like doing full disclosure on us. They don't even care anymore. And I don't understand why they're being so reckless, but they are. So plant them seeds, y'all. Plant them seeds. This is the time. It's hot. It's being accepted right now. You can actually go out and say the word Jews in public. And people won't even freak out right now like they would have just 6 months ago before all this crap they started doing to the Palestinians started happening. Before that started, before October 7th, if you walked out in public and said the word Jews in a conversation, every head around would stop and turn and look at you to look at the evil baddie that must be talking bad about Jews. Because you would never say the word Jews. People don't ever say the word Jews unless they're talking bad about them. What do you mean by talking bad about them? Pointing out something they do. You know what I mean? You don't hardly ever hear about people going, oh, Jews are amazing. Oh, the Jews are such great people. Oh, yeah, these wonderful Jews came by my house and helped me out. Oh, I saw these Jews building a house the other day for an old lady after her house got destroyed in a storm. Oh, these Jews were donating money to these white people, these homeless white people. I saw some Jews down at the sidewalk feeding all the homeless white veterans. No, you don't ever hear those 4 letters put together as that word, hardly ever, in a positive context. It's almost always someone having to point out, the Jews are who own all the media. Yeah, the Jews are the ones who have had full control of the United States government, both sides, Republican and Democrat, since 1913, right? Jews are the ones that own all of central banking, 100% of the banking system, right? Jews are the ones that privately own the Internal Revenue Service, right? The Jews are the ones who privately own the International Monetary Fund, right? The Jews are the ones who privately own the FDIC, right? The Jews are the ones who privately own. And so when you hear the word Jews back before October 7th, anytime you heard that word anywhere out loud in public, 2 guys talking, it's just an earshot of you and hear, Jews, everyone will be like, what? What the hell? What the fuck did that racist asshole just say about the Jews? You know what I mean? That's what people would think about you. But now we got the Jew tunnels. We got the the Palestinians being bombed into utter oblivion, allegedly. I know a lot of them really are, but I don't know how scaled up they're making it look so that people here will start having a feeling bad and be like, come on, come over here. Because that's the ultimate goal, is they want our people to have sympathy for the Palestinians so that then they can go, oh, cool, you have sympathy for the Palestinians? Cool, because we planned on sending them to you, actually. So since you stand in solidarity with them instead of us, and since you want to free Palestine and all that stuff, well, they're coming to live with you because we can't put up with them, but you can put up with them because you like them so much. So here they go. We're sending them to your states by the jumbo jet full. And so that's their plan. is to keep people sympathetic to them and sympathetic to them. And then, oh, what do you know? They're all in my neighborhood now. Oh, well, shit. Now I got to be, So they're just a bunch of NIMBYs. They're not in my backyards. They pretend that they give a crap about all those Palestinians. They don't really want them coming over here. They're just showing their virtue. They're not even anti-J. Everything they do is what the Jays tell them to do, but they're being anti-J because the Jays tell them to be. You know what I mean? Crazy little world they live in. Ro J said, my sister is Nordic, but I'm a swarthy European. Yet we are of the same bloodline. Yeah, well, I mean, swarthy is, you're a dude, right? So you're going to be outside, short sleeves. You're working outside. Your face is exposed. You're going to have a swarthier look in the arms and the face. Now, if your body doesn't turn pasty white, I don't know what to tell you, man. And if you can't blush, then I really don't know what to tell you. But if you're a white person and you can blush and you have white people hair and eyes, then you're 100% white, and that's that. You know what I mean? So the swarthy thing is like, people have used it in the past. I think many times, I know all of y'all have heard that modern term where people say, I don't think that word means what you think that word means, right? Okay, well, not applying that to you. I'm saying that to say that I think in writings of the past, when we would read people who wrote about, quote, swarthy European that they saw, or a group of swarthy Europeans they saw, I think that in certain situations in old writings, certain folks did not apply that word, or they used that word, and it was a misnomer. They really should not have used that word. They should have just picked a better word, like sunburnt. If like you walked up to a small group of white guys who literally are roofers, right? Like let's say you go to Come and Go, right? And you're standing in line to pay for your gas, and there's this group of landscapers. Yeah, that's what we'll use. We'll use or roofers. You can use either one. But let's say a group of landscapers or a group of roofers come in, white guys, all white guys, right? And they're freaking dark, right? Because that's all they do is work in the sun 24 hours a day. That's a group of swarthy Europeans, right? But you don't really want to use that word. And so our people in the past, you have to understand, they weren't cucked like white people are now. So when white people hear the word swarthy now, they think of it as meaning dark, like a non-white color looking. That's not what it meant. It just meant sunburnt. It means like permanently dark burnt, because, okay, think about a beach bum. I know a lot of y'all have been to a coastline somewhere on our country, east or west coast, where there are white people that live 24/7 at the beach, right? They're either it's because they're retired or because they're well-to-do, they inherited a bunch of money from their parents, whatever the reason is that they don't have to be out working on the regular, and they stay they live their whole life to just get up every day and be out in the sun on the beach, right? And smelling the ocean air and all those things. Those white people look like a freaking Mexican with like blonde, blown out, bright blonde hair. You know what I mean? Or with any color white person hair. But their skin, though, will be so dark, it'll look like they're like a full-blown, like non-white, like a dot Indian or a feather or a freaking Mexican or a whatever. And, but yet, if you pulled them out of that environment, right, and then you just sat them in their house and said, stay put, don't go outside for like a freaking year, right? Eventually, they would wash, that stuff would grow out, and they would wash it off, and it'd grow out, and they'd wash it off, and eventually their pasty whiteness would come back, So, I can't answer for everyone's complexion, but the word swarthy, I think, is just thrown around incorrectly about our people. I really don't even think we should use that word so that future so that the folks of our white people in the future who have not been uncooked yet, who have not discovered these truths yet that we are all aware of, once they are introduced to our truths and understandings, or not our truths, I don't like that term, once they are introduced to the truth and our people for the first time, I don't want them getting tripped up with that situation about swarthiness. It took us higher level Gen X folks to hash all that out already. And now we've moved on. And now when we got newcomers coming in, and then someone goes throwing the word swarthy around in front of them, and then they go looking it up, and it's like, oh, swarthy means like, oh, the blacks use that word to mean themselves now, and all this other crap. It causes massive confusion. So I would say if you're sunburnt, say you're sunburnt. If you're, I don't know. I just wouldn't use the word swarthy. I just personally me, I try not to use the word because I think it creates confusion among our people, big time, See here. Roje also said, Nords are beautiful Europeans, undeniably, but I'm not a self-hating swarthy European, so I'm happy my way. Yeah, I mean, there are going to be like levels of whiteness of our people, like not all of our people are pasty white. Not all of our people are regular white. Some of them are super pasty white, like ghost white. Then, where you can see their veins, and whatever. And then certainly there would be, somebody is out there firing off rounds tonight. That's every night, but it has now started. Yeah, everyone's going to have different, shades of our white people, And that applies everywhere. I mean, go to India, you'll see all different brightness and darkness. You'll see pasty white Indians, but they, they're not whiteys, but they look almost like whiteys because they get such bright skin. And then and they'll go all the way to like looking like, they have a very wide range. They even got like super black looking ones, that even look darker than an African black, and they don't have any African black in them to get that dark color. They just look that color. They're that type of dot. You know what I mean? Harl said this guy likes to rant. Yes, that is part of what it is. It's not just that I get to rant when I do the streams, but it's also that I get to address each and everything in real time that folks want to say or ask. And that's the beauty of the live stream. But because I do it this way and I'm able to just speak freely without getting shut down, I have to keep them private because that's what's allowing me to get away with it, Ro J said, well, you have to settle unless you want to die an incel, that is, which, some folks, have want to go there. Here's the other thing about being a men go their own way thing. Never follow that as a Jewish psyop used against our people. No different than Q-tard crap and all the other things. If you're not with one of our white women, all right, and imagine if every white guy was like men go their own way. Well, then guess who our women are going to be screwing? The non-whites. So guess how many of our women are going to be saved by Christ in that spectrum of time when all the guys are men going their own way? And none of our women will be saved in that generation. Okay, so you got to understand, if one of our females sleeps with a non-white one time, she's done. I hope you realize the magnitude of that. There is no going back. It's just like if a dude puts a wiener in his hand of someone else's. You know what I mean? If he takes someone else's wiener and puts it in his hand on purpose willingly, right? Or if he does something with a dude's wiener willingly, or he kisses a freaking dude willingly, or if he does anything to a dude sexually, even one time, you know what that means dude is. Period. Dot. And it doesn't matter if he's like, no, you already did it. That means your mind is depraved enough that you were willing to defile yourself just to see. And that's enough right there. Just that depravity enough in your mind is enough alone, all by itself, to have caused you to do that. So now that one action, boom, you're done. All right? Abomination. Non-redeemable. Right? Same applies to the first time. It only has to be one time. The first and one time that it ever happens to one of our females, one of our women, allow themselves to be defiled, they're done. All right? So the men go their own way thing makes all the freaking yids in every synagogue worldwide high five when you when people think like that, right? When white men think like that. It's exactly what they want you to do. You got to always be doing what Jays don't want you doing. You know what I mean? Never do anything that Jays want or benefit from you doing. You know what I mean? You never want to do anything that helps benefit their plan against you. And men go their own way is absolutely that plan. 1,000%. That's like Calergy 2.11, you know? Most updated version. Harl said, it's almost like he's reading off a script. No, sir. I have nothing but my phone right here in my face at my kitchen sink and a drink sitting here next to me reading what you guys write to me. That's it. Ro J said, he takes too long reading one comment at times, which drags on and I end up having to exit the chat. Hey, no problem. I understand. But at the same time, I mean, I have to read it, you know, otherwise, you know. I mean, if you want me to shorthand read it somehow, but every comment is kind of, you know, definitive. So I kind of got to read the comment and then I just answer it. That's all. Gaius, Marius is here. Hello. Say hello to everyone, everyone say hello to Gaius. I'm glad you stopped by. He said, only undesirable, fat women call strangers they disagree with online, incels. Yeah, I've never really used that term much. I mean, I guess I did a few times, maybe because who I was speaking with at the time, perhaps we used that word, but I don't personally walk around using that word myself either. Ro J said, due to like arriving in from work and needing to sleep and having to do other stuff too. Yeah, I understand that. No problem. I mean, I respect his dedication, but not everyone has the time for listening for hours, sadly. I wish I did. Yeah, again, and I've explained many times throughout the chats, I still do throughout the chats, just so in case one of you folks hasn't heard me say it, that I run these chats for long periods of time, not for expecting you folks to start and stay with me the whole time until it's over. It's so you folks who only have 30 minutes to hang out can come and hang out in that 30 minutes, whatever time it happens to be for you, whether it happens to be, you know, early in the night or super late in the night when you finally finished all your chores and you got the kids in bed and and you're finally sat in bed, whatever it is, whatever time frame you do have available, you can pop in, say your piece, be out when you're ready. And others don't have that same schedule as you, right? So what I'm doing with these long streams is I'm creating a huge window, big a window as I can, to allow as many of our folks, when they have time, wherever they are in the world, to join in, you know, and say however long, if they only stay 20 minutes. And I've mentioned before, I take no offense to however short of a time any of you folks stay. If you only stay 5-10 minutes, say a couple things and you're out, cool, no problem. Let's see here. And Ro J said, do you take super chats? No, I don't. No, I'm not in it for any kind of shekels. I'm 100%. I've been online doing this stuff since before YouTube even. And but you know, since YouTube's been around or whatever, and the whole idea of making money off videos and stuff, no, I've never had a monetized channel. All my channels were always demonetized. I care only about the truth and only about reaching our people. He said, Ro J said, NOI is north of Ireland, perhaps. Yeah, it might be that. ROI is Republic of Ireland. Yeah, I really don't know what he meant by NOI. I haven't heard of that. Marcavius Fontavious said, man, it's true. Those Irish are like alabaster, blue veins popping through. Yeah, I mean, man, most white people, if you turn your hand over and look at the open side of your hand and look at your wrist under the light, most of you can see a little bit of color of your veins through your wrist. Let's see. Patrick Fitzgerald said Nation of Islam is what it means. Oh, now it makes sense what you had wrote about, because I was like, man, if that means Nation of Ireland, then his statement doesn't make sense. So that can't be what he means. Ro J said, oh, you're talking about them black supremacists, B. He said, I'm just saying that in Ireland, that Nation of Islam can be used as an acronym for, or NOI can be used as an acronym for North of Ireland. Yeah. Boom, scrolling on down. I'm trying to hurry up and catch up with y'all. Apologize for your wait. Camo said spaghetti niggas. Ro J said Germanic folk tan well. Full Celts do not tan. Yeah, like a Larry Bird type or whatever. That dude probably wouldn't tan. I bet he could lay out and just get cooked, and he'd build nothing but giant blisters all over himself and turn white the day after they popped. He looked pretty pasty, Celt white. Roe J said, plenty of full-blooded Celts go pink or else freckly in the sun. Harl said, depends on the Celt, Roe. Yeah, I guess there are Celts that are not super pasty white either, but I know there are plenty that are known to be that. Roe J said, whereas Germanic people tend to tan. Yes, Germanic people and Anglo-Saxon English, all those types tend to tan pretty well. Even Scandinavian, all that. Let's see. Roe J said, depends on the concentration of their Celtic heritage. Yes. Yeah, I agree. Yumjoy said, Nation of Islam is Nation of Islam. I've seen his comments on other channels. He gives himself away on there. But you believe what you want, Chief. It's not what I want. I don't want to believe one way or another. I'm just, I'm trying to keep peace so that the chat isn't focused on whether Patrick Fitzgerald's a nigger or not. You know what I mean? That's not what the chat's for, worrying about whether Patrick Fitzgerald's actually a nigger or Irish, So, that's why I don't stress it. I don't worry about it too much. If his plan was to subvert, he never mentions any he never mentions any anti-white stuff, As long as he doesn't go anti-white in the chat, I really have no reason to be too bothered by it. Harl said, Celts can be very swarthy. Yeah, I agree. I just don't like using the word because I just think it's a misnomer, for the most part. I mean, even if it is used properly, I just think it's not the best word to use because of the niggers and everybody else trying to claim it for themselves. Now all the non-whites, everybody's trying to claim, non-white is what swarthy means, And it's just going to fall. It's just going to cause our new baby truthers who come along eventually to see that word, and then they're like, oh my gosh, I guess there were really black Brits because after all, the swarthy Brits and da-da-da. I mean, it'll create confusion. So that's why I don't like using it. Let's see. Roe J said, yes, they can. I'm a swarthy Celt. And he also said, my sister is a Nordic Irish woman, so it depends. Yumjoy said, Patrick Fitzgerald didn't say he gets farmer's tan. That was somebody else. You're mixing up comments. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I was. I didn't know who said that. I actually was just reading the comment, I think. But I may have responded as though he had said he was the one with that. But really, I thought I was just coming out with that as an example from my own self. But I do remember somebody did comment about having a tan below their arms. So I totally get your point there. Gaius Marius said, some white guys who spend a great majority of their time in the sun can be burned into looking significantly less white over years of sun damage. Yes, that's exactly right. And so when you're a roofer, a landscaper, or whatever, if you do all that, or if you stay outside full time and you work in one of the hot states, let's say you work in Arizona and you're outside all day, every day working for your occupation, you are going to be dark in the face. You know what I mean? And so, even if the rest of your body was covered up, if someone was looking at your face, you'd look like a dark-skinned person, you know what I mean? Like maybe you're mixed or something, perhaps, because you'd be so dark from being so sunburnt for so long. Gaius Marius said, doesn't make them less white. Correct, doesn't make them less white. And it's just that we have these degrees of, of whiteness, that's all. Or shades of our whiteness, Marcavius Fontavius said there's only the Jewish mob. Right. I think he's talking about when I was mentioning the mafia acronym and the 5 families. Yes, and it is. It's all one big just Jewish mob. That is all it is. Harl said, yeah, Norwegians supplanted 270 years of mixing with the Irish. Yeah, and that's documented too. They even have like whole kingdom little tiffs back and forth many times. And unions and tiffs and unions and tiffs and Harl, I like this guy's ranting. He said, oh, that's nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yumjoy Style said, you got to read the chat more often. You're merging the comments together. Well, I'm reading the thing the whole time. It's just I maybe just like you said. I think it's exactly what you said. I just misapplied it, thinking I was addressing, or I was addressing Patrick perhaps about something when really I was supposed to be addressing someone else who had wrote that thing about that. I think what your statement, your original point you made to me is correct. That's probably what I did, is I just mixed them up. But I'm usually trying to address the exact person that I just read the comment of. You know what I mean? That's what takes me so long to catch up, is because I'm trying not to read your comment and then move to the next guy and address him. I want to address the comment I just read, you know? And Marcavius said, every ethnicity has some organized crime, but only one intentional mob, or international mob, he might mean. Yeah, the international mob is the Yids, for sure. And they have many international mobs. They have their UN, they have their EU, they have their WEF, they have their Committee of 300, they have their Trilateral Commission, they have the Freemasons, they have the Boule Society, they have, I mean, you could just keep going. They have so many societies, you know, and so many different little clubs, but it's all one big club, one big international club, one big international mob working for the Yids. Oh yeah, the Vatican, the Church, you know, Catholic Church, and all of that. So it's all one big club. It's all serving the Jays and serving their one universal mob. Harl said the Vikings first mixed with the Irish before they conquered northern England. The Danes, aka Danelaw. Roe J said, I'm a swarthy Irish national. When I did the test years ago, unfortunately, I scored 31.9% West German, 24.4% Anglo, 11.9% Slavic, Eastern European, and 31% or 31.9% Celtic. I don't know why you put unfortunately. You got a nice bag of stuff there, man. You got all the good ones in there, man, pretty much. You got West Europe, you got East Europe, you got North Europe. I mean, and you got German. So you're good, man. You got like all the best ones. Patrick Fitzgerald said, I worked on a vineyard in Sicily back in 2018, and I got just as dark as them. That doesn't mean I'm part Uga Gorilla. Right, exactly. And again, what do you read in Song of Solomon? Yeah, there is a part where a lady is saying in there, oh, please don't look at me because I'm black. And just out tending my sister's vineyards, not tending to my own, But she just means I've been taking care of everyone else instead of myself. So I'm not well kept. I've been being worked outside in the vineyards every day. I'm not a well cared for lady like the pure virgins are. You know what I mean? So maybe she was not saying that she was a virgin who was saying that time. I'm just saying that the most beautiful, the most sought after virgins were always kept out of the sun. They were kept from having to do any kind of labor because the family cherished them as a prize unit of the family. You know what I mean? And so that girl's purity and that girl's beauty and that girl's whiteness, all right, that's mentioned over and over again in the Bible, that our women, of our Israelite women, were exceedingly fair. That means exceedingly, extremely white. That's what it means. The word fair always means white in the Bible. It never means pretty. It never means honest or, even as far as between two people, like kind of fair. No, it always means the word white, just like the word fair means today in makeup, still to this day. So, Marcavius Fontavius said, well water smells like rotten eggs. Yes, my other place I lived absolutely smelled like rotten eggs. Thank God where I live now, my well water is absolutely delicious. It's so good that it's almost as good as mountain water. I'm not even exaggerating. I mean, it's like, mine's not mountain water, and I don't have an artesian well. Mine's just a traditional, like, everybody else has. But the filter system that my landlord has on this thing is freaking amazing. And it's not a salt tank either. It's got one charcoal filter that never has to get messed with. It's a pretty good size one, but it never needs maintenance, never gets messed with. And I'm telling you what, man, my water's amazing. and my landlord even leaves her city. I have a city kind of far away, but it's, the closest city. She lives in that closest city far away, and their water is so bad that she doesn't use it for anything. She said their city water stinks and that it's like really nasty. She said you can pour some into a glass and you can see things in it. And so she comes to, well, the wife, I say she because the wife comes out and gathers all their water in jugs from, they have a spout on land. I live on a compound, and so they have water spouts all over the place, these other locations on the property. And so they have their own spot they go, and his wife goes and gets it. So she comes like I forget how often I see his wife show up, but she's here like probably once or twice a month. And she brings a whole trunk full of milk jugs and fills them all up. Well, milk jugs are probably water jugs, but they're, the milk jug shaped water jugs. And she fills them all up with well water and takes them home for them to drink and bathe with. They don't even like bathing in the city water. So, all right, let's get it. Ro J said, not unfortunate about my results, but more unfortunate about having to give my DNA to MyHeritage DNA. Yeah, I mean, a lot of white people have been tricked into doing that. And they just didn't, if they had just thought about it for a minute, like, oh, wait a minute, who would want my DNA? The Jews would. And giving your DNA to anybody is a terrible idea. The Jays not only can take your DNA and try to, well, I don't know what all, there's no tell. Their minds go way beyond in wickedness, beyond what I could fathom. And until they reveal their things to the public where I can see them too, I have no way to conjure up the crazy, wicked ideas they come up with. So I can't give you all the examples of ways they could use your DNA. But one certainly they could do is they could place you, even if you have alibis and everything, they could place you on a scene of a crime that they create, or an imaginated crime, or anything they want. They could place your DNA anywhere they want, anytime they want, and then declare, after monitoring you and knowing where you were and this and that, and knowing you had a weak alibi at the moment while they're monitoring you or whatever, they boom, put it at that, pick that particular time for to accuse you of whatever, right? And this can all happen in the future. Don't think I mean like right now they would do that. I'm talking about this is years in the future. They've got all this in place and they're building it all in place, or building the pieces and putting everything in place now to be able to do crazy ass things like that to us in the near future. And so in the near future, they'll take DNA from any one of these white people that have turned and samples them, and they can place them at the scene of a crime, or they can just make up a crime, declare that a crime had been committed, even if no crime existed ever at all, at whatever location they accuse you of being at, and they can place you there. And then you could come to court. You know how kangaroo court is now. It doesn't matter what the truth is. It matters whether you can truly fight them off or not, and keep yourself from being swallowed up by them. And so for them, it's a game, and they just want to win. So they don't care if you're innocent or not. You've been accused. Whoever's your opponent, the DA, whoever on the other table, is going to try to put you in the jail. It doesn't matter whether, he doesn't give two shits whether you're innocent or not. His job is to put everyone on that defense table in jail, no matter what their reason, no matter if they were innocent and they can prove it or not. And so in the future, and the Jays have all this in place for it to all go down smooth to put you in jail, even if you're innocent, no problem. So knowing that white people are the ultimate target and they let blacks go free for anything, blatantly, plain as day, that means that you are going to be the primary thing that's going to be accused of and targeted for incarceration. And in the future, no matter how much evidence you have to prove that you were not at the place, you'd be like, you could be like, Judge, look at my phone records. I got them from T-Mobile. Here they are. Look, blah, blah, blah. It's impossible because my phone was here, blah, blah, blah. They'll just say you didn't have your phone with you, that you purposely left your phone at whatever location you say it was that you were, so that you could claim, look, here's my phone records. Here's where I was. No, we know that trick. You just left your phone there and you used some burner phone or something to go on about your way. And so they'll have excuses and workarounds for all your excuses or all your alibis for yourself, your phone records. You'll be like, oh, I was with my buddy that day, my buddy Steve. I was with him all day, and we went here and we went here. And you can even bring footage from a Piggly Wiggly that you and him went in to get some lunch from the deli or whatever, and you could bring it, and there I am. See, I got out of his truck. I'm with him. This is the same time you're accusing me of. Look, I'm in this state with this guy. Look, we're walking in the store. Here's the Piggly Wiggly's footage. This is official Piggly Wiggly footage. Look here. I'm going down aisle 3. You can see my face plain as day. These are my clothes. I brought them today. Here's the clothes right here for Exhibit B to show you. Boom, I'm wearing these clothes. These are the clothes I was wearing, sir. And blah, 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 blah. That's me in these clothes and da-da-da. And you can have all that proof you want. And they're going to listen to it all, nod their head, and ooh, compelling, and act like you're really winning them over. And at the end of it all, guilty. Bang. They don't want to give it. They don't give a shit what your proof is. In the future, they just want to lock you up. They just want to get you rounded up and lock you up one at a time. You're not going to go down the street and just round everyone up where you got a chance to know, like, oh, shit, this is the big roundup. I better grab my gun and start fighting. No, it's not going to go down that way. It's going to be one person at a time. They just SWAT them. One person at a time. They'll send a couple, 3, 5 sheriffs and round each of you up. And as long as it's only one guy across the road from you at a time, you're not going to go outside with all the neighbors and be like, hey, let's tell these sheriffs to get effed and freaking, we know that's Bill across the road. We know he's cool. We've known him 35 years. We know he's a based white man that knows what's going on. Okay? So what are they over there swatting him for? Let's go save him. And instead, no, all y'all will stand there and watch those 5 sheriffs carry him out of the house, drag him in cuffs, put him in the paddy wagon, and drive off with him. All the while not realizing that your day's coming soon. And so is your neighbor down the road that's watching that guy get arrested. And the neighbor across the road from him that's on the same side of the road as the guy you're watching get arrested, who's also watching them get arrested. And the other base guy that lives next door to him that's watching the guy get arrested. All y'all are standing outside watching this dude get arrested, but each of your day is coming later on. You see? They're just going to come after each of you one at a time. And they're going to use the DNA database stuff to place people in made-up accusation crimes. You know what I mean? So, moving on from that so I can catch up in the chat. Apologize for your wait. Guys, Maria said, yeah, I was born in white-ish blonde hair and blue eyes. Those colors shifted to green eyes and brown hair by the age of 15. Oh, okay. So you had to shift a little earlier in life. All right. Yumjoy Style said, Patrick, we know you're a self-hating nigger. You can be anything on the internet. Well, let's see. I'll just move on from that one. Ro J said, I do have Rh negative blood like Patrick also. And Ro J also said, I was born dark blonde, but my hair is auburn and gingerish in the sun. And he also said, auburn to light brown to be specific. And then Patrick Fitzgerald said to him, O negatives are the best. And Ro J said, yes, we are. Lots of love to the A negatives, though. They are even rarer. And never mind the AB negatives. My dad is A negative, Patrick Fitzgerald said. Marcavius Fontavius said, my man. Ro J said, now I get it. I was always thinking, why the heck you didn't even unlist them so I could at least listen back? Yes, that is why, because of those crazy, very threatening warnings that I'm given when I attempt to when I go to the process where you're about to hit public or unlist. It gives you that warning right then. And I definitely couldn't make these public because, we speak freely on these. So because I'm getting away with it this way, that's why we're having to deal with me not ever getting to make them public, so that I can really speak free, like we're supposed to be able to on YouTube. Like the blacks do all they want against us all day, every day. And they can post actual videos public and stay on here for 15 years. And the title can say, exterminate white people, or exterminate all white people, or all white people will be destroyed. And I don't know if you ever watched my training day video, but I go through the Black Hood on YouTube and I show the millions and millions and millions and millions of examples of black vitriol about white people, where they literally write in the titles of their videos, are what YouTube would call, if we wrote about the blacks, hate speech. Immediately they would delete my channel. If I ever wrote, all niggers will be destroyed on the freaking title of my video, or blacks are all going to be our slaves someday, and that's what they have as some of the titles. Their plan is to make white people their slaves someday. And so they write those titles on YouTube for their videos. And some of their videos have been on YouTube 14 years, 12 years, 11 years. No strike, never been deleted, never bothered, you know. But if I were to type any kind of shit like that as a title against the blacks or against the Jews or whoever, oh man, my video wouldn't even upload. Y'all know I've been halfway uploaded in a video before, and for whatever freaky reason, YouTube was allowing some of y'all to see and start watching the videos before they even finished the video, before it even finished uploading sometimes. And in mid-video, they would delete my video before it finished being uploaded. You know, they did that with my How Non-Whites Survived the Flood video. I have a video that was titled How Non-Whites Survived the Flood. And they deleted that video halfway through it uploading. And I had no idea that anybody could see it yet or watch any of it yet. I'm sitting there waiting on it to upload. I'm watching it uploading. It got all the way to like 62% or something, and then it just stopped uploading. And the uploader little progress bar just wouldn't go any further. And sometimes that's not all that abnormal. Sometimes it'll stay stuck on a number, and then it'll just suddenly, you know, an hour later, it'll just bing, it'll suddenly go to 84 or 91 or 99 and then finish. But so I didn't let that bother me, you know. But then a long time happened, and it just kept staying at 61, and many hours later, it had not changed. And then I got on another one of my devices and hopped on my channel to see what was going on with the video, and it showed that it had already been struck. So I was like, crap. And then, so I went ahead and deleted that because I saw that they had struck it, and I got a warning and in my little bell notification and all that, so that they had struck it for hate speech. And so when that happened, after that happened, I made a community post or something that I was going to have to repost it somewhere else on, you know, another platform. And a couple of the folks who are viewers chimed in and said, oh man, I was like part of the way through watching that, you know, what happened? And I was explaining, I had to explain to them, oh, it got deleted. I can't believe you were even able to watch any of it because it wasn't finished uploading. But apparently as it's uploading, people can watch, which is quite surprising. All right, what do we got here? Gaius Marius said, I would rather have a live broadcast in which you can directly name the Jew and speak about undesirable niggers as openly than a show that's saved. Yes, me too. That's why, since we're allowed to, since I don't want to say allowed, since we're managing to get away with right now, saying whatever the hell we want in these private live streams, you know, I much prefer this format over building a video and then posting it and then just, you know, reacting with whoever comments about it, you know. This is much more interaction, millions of times more interaction, you know. Ro J said, when I was in Poland, there was some blacks, but very far and few between. They were like 1 for every 20 people. Wow, that's actually really bad. I thought Poland was like almost 0 nogs. They had 1 every 20 people. That's a horrible ratio for me. Yeah, I would want it to be 1 out of every 20,000 people I see. You know what I mean? Or 1 out of every 200. I would want to have to see 200,000 people before I see a non-white. That's how I would want it to be. You know what I mean? Because, especially a black. Because that's exactly how America was. You know, in the 80s, you as a white person your eyes would look at 200,000 white people before your eyes would ever look at a black one time. And then you'd look at a black one time. And it might be like 2 blacks. Yep. Guy and a girl together. Blacks. Yep. And then you wouldn't see another black for another 200,000 white people you saw in your life. You know what I mean? And so that's the kind of ratios I'm looking for. In fact, I'm looking for 0.0% of non-whites being in our country is my plan. And that's God's plan. That's God's instructions and command of us, and we're just not keeping that commandment right now. Fontavious said, "Niggers ain't shit." I agree. Vorpus 22 said, "Blacks want to claim curly hair." Yeah, yeah, and they also, in Revelation 1:14, where it describes that Christ is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, they take that verse and it says, okay, so this is what Revelation 1:14 says. It says his head, right? His head. That means his head, like his face, is white. That's the first 4 words. His head is white, right? That means Jesus Christ is white, right there. Boom. His head is white. His hair, but it says his head and hair. So I shouldn't have said the first 4 words because that would be incorrect. It says his head and hair are white like wool, right? So the blacks see that word wool. Anytime they see the word wool, they're like, woo! They think that means their pubic hair. And so, because again, this is like we were talking about earlier with the misnomer of using the word swarthy, right? Or just the not good application of that word. A better vocabulary word could have been used by our ancestors back then who wrote that sometimes. And sometimes it was actually Jews who were creating a whole story just so they could make up and use that word and use or make up a thing about some supposed swarthy Europeans that weren't even truly swarthy or weren't even it wasn't even a real scenario, Jays do that. Jays create entire fake stories just so they can impregnate one little lie into your mind. They will create an entire novel, a whole series of novels, just to get you to believe in such thing as a swarthy Europeans or whatever, right? So that years later, when they give the word swarthy to the non-whites, they go, oh, look, so they did build Britain. Swarthy Europeans, build Britain, So, don't like that word. And in the same context with that, wool, anytime blacks see the word wool or woolly, they think seeing the words white like wool somehow means woolly hair, right? So they're like, woo, Jesus is black. He got hair like wool. No, that's not what it says. It says his head and hair are white, like wool, not woolly, white, like wool. Wool is white, right? But here's what's crazy. If you look at wool, right? If you look at it up close, before it's been sheared off, it's actually yellow. It's a very bright blonde white. That's what it is. And that is what angel hair is. Remember when you used to hear angel fine blonde or angel fine white or angel fine bright? That's what that means. Super, super bright blonde hair is called angel, right? And that's because when people would see angels, their hair would be bright blonde, or it would be so illuminated that they just assumed the hair on the angel they were looking at was blonde because of the brightness of its appearance. And again, Christ is going to, and it says in Revelation, he's going to be destroying the wicked with the brightness. That's his whiteness, the whiteness of his coming. What that means is he's going to be destroying everyone with the brightness of his whiteness. His whiteness is going to be so bright. He's so white that it's going to kill everyone who is not a part of his harvest from the magnitude of his brightness, of his whiteness, okay, of the color of his whiteness. So, and this is the same thing as what people see with angels, right? And let me remind you just real quick. I don't want to say remind because some of you all have never heard me say this before, but I know that one or two of you probably have. There is no such thing as anyone on the face of the earth reporting, okay, you know that there are millions of people who declare that they were visited by an angel, right? And I was reminded of this because we were talking about the blonde hair thing and I mentioned angel hair. Well, there is no such thing. Out of the millions and millions and millions of people who have reported, and I'm talking about non-whites mostly too, because mostly non-whites are who claim that they've been visited by angels sometimes nowadays. And out of all the reports worldwide, by the millions everywhere, you'll never hear any of them say, I was visited by a Mexican angel. You'll never hear a Mexican say they were visited by an angel that looked like them. You'll never hear a Mexican say they were visited by a Mexican angel. You'll never hear Asians talking about how they were visited by an Asian angel. You'll never hear a black talking about how they were visited by a black angel. You know, Samuel L. Jackson came down with his wings on. No, there's no such thing as any of that. You know? Oh, that was the wrong voice. I meant what's his face? The one they always use as God in all the movies in the 80s and 90s. That talks like this, you know. Morgan Freeman. I don't know what his real name would have been in his African noises. Click, click. Blah, 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 blah. But the imaginary Jewish assigned made up white man named Morgan Freeman that they gave him. You know, they portray him as coming down in movies as an angel or being God and being president of our country in bad scenarios and all these things. But really no one on the face of the earth you've never heard of anyone. Remember, every time someone's visited by an angel, they can detail with specificity what they saw. They tell you, oh, it was a beautiful white angel. They always say it was a white angel every freaking time. There's never, ever an exception to that, ever. And if there's one, then there's one. And that's an anomaly. And that person's probably making that shit up. Or probably just ate some LSD or something and had a bad trip. But you'll never hear of anyone reporting on being visited by a non-white angel. Just doesn't exist. So, let me get on back in here. I'm trying to catch up, y'all. Apologize, I'm so far behind. But there's a lot of comments, and I want to address each one. You know, I want y'all to feel like I'm not skipping over your comments. Ro J said, in Slovakia, there's basically no wigs, but they have a gypsy issue. You're right, and gypsies are the Jews. See, gypsies are the broke Jews. Remember, just like how white people, we have our less motivated of our people, right? The ones that are perfectly fine just being fat and lazy and they don't care if people call them dumb. They don't care if people think they're ugly. They don't care. They have zero care about anything in the world except just whatever they want to be, whatever kind of sloth, weird thing they want to be. They're perfectly happy being that, and they don't give two craps what anyone else thinks, right? There's that kind. That would be our white version of our gypsies, like just the lowest of our people, right? But the gypsies, in fact, are the lowest of the Jays, right? You got your high dollar Jays, you got your Orthodox Jays who are high dollar, but live and give off this, like, walk around the town and give off this persona as though they're broke. They live in these supposed Jewish, quote, ghettos, which really are worth billions of dollars. And so, then you have the other kind of Jays who don't really participate in all the traditional Jewish anti-white, grift whitey out of billions of dollars, freaking let's try to get them all eliminated so we can start having our 2,800 slaves each for every Jew alive scenario like the Talmud promises us. No. Instead, some of theirs become failures even for Jews, right? And so those Jewish failures of the Jews, they go more into they just like to dupe one white person at a time out of money. Kind of like how you got your pickpocketer losers in Brazil or wherever that just every day they go out and just one victim at a time, they by themselves just pluck someone's wallet, someone's watch. Well, a gypsy is the same way. A gypsy is not trying to gang up with a bunch of Jays and then try to collectively get millions of dollars out of lots of white people. Instead, the gypsy Jew, what she does is she sets up the psychic house in your town. The little house in the middle of your town that says psychic and has a little crystal ball symbol in the window. And sometimes white women are cucked into doing that stuff. You know what I mean? But most of the time, you go to a psychic's most often going to be a Jew or just that's a gypsy. And some of them carry themselves better than what you would think of as a gypsy, but most of the time they're Jewesses. And so the gypsy thing is absolutely Jews also. Poles aren't too fond of groids. I hope not. They're Polish. Why the hell would they want niggers around? Roe J said, put them. I'm not meaning that. I'm not meaning that in like a smartass way or anything. I mean that's just common sense, yeah. Roe J said, put them in track running, tennis, or swimming. There's no nogs there. Well, track running, some more, but solo athletics. Yeah, the only problem is like they are taught to praise niggers in all the sports. So it would have to be something that niggers really don't have anything to do with. Like track and field, they're totally involved in that, right? So, and not only that, you go out, your girl's out on track and field, your daughter's out there trying to run, and they've got all the other cucked white girls who are cheerleaders and everything else who are also in track. They are all blaring the rap music and doing the booty dancing and twerking and learning how to dance like like female nogs to please their future black rapists. You know what I mean? So she's still going to be surrounded by that garbage, even in track. Swimming, yes, probably a better idea. And I'm sure there are others. I just can't, think of them right off the top of my head. Harl said, this guy is great. Haha. Well, hey, I appreciate you thinking so. God bless you, man. Vontavious said, watch videos of Orientals cursing out black sports ballers when they disembark from airplanes at their various airports. Fucking hilarious. I have not heard of those videos. I'll definitely check those out. That'd be great to watch. Roe J said, bull nose ring wearers are always witch feminists who read tarot cards and do other witchcraft practices. Yeah, some of the witches that we burned during the Salem witch trials were actually Jewish gypsies who had infiltrated our societies, and they were starting to convince our women that being feminists and being gypsies and, lesbian, because they were lonely and they don't mind licking it up with a chick or getting some white girl to lick on them. So they're like, they're trying to dupe our women into being lesbians with them and allowing them around our town. And next thing you know, they're doing, oh, why don't you come over for a palm reading? Why don't you come over and read some tea leaves for you? Tell you what your future is going to be like with your hubby, And just all those things were happening back then. So it wasn't just certain women had cats who ate the mice who got rid of the disease. Those cats would have had the disease and would have gave it to their owner by licking and petting and being around them every day. So that's not as good of an excuse as that there were, in fact, some witches in our freaking towns back then that needed to be done away with so that we were, our people weren't cucked back then. Now, what happened was the Jays saw that we were doing that, and then they used our Catholic Church over us to come in. It's not our Catholic Church, but white people thought the Catholic Church was their church back then. And the Jews were in control of it all the time since 40 AD. So anywhere along the way where the white people rise up, the Jews would use the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church used to be the battle axe for the Jays. Now the non-whites of the world are the battle axe of the Jays. But the original weapon of mass destruction that was used upon white people for the last 2,000 years was the Catholic Church. And so, as our men started noticing, hey, who is this Jew-ass gypsy bitch that's been talking to you every day? You've been acting like a kook ever since you've been hanging out with her. You come home, you got lipstick all over your face. What is going on? You're acting like a maniac. Then they would find out that this Jewess has been saying all this anti-Christian, anti-family, anti-their white people you live around here, anti-everything. And so they burn her in the stake. Well, when the Jews found out that we were burning Jew-ass little gypsies that they had sent off to our lands to subvert us, they said, oh, we're going to do it that way. Okay. So then they sent the Catholic Church minions in, the soldiers in for the Catholic Church, and started just declaring our white women as, yo, you're a witch too. That's a witch right there. And they started pointing at all the blonde women and declaring they're witches so they could burn all the blonde women to get even with us, burning all their gypsy women, And what are cucked people, have y'all ever seen that meme where you got the guy wearing the cop American flag shirt? It's not the real American flag on the shirt. It's got the cop American flag on it. And he's like watching Christ hung on the cross, and he's like, you should have obeyed the law, right? One of those stupid law cuck, or I'm a law-abiding citizen cucks. Well, same format here. you had the ones who were so cucked into obeying whatever the Catholic Church said, as though it really was the Church of God, of our people, and all this stuff, that, the soldiers from the Catholic Church could come along and be like, hey, they could just be dragging some blonde lady from what she was doing. She was in the middle of doing laundry for her family, and they just rode by, and they're like, hey, you, boom, blonde lady, hey, we just caught this bitch. She was a witch, she was doing ritual crap, and the girl could be sitting there screaming like, what are you talking about? This guy's a liar. I've never seen him before. I live here. All y'all know me. I was literally doing my laundry for my kids, and this assholes came up on their horses and grabbed me by the hair and drugged me over here, and they're accusing me of this crap. Well, some cuck from that, like that on that meme, watching Christ be killed, saying he should have obeyed the law. Well, that same cucks would be like, oh, really? She did what? Put her on the stake. And then they would burn our own white women just like they burned the gypsy chicks, because the Jayish Catholic Church soldiers came out and started using their own game against us. So, let's see. Harl said, last question. What do you think is going to happen to the white race in Europe and then the white race in America? I think Europeans will become more mixed with other Europeans. It's crazy what's happening. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we all already mixed up. There's a lot of thoroughbred white people still, of course, but a lot of Americans over here, we are, a lot of us are mixed from different tribes of our people. So, not as many thoroughbred whites over here as you might have over in Europe. Don't know where you are, but if you're in Europe, there'll probably be a lot more thoroughbred white people there than you'll ever find here in America. America is a real mixed bag of whiteys here, because we've already been over here away from all the thoroughbreds over there for so long. We've all been mixing among each other in America now for generations, 500 years, 400 years, we've been over here mixing it up. $400 Doc Holiday is here, everyone. Greetings to you, sir. Cheers back. I hope you hung in long enough for me to finally say hello to you, and I apologize for your wait if you've been waiting 2 hours for me to say hello. Camo said, I want a girl who is a noticer. Yeah, I used to have one. I hope to find one again. I look forward to it. Ro, Jay, and don't you ever give up either, man. You always be open for a nice, good white woman of ours. Plenty of our white women out there are lonely and desperate for a good white man, and they really don't want a nigger, and they really wouldn't settle for a nigger, and they really aren't attracted to niggers, and they really never have touched a nigger or any other non-white. And there are plenty of those women who still exist, and so can't tell you where they are. They're few and far between now, especially, but they do exist. They do exist. I promise to God they do. And so just keep your faith, and God's appointed time will come, and God's appointed time for you will come. Ro J said, it's like some ritual they do when they get the bullnose ring to be initiated into their witch covens. Yeah, I mean, we all know what the bullnose ring is for. It's to freaking lead them around, right? So that just means you're submitting and making yourself this doofus that can just be led around by someone else, by the nose, of all things. And it's funny because they're being led by the nose. Now think about it. Who is telling them everything they do? The nose, the noses, the little hats, right? So they're being led by the nose for real and figuratively. Excuse me. Got a burp here going on. Okay, I think I cleared it. Camo said, and knows how to use an oven. Well, yeah, I mean, it's especially nice if they know how to cook. Yeah, that's a huge plus. And, suppose you meet a lady and everything's great, but she just has never learned to be a good housekeeper, to be a cook, to be good with children. You may even find one who's not even been had enough time around children to be good with children yet. She may feel awkward at first. You might not know how to pick them up and hold them very, very comfortably or anything, and you can tell the difference between a woman who's been around kids her whole life and who hasn't. Women who haven't, they're very hands off. They just kind of keep their distance and just hello. And but a woman who's been with kids her whole life, taking care of kids her whole life, they'll grab that kid, whoop, bang, it's on the hip, one hand, they're walking around, they got something else going on in their other hand. Total pro style, you know what I mean? So, but what I mean is, if you find yourself a woman and she has not been taught the woman things that she was supposed to be taught by her mother, and her, she just never learned those things, try your best not to hold that against her, and instead teach her. And don't teach her as though you know and you're the teacher and she doesn't know and needs to be taught and she's the student. Y'all are equal partnership. She's your woman. And so even if you know how to cook, just don't let her know that. Just be like, once you figure out the situation, y'all, take her out to eat however many times till you really feel like a good sense of gotten to know her, and you know her family now and all these things, a lot of her history. It's all like provable to you and all these things. Once you're totally set and comfortable and you definitely want to stick with her, let her know that, hey, why don't we start cooking? I would love for us to learn how to just be good cooks. I've always wanted to be a good cook. And you say you don't know how to cook, don't like to cook. Let's learn together. And then you teach her how to cook by learning how to cook with her, right? That way you're not making her feel like you've got to teach her there. She doesn't have to feel like, oh, I'm this dumb woman and my man's having to teach me how to learn women things and all this stuff. No, you don't want her to feel like that. This is your woman. This is someone that you want to never give. You want to never give her bad feelings or sensations. You know what I mean? You love this one. You're supposed to spend all your time trying to make her feel happy and good about herself. So you don't want to put her in a situation like that. Instead, just introduce it to her as you and her both learning how to cook together. You want to learn, and why not she learn with you? That way, if you got to work late one night, she could do the cooking. And then one night when she's at work late, and if I don't even want my woman to work, of course, obviously, but let's say she already has a career before you met her, she don't want to give it up, she makes good money, why not? Let her stay there. And if that's what pleases her to do it and all that, fine. But if that, you can introduce it those ways, right? Now let's say she does want to be a stay-at-home woman, whatever. Well, you're not going to be able to jump right into that right away anyway, because you just met the lady however many dates back, and yeah, you know all about her now, but you really want to just instantly make her housewife only when she's already been established for 15 years as an adult in the adult world, working, whatever. I think it's better to just let her be how she already is, right? If she's already established in her career. I mean, if she's working at freaking Family Dollar, then fine, who cares? She's only making $180 a week or less or something. Yeah, go ahead and let her quit her dang job. I mean, what, you can't make $200 more a week to supplant that? Of course you can. So, sorry I'm taking so long to get on down the list here, y'all. I'm just trying to address things here as I go. Vorpus22 said STDs and showed the nogs. Yep, that's exactly what's up. Patrick Fitzgerald said, I don't think Europeans should all mix together because we'll lose our ethnic identities. I'm not going to disagree with that whatsoever. The thing is, bro, is as long as all our white people stay among our white people, we are permitted by God to freely mix among each other. And we do not, and this is the reason why. If God felt that the Irish would vanish from being race mixed with any other whites and all other whites, that they would be like diminished away. Remember, Irish you're a tribe of the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, so if that tribe mixes with another tribe, they're not going to vanish. What's going to happen is all of our white people traits exist in all of our white people. Okay, there are blonde Celts, there are blonde Germans, there are blonde English, there are blonde Frenchmen, right? There are blonde Italians. There are blonde Syrians. And the same goes for brunettes. There are brunettes of all of those. There are black-haired white people of all of those. There are even redheads. Yes, there are even redheads. And with freckles, complete with freckles, and pasty white skin that barely tans and everything. In all, ALL, of those other tribes of our people. So, it makes no difference who you mate with in the whitey world, bro. You can mate with anyone you want. You mate with a German, an American white person. You can mate with anybody you want because your Irish traits will never die from it. You are one of the 12 tribes. All the 12 tribes are allowed to intermingle and they never lose each other's traits. Okay? So your Irish traits from your tribe of Israel will continue on and carry on perpetually, all the way for the last 216 years of this 6,000 year trial till it's over. And so there's no worry or concern whatsoever for you mating with any white woman you want, bro, in the whole world. You will not lose any identity, ethnic traits whatsoever. In your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Will never happen. Roe, J97, said, Harl, God is going to save the day. Heaven, the new earth, and kingdom will be a white haven. That is exactly correct. God is going to fix the situation. His Messiah will come back and reign over the white European heaven. That is exactly what it says in the Bible. And so that is exactly what our hope, that is the great hope. That is what we are waiting for. We are waiting this, we have 216 years left, and then this 6,000 year trial is finally over. And be very thankful that you were blessed. And matter of fact, add it to your list of gratitudes that you give God on Sabbath when you do your Sabbath prayers. Give this itemized thing as one of your things when you itemize all the different things. Say, thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing me to be a part of your covenant people. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for revealing the truth to me so that I am not lost. Right? That means thank you, Holy Father, for uncucking me. Right? Tell him thank you for that. Separate. Tell him thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for, and go through the list. Say one for your health. Say one for your limbs and senses, all being intact and functioning correctly. Say one for your home. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing my home. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing my income. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing my family members. But of course, you would say that one first. You would say children. First, you always say parents. So when you start itemizing the people in your life, you start with your parents. Why? Because that's the honoring our parents. That is one of the commandments of our 10 commandments. So you honor your parents first. You thank God for blessing your parents, right? Then you thank Yahweh, Holy Father, thank you for blessing my children, if you have children. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing my family members. That entails all your elders of the past, all your cousins who might still be living. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing me to have all of my senses and limbs intact and functioning correctly. That's one of them I do. But one of them you should definitely always itemize, which I do skip this one sometimes, but when I remember, I do add it, is thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing me to live in the time frame of the 6,000 year trial that you decided to place me in. Because you could have been placed anywhere in the past before air conditioning and electricity and slavery of white people had ended. You could have been born a slave, a white slave in an Arab world. You know what I mean? 600 years ago. Aren't you glad and grateful to God that you weren't? And that instead you live in this time we have right now with cell phones and computers and automobiles. You don't got to walk nowhere. You get in a car and drive 100 miles an hour if you want. Get in a jet and fly all the way across the world in a few hours. Things that were utterly impossible just 50 to 100 years ago. You just happen to live in this perfect last little slice of the 6,000 year trial. Basically the peak of it that ever will be. You know what I mean? This is the only little good peak it ever has. All of the last 5,000 of the 5,784 years that we have been in this trial so far, 5,684 of those years were freaking horrible. And so there was practically no time in the past where our people weren't suffering endlessly under huge amounts, other than like in short spells of a few years here and maybe 50 years there before we'd have crazy problems again to deal with. All the while, they had no AC, no cell phone, no automobiles, no jets, no ice cream, no ice, no hot water immediately just by turning a faucet. All these things. They needed water. They got to walk a mile to the closest water hole, And instead, you live in this glorious time frame where you can just touch a button and have anything you want. Water, food, a friend to talk to, anything. You know what I mean? You live in a glorious time. So always add that as one of your things that you give gratefulness to God about. If you don't mind, that's just a suggestion. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just suggesting, you know? Ro J said, no, I already said that one. My bad. Yumjoy said, that's what a lot of Calorgies say. You want to separate whites. yeah, we don't have to ever worry about that. There's no separation among whites. You can sleep with any white you want, and your Irish traits will carry on. And even if they don't come out in your first child, they'll come out in the second and third child. If they don't come out in all your children, they'll come out in your children's children. Your grandchildren will look like you. Let's say your kid, and you'll say you have a son and 2 daughters, and none of the 3 of them look like you, right? They all look like mama. Well, guess what? As soon as they get to a certain age and you start wanting grandbabies from them, they go out and hook up with the proper white man, and they make babies. Well, guess what? One of them babies ain't going to come out looking like that daughter of yours, hubby. It's going to come out looking like you. And then you're going to be sitting there glee. You're going to be just basking in glee while you got this grandkid that looks just like you, a little miniature version of you. You know what I mean? So your traits will never die through mixing with other white people. It's just a matter of when it pops back up. That's all. Ro J said, be positive, optimistic, build yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Looks max. Exactly. Do looks maxing. Forget about the henchman maxing and whatever maxing they're always talking about. Worry about looks maxing. You want to look good every day when you go out. Don't carry yourself frumpy, all right? If you just wear a bunch of t-shirts with cartoon babble on them and stuff, throw all that garbage away and buy yourself some grown man clothes. You have no excuse because you can buy a whole pack of black or white or whatever color you like to wear t-shirts for like $12 or $15. You can get like 6 at a time. That's a whole week's shirts right there and just $16, right? So you can get pants cheap now. You get jeans cheap now. All those things. Even while we're under Biden prices, there are places to source. There are still companies coming out with inexpensive clothing that looks nice. You have no excuse to ever step outside all stubble-faced and looking like shit. Okay, we're white people. When you are a single man, that's definitely when you need your best foot forward when you're a single man, because now you're on your own until you find a woman. So what? You're gonna just walk around frumpy every day, looking like shit every day, and expect some woman someday to bump across you one day and be like, "Oh wow, look at this guy with his Ren and Stimpy t-shirt on and his jogging pants shorts. Wow, he's hot." You're never gonna get a woman looking like that. So always look sharp. You go out every day looking sharp. You don't gotta have a 3-piece suit on, but you do like our ancestors did, who built the skyscrapers we enjoy, and who built the bridges we use to go across the water, and who created all the magnificent shit that we enjoy now that all the Tartar cucks think was all mud flood and we found it afterward. Instead, enjoy what our people have made or dress like the people who made what we enjoy today. Our ancestors dressed nice, and you know, they did so because that was their way of expressing their classiness, okay? When it was an all-white society, we all wanted to be classy all the time because classiness was the bar, right? And when non-whites are introduced into your country, the classiness bar is brought down, right? So that is why that's why flying is like the Greyhound bus now. It's not because flights have become cheaper. Blacks have more money than you now. Okay? Blacks have more money than you do now. Every black. I'm talking about the most ghetto, loser, shitholer, bald-headed, fuckbag, loser, EBT parasite that lives in America has more money than you have now. I hope you realize that. So it has nothing to do with price. It's just the fact that when you allow third worlders into a situation, whether it's airplanes or whether it's your country, that is now the third world. So now flying is like the Greyhound bus. You know, but back in the day before niggers could afford the Greyhound bus was nice too. So it's just about their existence. It's about their presence at all. It doesn't matter how much money you give them, they're still here. You know, they'll still rape your woman. They'll still attack your little kid. And it don't matter if they're millionaires. It don't matter if you give them $5 million. They'll stab you in the neck 5 seconds after you give it to them and rape your woman. And then go, what a freaking dumbass sucker. You saw that dumbass white dude? Gave me $5 million. I killed him and then took his money and freaking banged his old lady and killed her too. Dumbass cracker. They'll never think of you as nice or virtuous. They just think of you as a sucker. You know what I mean? If you were to do shit like that. So I'm not saying any of you would. What I mean is I'm giving it all as examples. You know what I'm saying? About how the cuckery some white guys exude toward them 24/7 does no good. So yes, what Roger said here, y'all, definitely take this to heart. All you single men and all you single ladies. Don't y'all go outside without looking like $1 million too. All right. Now, if you got to do like go wash your car at the car wash, fine, whatever. But, when you go out, you carry yourself, you buy classy, tasty clothes. They can be attractive. I don't want you to look unattractive. I want y'all to look attractive. I want you to look sexually attractive to our men, but the right men of ours, by dressing modest. All right. My dream girl that I only met a couple years ago. The day I met her, the instant I looked at her, God told me that that's her, right? He said that to me. That's one of the few times God's ever spoken to me ever. And he electrocuted me when I looked at her. I didn't even get a chance to look at her. I just instantly, when my eyes hit her, for the first moment, my brain never even got even half of a second to process whether she was pretty or whether I thought she was pretty or not or anything. Before I could even actually really look at her, the instant my eyes looked at her, God electrocuted me and I almost hit the floor. Like I literally almost just collapsed to the floor and just was out, like fainted. And he said, that's her, really loud in my ears. Like I heard it super loud, like someone screamed it in both my ears with a deep voice. And then I was like, what? I even said the word what because I couldn't believe it. And then I was standing back up because I had almost fallen completely to the floor from being electrocuted. And I looked up at her again because that's what I was trying to do was look at her. I actually, the first time I looked at her, I just was glancing across, I was scanning across my area. And then the second time it happened, because I was trying to recover from getting zapped by him. And I said, what? As I was trying to get back up. And he did it again. He electrocuted me again and said, that's her. And he said it loud again in my ears. And it was when I was looking at that same person. And so now I know, and to include that, so I don't want to go off into a whole thing about that, but I had asked God a week before that if he wouldn't mind, if it would please him to do so, that it sure would be nice if I could see who my woman in the future would be, or at least what she looks like, even if it's not really the woman, but if there could be a doppelganger that looks like her, that I could at least see what she looks like. I just think that would be neat. So at least I would know like what my permanent woman is really going to look like, in eternity. And then a week later is when he responded when I met her, which is just uncanny because that's the same way that it happened with my last ex. When I was with my last lady I was with for a good 8 years or a little more. When I was single before I met her, I told God that I was lonely. I said, Lord, I've been, I've dated among these really pretty ladies that you've blessed me to be around at work. And the problem is because of the nature of it, they're all just not compatible with me. They're beautiful, but they're not compatible. And I didn't mean compatible racially wise. They were all white girls, but I meant mentally. And they're all leftist douchebags. And so I said, Lord, I'm lonely, and if that's my burden, so be it. If that's your will, but if it would please you to it would be nice if I could at least just have a like-minded, like a based lady to spend my time with. And 1 week later, he introduced me to her, and so I was with her 8.5 years. Fast forward to a couple of years ago when I
mentioned to the Lord that if it would please him, it sure would be nice if he would at least show me what my woman in eternity that I will have in eternity in the new earth looks like. And exactly 1 week later. But each time it was 7 days, which is what's cool because God's number is seven. And the seventh day is the thing that's causing us to be destroyed by God, be cursed by our God right now because we're ignoring his seventh day. So it's just so uncanny that it had to be 7 days each time. And so, yeah, I have got to see what my future woman will look like, but don't know if it'll actually be that one. He said that's her, though. So I'm assuming it's really that exact one that I met. And I got to meet her and everything. I got to work with her for about a week. And because of the nature of the business, I wasn't allowed to pursue her and ask for her number or anything at that time. If I ever run across her again, I would be allowed to. I'd be able to. But that particular time and that particular situation would have got me. It would have messed up my occupation, and I would have gotten some crap. So I could not try to meet her back, or I couldn't try to advance on her then. But I definitely will in the future if I ever see her again, because now I'm so far established with what I'm doing now and who I'm doing it with now that I wouldn't have to care. I wouldn't be under threat of losing my gig or anything. Yumjoy said, let's see. Patrick Fitzgerald, be like, I'm 97 to 100% white, I promise. Camo said, I think he likes you, bro. Talking to Patrick Fitzgerald. And then Patrick just back and forth, or asked something about Circassians, whether they're white or not, whether Yumjoy thinks they are. Vlad, the kebabber, said, yes, Survive the Jive says Ashkenazis are Semitic. Yeah, exactly. See, it's that kind of stupid pagan cuckery shit where they still think, that, and they'll be like, Jesus is Jew, and, oh, the Bible is Jewish. It's a book to, it's, the Jews wrote the Bible, which, of course, they didn't have anything to do with writing the Bible. And but they'll say, oh, the Jews, they used the Bible and Christianity and religion, that then they turn into atheists. They just start saying religion, but they always mean Christianity. But they'll be like, oh, yeah, they use Jesus. They use that book to control everyone. Oh, yeah, as if paganism didn't control people. Let's look at what the rules of paganism were. If you did this or that, you had to stab yourself and die. If you did this or that, you got burned in a bronze bull. If you did this or that, you got burned in a Burning Man effigy. I mean, bro, there's a lot of things in pagan world you can get killed for lickety split. I actually much prefer our Israelite rules. But yeah, you hear those pet cucks say all that crap all the time. Jesus was a Jew. The Bible's just a Jewish book to control you. Da-da-da. It's so frustrating to deal with those fools. But we have to. Those are the ones that Christ sent his disciples to uncuck, So we are the disciples now, so we have to uncuck them as well. And I haven't started on Survive the Jive yet. Haven't started working with him. I don't know if any of y'all have been working with him in the comments trying to uncuck him, but I haven't started. I've been everywhere else on YouTube except for his channel or his videos. Ro J said, is Yumjoy an agent of deception, a black Hebrew Israelite, perhaps? I don't think Yumjoy is. I don't think so. Patrick Fitzgerald said to Camo, I think he's gay. Oh, Camo, he just laughed back. No big deal. Let's see. Ro J said, lol, no, Ashkenazis are Turkic, Khazarian. They aren't our people. Yes, Ashkenazis are not our people. Ashkenazi is one of the two. Esau went and mated with two Canaanite wives, right? So he produced two lines of mongrels, both being the Jays, one being the Sephardic, the other being the Ashkenazi. Camo said, oh no, let's move on because they were chatting. Squatch chimed back in and he said, I saw some posts online that said stuff like, quote, I support Palestine, but I get my hormones from Israel, end quote. They were pretty funny. Well, I don't doubt that because to see the left, those trolls of our society who the Jays have taught and encouraged and told to go out and be the trolls of our society, they get their hormone. Look, you notice they say they know who they're getting their body altering hormones from, the dang jays. And by the way, for anyone who is not sure about where, apologize, y'all are having to listen to my old school ice maker that I'm doing here. I'm the ice maker, just so you're aware. But bam, there we go. What were we talking about here? Oh, the hormones thing. Yeah. So notice that those lefties that are saying that little funny thing like that, well, that means they're proving that they know dang good and well who is up to turning them into dredges of society, right? So the other thing I wanted to mention is that not only do they know that the Jays are who provide that or whatever, if you ever wondered where it all came from, you can type on Google right now. If you're on an actual computer and you want to get on another tab and hop on Google, you can type 8 genders in the Talmud. The 8 genders in the Talmud. And then, boom, it will bring up myjewishlearning.com, the 8 genders in the Talmud. And that's where multigenderism come from, the Talmud. Let's see. Boom. Vlad, the kebabber, said, depends what Ashkenazis you're testing, I suppose. But a ton of them, I wouldn't doubt if they share 90% or more of our DNA, but inbreeding has taken a toll on them. No, they definitely don't share anywhere near, they don't share anything with us because, again, Esau and well, let me not say they don't share anything with us. Of course, they're going to share some DNA because, after all, they were never pure blood, but their ancient grandfather Esau was a pure white-blooded whitey, right? So yes, they will probably have. I would say maybe they would have 5 or 10% of our DNA characteristics, but definitely not 90. Probably the total opposite of the spectrum there, like 10%. Because again, their very first existence ever, right out of the gate, they were mongrels. That's it. From the very first Jew, mongrel. That's it. It's not like they got worse and worse and worse over time, mixing around with these and that's. No, they stayed only among their own this whole time. That's why they still look like they do today. If they had mated with blacks along the way, they'd look black now. Okay? If they made it along the way with Asians or Mexicans or dots or feathers or any of them, they'd look like them now. They wouldn't look like the Jays that they look like. And so they stayed among their own, mating with their own kind, screwing their own kids and the whole thing all the time to keep their own, and plus it keeps their own money within themselves, right? So Jays are these, and they're always calling white people inbreds and all that. Well, they are the most inbred people of anyone, is the Jews, because they refuse to breed outside of the Jews. And the only way they breed outside of the Jews is if they mate with a white person. They will never, all this rumors you hear about blacks, about Jays mixing with blacks and all that is horse shit. Anybody that tells you that stuff doesn't know what they're talking about. Jews will never mate with someone darker than Jews. Never. Because, and if a Jew, well, I don't want to say never. There are dumbass Jews that like defect on their Jews and go get with a darkie just for the hell of it. Anyway, like Sarah Silverman or somebody. But they're just dumbass lost causes because Jews consider them, Whereas a proper Jew will never, and if they're a family-oriented Jew who wants to receive their family's inheritance and all those things in the future, they must be with a Jew or a white only. And that way, the grandchildren and the grandchildren after that, and the grandchildren, all the children after, and they're on perpetually, can still imposter as white people. You have to understand, if they look like blacks, or they look like Indians, or they look like feathers, or look like dots or feathers or whatever, they cannot convince white people that they are white people. Okay? That they also are white people. If they show up looking like an Indian telling us, oh, we're hey, fellow white person, like they like to act all around us, we'd be like, what do you mean, fellow white person? You're dark, you're Indian butt? You ain't no freaking white dude. What are you talking about? So they only mate with their own or with a whitey. That's it. And that's what protects them from becoming darker as a race, where they cannot imposter as us. Their whole existence depends on being able to imposter as white people. Marcavius Vontavious said, check out Brother Nathaniel's interview on Alex Jones. He actually got to overtalk Alex. Oh, wow. Impressive. That's a hard feat to accomplish, actually. Yumjoy said, Ro, yes, I'm obviously a nigger. You must be new to these spaces. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, whether there's one person in the chat that's a nog that's like playing along as he's a white person, I wouldn't care. As long as they don't say anything anti-white, I could care less if 2 or 3 people are in the chat that are actually nogs, As long as nobody says anti-white stuff, I don't mind. They can sit and listen in and chime in all they want. Marcavius Vontavious said, apparently there's infighting between various Jewish factions right now. Well, they would love for us to believe that, but no, there's no, that's one thing I should have done a video about years ago, actually, because that has been perpetually believed even by some of our based folks, and you being based is a good example, and was thinking along those lines. But no, any division among Jews is just theatrical. The Talmud has one goal, one directive. All Jews worldwide work in lockstep for that goal, which is world domination, Jewish power, after eliminating enough white people, so that each and every Jew alive from then on will have 2,800 slaves for each and every Jew alive. Non-Jew slaves, meaning non-white slaves. And that is their worldwide collective goal. There isn't one faction of them trying to overtake the other faction so that faction is the one that gets to rule everything and have all the slaves, and the other faction just has to get told what to do by this faction when they take power. No, it's all one Jewish cabal. There's no, the Ashkenazis aren't against the Sephardics. The unorthodox aren't against the Orthodox. There is no such thing as a Jew who genuinely doesn't want the Jews to have that place, that have domination over Palestine. There is all these Jews that go out in the streets, even in Israel, where Jews stand out in the streets with signs. They're not even in a white country. They're in their quote own country, right? Quote their country. They're over there in that country even, holding up signs, walking around, free Palestine, you guys stop bombing them and all this crap. It's all just controlled opposition. That's all it is. So they all work together as one worldwide lockstep group of walnut sauce lovers. Harl said, looks maxing has always existed through millennium. That's exactly right. I mean, literally, and in fact, looks maxing was bigger of a deal the further back you go, because we didn't have fancy devices for people to make themselves popular through. Nowadays you could be fat, you could be ugly, but let's say you got money because your parents are rich, right? And you go out and buy yourself a Lamborghini. Well, you don't think a fat, unattractive 16-year-old at high school driving a brand new Huracan ain't going to get a girl to ride home with him, right? Meanwhile, he could wear frumpy-ass clothes. He could have shitty hair, just never kept right, never cut, he always looks like crap. He could be fugly. But he's got a Huracan he's 16 years old with a Huracan. You don't think a girl's going to want to ride home with him? You don't think he's going to end up with a smoking hot chick getting ride home with him after school? I promise you it ends up happening that way. So, but going back in time when there is no Huracan or there is no whatever to impress that isn't a part of your own body, you had to looks max your own self, and that was all you could do. You couldn't decorate your horse and look like a piece of shit and a woman fall in love with you because you made your horse look nice, or you decorated it all up with fancy linens. No. You had to be the looks that they attracted. And that's exactly the same as today. A woman is looking for a man. She's not looking for a man's car, though she can be duped into hanging out with you and you can end up sleeping with her because of a car. They're looking for a man. And the car and the house and all those cool things that they want from a man come from the man himself. But they're looking for a man. You know what I mean? So be that man available. That's all. And be looks maxing. You know what I mean? Like every day, just like you said, take Harl's advice, y'all. Every day before I leave the house. Like, just like I used to teach my kids back in the day. I used to say teeth party, and they hated hearing that, but they knew that meant. And I did it that way so that all of us would brush our teeth together. Even I already had my teeth brushed. I had already been up for hours before them. But once they get up, first thing I would do, teeth party, y'all. And I'd walk around the house yelling teeth party till they all gathered with me, and we would all stand in the big bathroom together. I had a big bathroom back in the day. I had a 5-bedroom house. And so it had this one big bathroom that had a nice, wide, long counter with 2 different sinks far apart, and one huge, long, wide mirror. We could all pile in there together and watch. Everybody's watching themselves, brushing their teeth. And we all did it together every day. And if I had to leave before they would be up, I would get them up and make them come do the teeth party with me so that then I could leave. And so in the same respect, and my other rule of that, which I didn't get to yet, was I always taught them, you never, ever leave your house. You never step foot out of your house until your teeth are brushed, right? Now, of course, I advanced that into more understandings later on, like caring for their hair and all those other things. But in the beginning, when they were younger, the first thing you had to understand is teeth every day. Boom, boom, boom. Even when you're a little kid, you got to have the teeth done every day, So they learned from very little kids to never step out the door of the house without their teeth brushed. And so in the same respect, you never want to leave the house looking like a frumpy pile of shit. You want to do yourself. You got to go to the store. You got to go to Food for Less, get yourself some dinner, or, whatever. You're out of milk, whatever. You got to go to the pet, or say you're out of pet food. You got to go, to the pet store. Well, you need to look nice, okay? No, you don't need to put on the suit jacket. You don't need to wear a tux. You don't need to do all the dapper stuff, but you need to look nice. You need to be like, okay, when you look at yourself in the mirror, you be like, okay, is this what attracts a woman? And if you're all unkept, then the answer is no. And then you need to start modifying, grooming, change your clothes, get rid of those clothes. If you got shirts that look stupid, get rid of them. Throw them in the garbage. Don't try to give them to someone else. Throw them in the garbage. Anywhere you try to figure out how to give it somewhere is just a waste of your time. Throw it in the garbage. Buy yourself some standard, regular colors, all right? White or black, neutral colors that go with anything else you might end up buying. And, sometimes some white people don't look very good in white, all right? Maybe your teeth look too yellow when you wear white shirts. Then buy black, okay? And wear black shirts. And wearing black shirts, you'll look more pasty white, but maybe it won't show the difference of your teeth as much, right? Because you won't have this blinging white t-shirt on right underneath them to kill it or something, whatever, Just little things, whatever you have to do. I'm not accusing you of having yellow teeth. I was trying to just come up with some example that I'm trying to think of any example that I could give for the difference of why you would wear white versus black. Some ladies' hair they might not like how they look with the color green on, right? They might put on a green blouse and it just doesn't seem to go with their hair right or something. I'm sure that's not even a thing, but I'm just trying to make up shit here. Don't wear green. If you don't think that you look good in a certain color, don't wear it. But just don't dress frumpy. Don't wear fugly clothes. Don't go out in t-shirts with stupid cartoon garbage on them. You don't need a Dilbert comic on your t-shirt. You don't need some YouTuber t-shirt. Wear plain shirts. You don't need to have the biker rally bike fest, October 2019. Well, I guess there wouldn't have been one then, but whatever, 2005. You don't need shirts with shit wrote on them, all right? You need to be you know what makes a person stand out now? A pure-skinned white person that has no tattoos, no earrings, because you're a man, so why would you have them? Proper dressed clothes. And like I never finished with my dream girl, or my perhaps love, or what I guess is going to be my woman for all of eternity once the appointed time comes. When I met her, she was dressed completely covered. She was dressed like she was going to go to church on a Wednesday night with her husband. That's how she was dressed. And she looked more attractive than any female I've ever seen in my entire life. You know what I mean? And I've seen many females like dressed all manner of ways, showing every different part of the body. And none of that. Matter of fact, my mind forgot about all of it. I forgot about every one of those my eyes ever saw the moment I ever looked at this lady. And she was dressed in jeans, and they weren't glued. They didn't look like they were spray painted on, but they fit her perfectly, and she had on heels, but they were 3-inch heels, like that's it. And her jeans went all the way down to her heels, and her high heels, I mean, and her blouse, it did come down to a V, but it did not go way down where you could see cleavage. It stopped like how a V-neck on a guy's shirt, kind of about that far down thing. But it was a pretty lady blouse, very feminine blouse. She was just dressed like a proper Christian lady. And it turns out she is a Christian lady. So, hallelujah. I won't have to deal with that part either. I won't have to uncuck her into Christianity. So that'll be great. And I just could not pursue her that week. But sometime in the appointed future, God only knows when. Apparently that will be my woman. So I'm not in a hurry. I'm not worried about it. I'm calm as a cucumber, relaxed, knowing that the Lord is who told me this. And the Lord is the only one who could have been who told me that and who did that to me, like shocked me both times he said that to me. So it definitely was God, and it definitely is going to be her, because, I mean, it's what God said. So I'm not worried about when. I don't care if it's if I have to. I don't want to say I don't care. Of course, I'd love to have her in this mortal time too. But if it is that I'm not to have her in this mortal life, so be it. If I have to wait until heaven, that's fine. I will. I won't have a choice anyway, but I will accept it in my own mind and my own soul, and ride this wave without her until it's time. So let me finish Harl's statement again. Looks maxing has always existed through millennium. Our ancestors built everything you know and enjoy, dressed nicely, working out, taking care of one's appearance. Looks maxers are just envious incels who pretend to be white nationalists. They just hate white women. Yeah, I don't know. I thought you were giving advice to be looks maxing. Instead, you're talking bad as though looks maxing is bad. No, looks maxing is absolutely required and necessary right now. If you're a single guy, you absolutely should be looks maxing all the time. And by looks maxing, I don't mean, like I said, it doesn't mean you put on a tuxedo to go get gas. And if all you're doing is go to the gas station, get gas, and come right back home, and then go to bed so you have gas in the morning, you don't have to fuel up in the morning when it's rush hour, fine. Throw a t-shirt on, go down there and get your gas. But if you're going to be out all day, if you're going to work, stuff like that, you should be dressed appropriately for work. I mean, if you're going, depending on your job, of course you dress appropriately for work, uniform or whatever it's supposed to be. But when you get home from work and you're going to go out somewhere, the grocery store, you need to go to freaking wherever and shop. Or you want to go eat out. You don't feel like cooking. You're a single person. You want to go eat out. Whatever it is you're going to do it dressed nicely. Do it dressed, like you're not just some Greyhound bus third worlder, It's what separates us from the shitholers, is how we keep ourselves up and looking better than how they do. Fontavious said, Swarthy always reminds me of old school pirates. Arr! Yeah, that's a great example, actually. That would be, like permanently stained because they're so dirty, that's more like what swarthy more looks like, Like you see coal miners coming out of the coal mine, they're looking swarthy at the moment, right? Yumjoy said, missing all of the clues makes sense now. Okay, they're talking about what's called. Harl said, incels are the antithesis of white well-being looks maxers. Are misogynistic incels who can't talk to women who pretend their appreciation beauty, or they appreciate beauty, but they're just self-projecting why women hate them. Yeah, I think you're just looking too much into that, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding what you're saying there. I mean, it seems like 1 minute it seems like you're talking that looks maxing's bad, but then when I read it again here, it definitely looks like you're meaning that looks maxers are just a type of incel. But no, that's definitely not the case. Incels could care less what they look like. In fact, they would probably keep themselves uglified or not care if they look. They wouldn't even care about looking good because after all, they want to avoid women. Why would they want to look good and attract one? You know. So looks maxing's more the opposite, you know. And then now the looks maxing example you're giving about trying to look so good that they think they're better than women or whatever. I'm not quite getting it, but whatever you're laying out there, that would be the faggots. That's how the faggots do. Faggots looks max, but they do it to try to look better than women or as good as women look. Right, to men. That's why they looks max. We're not trying to looks max to be attractive to men like the faggots do. So we're not doing it for any incel reason. You would only be looks maxing to attract women. That's literally what looks maxing would be. The whole purpose of it would be for. Patrick Fitzgerald said Walt Whitman was called swarthy, yet he was quite pale. Right, that's what I mean. That's why I hate that word. I mean, I get that everyone uses it because they read it in 3 or 4 different people in the past writings, but I just hate the freaking word. It's just going to confuse our future people that when they get introduced to the truth and they start trying to learn and get into truthing and they're baby truthers still, so they don't know all the things yet, and they're going to come across this whole swarthy Europeans thing, and it's going to screw a whole bunch of them up and take them a whole 2 more years to fully uncuck themselves just because of the damn stupid ass word swarthy that everybody I wish would come up with a better word for it. Harl said, well, love our civilization. I hate multiculturalism and modern degenerate society. Okay, I know he's talking about the time when I said pray, itemize your thanks in prayer, about the time frame you live in. Okay. That's a good point you're making there, is that that the multiculturalism and all those things. But for those of us, I guess I should say more in Generation X, really it was where it would apply, because the door closed right behind our butts when we became adults. But Generation X remembers real America and real Europe, all the white countries. We remember what they really were. We know that they were 92% white. America was 92% white in 1990 still. Right? 1990, y'all. 92% white. So again, like I had mentioned all the way back in the beginning of the stream, you would literally look at 200,000 white people before your eyes would ever look at a black in the 80s. And then after you saw that one black one time, you wouldn't see another black till you had seen 200,000 other white people. Blacks ain't make up like 7% of the population back then. And so to address that all the way, though, is, yeah, the multiculturalism thing might suck or whatever, but at the same time, you could have died much younger. Like, your trial in life would have been only 30 years, perhaps, if you had been born in some other time frame. It would have only been 5 years or 20 years, perhaps, if you'd been born in slavery back when we were slaves for, under the Arabs or under whoever had conquered us at the time. So, you definitely have a much better chance of having a good, nice, long stretch of a mortal life to have enough time to spend giving God thanks. You know what I mean? Before your trial is up. I remember a lot of people don't think about what is the trial. Well, the trial is, how often do you give God thanks in this mortal life? When you get to heaven, God's going to have a checklist. Him and the 24 elders are who are going to judge you. People think that God is who judges you only, but no. Our Bible is clear in Revelation that we have 24 elders. That's 12 men of our tribes of Israel and their woman each. So we're going to have 12 couples, man and woman, the 24 elders. That's a man and woman that represents each of our, tribes of Israel. And those 24 elders are going to judge each one of you, myself included. And God will be the final judge. So they will judge us as the jury, okay? And then they will tell our God their findings, okay? And then God will render judgment. And Christ will be there as our attorney if he brought us and we are saved. And so that's why we will be, the saved will have Christ next to them, representing them. And therefore, as the judgments come down, Christ will be there to absorb that and say, hey, Father, this is another one that I am passing my grace on to. And it's going to go through a list, one person after another. Father, this is another one I'm passing my grace on to. All the ones he has harvested. And so, to please our God, what do you think God put you on this earth to do? Do you think he put you on this earth to satisfy your own ambitions and goals? Or do you think he put you on this earth to give him gratitude and honor him and acknowledge him and pay attention to him as though he exists? I suggest the latter. And not only that, but so my point of saying that stuff earlier about the elders and everything is when you get to heaven, knowing this fact that the most important thing to God is that you spent your mortal trial giving him gratefulness for blessing you to live and to have all this time to prove to him that you're worthy to be with him forever because you care about him and because you're grateful for all he's done for you, like creating you and like providing you all the things he's provided you and like the wonderful time frame he has put you in where you have all these luxuries and comforts. And I promise you, comforts are a huge deal. If you had them all taken away from you tomorrow, you'd suddenly realize how big of a deal this time frame you live in is. All our ancestors before us, for the 5,600 years before we got here, all lived and died their whole lives, never knowing what air conditioning was. They never have ice cream. They wouldn't have a way to have a cold drink on a scalding hot day in the summer. They were about to die of thirst. Most of them just did. They just fall over and die. And that was the end of their life. That was it. Got too thirsty, got too hot, boom, dead. You are beyond all those sufferings. Okay? They're not just comforts. They're removals of suffering that you would have dealt with from morning to night, birth to death. You know what I mean? So this time frame is absolutely one to be grateful to be living in, of all the time frames that have ever been. Could you have desired to live in the 50s, so you'd have been in like the ideal white man world and all those things back then in that type of utopia? Sure, you could do that, but you'd be dead now. You know what I mean? Or you'd be so coming up on death that that it'd be any old time, next 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, whatever. And you'd already be older, someone born in say even just 1950 on the dot. Well, you'd be really hosed because you'd have been a baby through the 50s, so you wouldn't even know any of it. You wouldn't remember any of it except maybe 1959 when you were 9 years old. You might have like 4 flash memories of that, but you wouldn't even get to have the 50s. So that would mean you'd had to have been born in the 40s so that you could have enjoyed the 50s as someone who's at least maybe a teenager. You wouldn't even have been an adult. You wouldn't have been able to do an adult thing in the 50s if you were born in the 40s, but at least you'd be old enough in the 50s, like an adolescent or a teenager, so you'd actually remember the 50s once you got into older adulthood. But that would mean that you had to live in the 40s, where they were still recovering from the Depression and all those things, and a lot of people were poor. There was a lot of poor people in the 40s. And a lot of starvation in the 40s, still lingering remnant from the Depression. And so now let's say you wanted to be in your 20s back then, so that you'd been at the peak of your life and been dating whatever beautiful girl at the peak of her life in the 50s and the ideal time and all those things. Okay, that means you would have had to have been born in the 30s, right? So now you would have probably died in the 30s. You wouldn't even made it to the 50s. But then, if you did live and survive in the 30s as a baby, you might have got sold. All right, our kids were for sale during the Depression by their own parents. And then you might have been, you could have ended up in a foster home because a lot of parents just gave their kids away to foster homes because they literally had no food to give them, no money to go get food with. And then they just became homeless bums after they gave their kids away to an orphanage. Um, your life would have been freaking horrible as a baby in the 30s, most likely. And then your 40s wouldn't have been any better. And then you would have finally got out of the orphanage in the 50s and been on your own, but you would have been much, much less well developed than a person who would have had both their parents and the whole thing and a decent life and money through the 30s, 40s, 50s. So, your life could have turned out real whack or crazy if you grew up in those time frames, which would have led you to having that ideal time in the 50s at the peak of your life. And you'd be totally dead now. You'd be 90 or 100 or whatever. Roe, Jay said, maybe another divisionary tactic. Again, divide an already divided and splintered people. Yeah, I mean, that is what Survive the Jive and all of them are kind of doing with their pagan cuckery, is they're basically, in their mind, I guess they think they're doing the right thing. I guess they think they're trying to revive our what they think is our oldest roots, but it isn't. They're not getting back to our roots. They're getting back to our cuckery that we had developed and made up out of thin air to replace our roots. And so, y'all know that already, though. Camo said, swarthy is a word for describing street shitters. I agree. It's why I don't like using it. The street shitters use it now. No need for us to try to include that word and use that word, apply it to our people. There's just no need for that. Our people always talk about that we're white, that we're fair. That means white, and we don't have to give a shit about being any other color. And if one of you are in the arms or whatever, who gives a fuck? Are you a white person? Can you blush? Do you have white people eyes? Do you have white people hair? Then stop freaking worrying. Whether you're really all the way white, or you are, or you wouldn't be able to blush, and you wouldn't have white people hair, and you wouldn't have white people eyes, and you wouldn't have white skin. Period. Dot. Real straightforward stuff. Swarthy word maybe should be left in 2023 then. Yes, I agree. I wish it would have been left in 1923. I'm definitely way past that word. Roe Jay said India is a mixed race population. Yeah, I mean, I know they are now, but India still has, like, I mean, the Indians, Indians probably have their own versions of Indians, like how we have our 12 tribes of white people and our 12 different manner of hair and eye color combinations that come from that. The dots probably have multiple kinds of dots. I've even heard of them before. I can't say those names because I just don't know them, but I've heard the different types of dots that exist over there. Each of those different types has their own names, and some grow out very big wavy hair. Some grow like thinner, stubblier hair. It's not as thick and pronounced and awesome, but that doesn't mean they're all mixed bag with people necessarily. It just perhaps could mean that they have multiple kinds of them, or 2 or 3 kinds of them, just like the Jays have the Ashkenazi and Sephardic. Well, the dots may have, titi pop pop and the bing bam boom and bing bing zing, and then you got these 3 kinds. Bang, there's 3 kinds of Indians. I'm just making that up, but I don't know how many kinds there are, or if there truly is several kinds. But I imagine that there's probably just a couple, 3 different types, and that's why we see, slight different variances in some Indians. Some of the Indians get the butthole eyes, and some don't. And then some, they get the real dark skin, or the skin starts getting really dark right around their fingernails and shit, and the knuckles of their fingers and stuff. Like how the black bleachas look, right? When they start being bleacha, when they do the bleaching, don't you know? So when you see certain dots that have that weird characteristic, they're not bleachas. They're not bleaches, but they're not bleaching nothing. That's just the way they look. There's a certain kind of Indian, I guess, that looks that way, and then there's others that look just pure thin olive, all over their skin, everywhere. They don't have lighter parts. And then there are some that are very dark, and some that look like super black. And so there's all those mixes, and they're all actual Indians, though. So I don't know if they necessarily need mixed in between. They can just mix among themselves and get all those varieties. and keep those varieties perpetually going, Rose said, just like Brazil. Yeah. And Brazil is a mixed bag, though. It's a little race mixed up down there, but how they have different kinds of Brazilians. It's the same deal in India. Dots got their own kinds of dots. Ro Jace also said Aboriginals in India are blacker than Nova in Africa. They're strange. Yeah, I mean they really are. I mean I've even known a black colored Indian, and there was not 1% of anything African black about that dude. He was 100% dot, and he was blacker than most blue black nogs you'd ever see. Vlad, the kebabber, said, if you can trace your Christian ancestry back to the 1700s Europe, you're white. Yeah, period. Because, again, none of our people, you hear all these stories about, there's a black somewhere back in your family, or an Indian somewhere, several grandpas back in your family. That's all horse shit. If you are white and you can blush, you have white people hair and eyes, and so does everyone else in your family standing around, all of you are 100% white, direct off the boat from Europe. And there ain't one Indian, there ain't one nigger anywhere in your family. Period. Dot. Or none of you would look the way you look, and your whole family, you scan across the room, you all look like a bunch of mongrels and non-whites. That's what your family would look like. Instead, they all look like white people because you are all pure white people. Vlad, the kebabber, said, no, I just did that one. Marcavius Fontavius said, wouldn't want to live in either India or Brazil. Yeah, I would definitely not want to live in either one of those. Yeah, I would pick India over Brazil, though. I would do so extremely reluctantly, and I'd probably have to cry while I was doing so, because I know it'd be a terrible decision too. But it'd be better in Brazil. Brazil is pretty bad. In fact, Brazil is really bad, I would say. Rowe said, the average brown-skinned Indian is a mix of Aryan European, yeah, because Aryans are Europeans, and Aboriginal, Dalit, and South Indian Aboriginal. Maybe. Okay. I don't know, so I'll take your word for that. Patrick Fitzgerald said to Yumjoy. Okay, he's talking to Yumjoy. I'll move on. Camo said, I just want to get out of Trinata. Fair enough. Is Trinata like an all-white country, or is it like an all non-white country and you're just stuck in that like alligator pit, or what? Roe J97 said, yes, because India and Brazil is a shithole. Yeah, 100%, no doubt on that. Harl said Indians have maybe 25% Indo-Aryan ancestry amongst the elites of the like 1% average Indian is only like 3 to 5% derives from these people. Phenotypically, Indians can look like Iranians, but not Europeans. Yeah, I can see what you mean with that. They could much more easily so look like Iranians than. But remember, true Iranians are white people. The white people who live in Iran, those are real Iranians. And then the ones who look like what you're talking about, they look more like Indians or like light-skinned Indian-looking things. Those would be the ones you're describing there. But there are white people in Iran, so there are white Iranians. That's why the Jews want us to happily and willingly blow up Iran. Even though there's not near as many white people there anymore, and it's mostly an Arab world now, but yeah, there are still plenty of white people there around. They're not plenty, let me not say plenty, but there are some still around. They might be few and far between, but there are still, I almost said the word plenty again, but there's not plenty, but there are a noticeable amount, Vlad the kebabber said, I used the Nazis metric. Trace your Christian ancestry back to the 1700s. I don't even believe that DNA nonsense for the most part. Well, I don't follow it either because, again, they're the ones who introduced all that stuff to us. So, and of course, they're going to use that against us someday, one way or another. And of course, recently it's been by duping us into giving them some of our DNA. So there's something real about it, apparently. Um, but at the same time, um, and they have solved crimes and definitively with it. So there is some truth to it. But the thing is, since it's controlled by them, like you said, it can't be trusted as the end all be all reference. So I like your metric as well. I also go by the one drop rule, and I'm also down with pulling out the micrometer like they did on the old noses. I'm not against that. We made micrometers for a reason. Why not use it? It sits here in the bag all day without me using it. Why wouldn't I be using it on noses to double check? But nowadays we can just take one look at their nose and tell. I don't know why they needed the ruler back then. I guess for really close case scenarios. Rose said mixed race shitholes all have one thing in common. They're shitholes. Yes. 100%. You got it. 100%. You nailed it. Marcavius Fontavius said, "Oh, Trinata, my home, and Gayland." Okay. You're going to have to remind me where Trinata is, homie. I don't know where that is. That's why I was wondering, is that a non-white country now? Or did it used to be a white country and it's been mud flooded? Or like, where is it at? What's that all about? Roe J97 said, "I think they've probably more Aryan DNA. They've probably have more Aryan DNA concentrated in Pakistan, Afghanistan than in India." Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of white people in India. There's probably almost no white DNA in India. What I was talking about was white people in Iran, but you probably understand that already anyway. So, Roe J said, "Spoken like a true incel." Oh, he was saying that to, okay. Then Patch Fitzgerald, and then they're still talking, and then I'm going to scroll on down to, let's see here, boom, 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 boom. All right, a little bit of chat back and forth, which is fine. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So Marcavius Fontavius said, "I'm happy to have this space too." I'm happy you have a space here, bro. I'm glad this is yours. This channel is y'all's. I mean, I accidentally will say my channel sometimes or whatever, or our channel sometimes will slip out of my mouth because I said our for so many years in a row when I was with my ex that I'm still even used to saying our channel sometimes, meaning her. But when I say our channel nowadays, I really mean it's y'all's channel and mine. It's the Lord's channel, and we all share it, and on behalf of being God's children. But this channel is for God, just like pretty much all my channels were. And so this space is happy to have you here. Roe J97 said, "So-called Italian mafia is probably just Sephardic Yids." Well, a lot of them were. Because since Italians were white, Yids can imitate, imposter, not imitate. Same kind of deal. But Yids could imposter as them, just like they could imposter if a white person was Greek and they were trying to get in with some Greeks, or they could imposter as Romans, because Romans, whatever white people they want to infiltrate and imposter as, they pretty much can do, as long as they are, white-skinned enough and know how to do the Jewish thing. Let's see. Boom. Let's see here. Roe J97, responding to them in their conversation about foods, he said, "I'm going to incorporate some cooked foods tomorrow. Raw vegan has to be 75 to 85% raw foods minimum." Gotcha. Roe J97 also said, "I'm not anorexic, as I've stated." Oh, I don't remember you ever saying you were, actually. But now you're saying you are not, so hey, cool beans. Take your word for that. Harl said roll. Pasta, gnocchi, potatoes, beans, tomatoes are good too. Yeah, all those are good. Kind of making me hungry actually, but a little late now. I have to do a late night place if I wanted to go out and get food now, like a Waffle House or something. Ain't much out in the woods, so you're very limited once it gets late. You got to drive really far, and there's only a couple things open. Um, let's see here. Enro J97 said, now they have the Israelite Aryan white European women working hard jobs like slaves. It's so backwards, the Calergy hell matrix we are in. I 1,000,000% agree. Every statement, or every word of that statement. Vlad, the kebabber, said, my house had a well. The well is still in the yard but doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I mean, once they go bad, I mean, you'd pretty much just, I mean, you could pay a place to pull it all out and then drop you all new pipe down in that same one, and you'd probably still have a good well. But, yeah, once them motors rust up all the way and go bad, it just, yeah, you have to replace the pump down in there. And he also said, those so-called modern progressive world we are living in is actually hell and so backwards. Well, that's why well, for now it needs to be, because remember, we're getting to live through with all the creature comforts, all the luxury, the lack of suffering that literally every single 100% of our ancestors from 100 years ago backwards times all of our humanity that's ever existed since creation week lived with suffering, with none of these luxuries that we have now. Suffering, not having them, because it is suffering to not have them. It is true suffering. If it's 102 degrees out and you got nowhere to be in air conditioning, you're suffering. That's that. And it drops 12 degrees at night. Your little makeshift domicile you made yourself. If you don't have a fire going, bad news. You know what I mean? So we live in a time where we don't suffer, like they do. So we have to still have a trial. All right? There still has to be a trial. Look at the 50s. They were living peak white people world, but what were they having to do? They were having to practice getting under their desks in case they were nuked. They were having to build bomb shelters. Every single building. Still in the 80s, you would see it everywhere. Everywhere you go in the 80s, they still had these signs at like every freaking building, everywhere you went, that said bomb shelter, And they had these bomb shelters built every freaking where. You wouldn't imagine. 100 years from now, there will be some tartar cucks saying that all them freaking bomb shelters they start finding, that they dig up and find and shit, they'll be like, oh, these were all from Tartarians, and then we just stole them from them and said we founded them. Oh, God, guys are such idiots. There were so many white people back in the day in the 50s, and they created so many freaking things still. That and granted, we had just lost millions of our white people to both world wars, and yet still there were way more white people than there are now. I mean, 10 times more white people than there are now, and they built bomb shelters freaking everywhere. So, and a lot of them didn't get decommissioned until the 80s, and some of them are still ready to go now. And so in the 80s, everywhere I went, I saw bomb shelters everywhere. I saw that sign everywhere I went. Boom, boom, boom. Ro J said, I'm an Irish national female. Oh, I didn't know you were a female. My bad, dear. Gosh, I've been thinking you were a guy the whole time. I've said he said a whole bunch of times when I said your name. My bad, dear. Excuse the cliche, but I love some potatoes. Well, I love some potatoes too. So I got as much Irish and Scottish in me as y'all, I guess, because I do love me some potatoes. I mean, who wouldn't like potatoes? Golly, man, what? Who could turn down some potatoes and onions? You know what I mean? Especially if you gotta have ketchup with it too. Especially if the ketchup's right there too. Oh my gosh, just thinking about that, I might have to go to one of them 24-hour restaurants, man. Get me some taters and onions. I guess I could do that at Waffle House, though. I could get hash browns with onions. That'd give me a similar effect, since it's still taters. Boom, boom, boom. Row J97 also said, Nochi, I hope I'm saying that right, Nochi or Nachi. So many of the Nochis have dairy, eggs, can be quite difficult to find ones without. I guess that like a kind of noodle, I guess, maybe. And she also said, notice I got she in there now, not he. I've been saying, and he also said, like all night. I feel like I've been saying that about you. My bad. And she said, yeah, obviously there's many feminists here, as well as the Menonists. It's such a messed up culture here, all manufactured, all socially engineered. Yeah, all Jewish design. That's what that is. Social engineering, manufactured grievance, manufactured all these troll society concepts like after school Satan and drag queen story hour and pride parades and all this crap that's being imposed onto us is all by Jewish design. It's just all part of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion and the Calorgy plan, which is just the protocols cleaned up a little, maybe 2.0. And now we have the new like multi-culti, conservatism, Civnat, all that's like 2.1. And then what we had talked about earlier in the chat, you have the now you've got the ones trying to push back by going back to their pagan roots, which is really just cuckery 2.1.1. So yeah, we're really they the Jews are definitely engineering all of these things like social engineering and the dumbing down of our people. All of it has been conjured up and crafted into a real thing in real life by the Jews. And she also said, or else the vaccinated white people who rolled up their arm can be tracked. Yeah, well, a lot of people have argued about what they think the vaccine was. We got the folks who come from the argument of that it's to get graphene in the body, which can become intelligent or magnetically manipulated and formed into little robots or formed into structures that could block blood passages and all these different things that they blame graphene could do. And then some folks think that it has a living organism in it that grows once it gets injected into the blood. Other people think it has, little RFID chemicals in it that are, because there's actual chemicals supposedly now, particles that can work together in a liquid to function as an RFID antenna slash processor slash whatever. Don't know how real that is, but there are folks who believe that exists. And so some people think that's what's in that. Some people thought it was 100% saline solution, that nobody got a real vaccine. It was just a big hoax so that they could have the power of locking everyone down and have the power of forcing people to take this first test shot, this first experiment shot to see if everyone would submit, and actually do it. And their contention was that it was a saline shot so that no one would get ill and no one would get vaccine injury and no one would have problems from it, and therefore everyone would accept it because, after all, nobody had any problems from it. But that's clearly not that particular line of thinking that those guys had proposed clearly is not correct, because we've lost all our people like hotcakes who did get the vaccine. So the vaccine clearly is designed, or at least a sweet byproduct for the Jays, is that our people will die also from it. But I'm here to let you know that the vaccine is non-white DNA. That's what it is. And so the idea was, by creating the vaccine, was they were going to force white people to take the vaccine so that they don't give a shit about non-whites taking vaccines. Non-whites don't take vaccines, by the way. So if you do see a random non-white taking the vaccine, they're just a weird exception. Non-whites don't take vaccines. Non-whites know that that only white people are dumb enough to take vaccines, right? So white people are, because white people, the only reason white people are that dumb is because only white people have created a high trust society multiple times over, many times over in the world over. So white people, we are very genetically, what's the word? Genetically inclined to believe and trust what our higher establishments that our ancestors established. Usually, by the way, the medical industry was established by our ancestors, but it is now commandeered by the Yids, obviously, like everything else. And so you can't look at it now like we would have been able to look at it, say, 150 years ago, when our ancestors were first trying to learn everything about anatomy and trying to apply it in a practice to help people out. Now it's not that at all. Now it's used as a just another tool of the Jays to eliminate more of our people. Well, the vaccine is non-white DNA. All right. And what the idea was is that they don't give a shit if non-whites take it or not. It makes no difference to a Jew. They don't care about the non-whites. That's not, they're just, the Jews are invisible. Non-whites are invisible to Jews. The non-whites only exist when a Jew wants to grab one and use them against white people. That's the only time a non-white even exists to a Jew. So the Trump vax is non-white DNA, and what the Jews' idea of this is that they would impose non-white DNA into white people's blood by the millions. And so now all these millions of white people have non-white, non-Israelite blood or DNA swimming around in their body. Now, will Christ take them? Because after all, Christ is only coming to harvest the white people. But wait, all these white people just contaminated themselves forever with non-white DNA, voluntarily, willingly, And so a lot of folks were like, oh, it's the mark of the beast. It's the mark of the beast. If you're duped into taking it, that's it. You got non-white DNA in you and your blood's ruined, and so you're not going to be harvested. You failed the test, the mark of the beast. But it's not the mark of the beast. But the thing is, the Jays did want to get non-white DNA into all of us in hopes that Christ will reject the white folks who accepted who just have non-white DNA in their blood now. And a beautiful, for them, not for us, but for them, a beautiful side effect, or hope maybe they co-engineered it to also do this other thing. It also kills people. Kills our people. Clots us up, bang, dead. So, that's what it is. It's non-white DNA, And that's why they didn't have to care about worrying about, oh, no, you're a Mexican, you don't need the vaccine. They didn't have to tell them that. They'd be like, oh, you want the vaccine, Mexican? Yeah, sure, no problem. I got you in here. And stick them. And they don't have to care, because that Mexican's already a non-white. So they don't give two shits what they do to a non-white, They would shoot that non-white in the head and walk away like they didn't do a thing, or they'll stick them with the vaccine if they show up asking for it, or they'll do whatever. They don't care. They have zero concern what they ever do to any non-white. A non-white is a piece of toilet paper for them. Nothing more for them to just use to wipe their ass and be on their way. They don't have any more concern about any non-white on the face of this earth than that. And they call them their animals. They literally plan on owning 2,800 for each and every Jew alive as their slaves once they eliminate white people. That is the plan written in their Talmud. And I can give you the book and the verse and everything, chapter and verse. Any other day when I have my notes available with me, but on streams I never have my notes because my notes are actually on the same device, and I can't bounce out of the stream to look at anything on the phone. So it'll have to be some other way I'll be able to give it to you, or perhaps I'll look it up again, figure out what the name of it is, and I'll tell you the next chat or something. But yes, that is the dealio. The world plan for all Jews worldwide in lockstep. There's no warring factions, all one group. They obey one book, the Talmud, and their goal is what the Talmud's goal is for world domination. Once all the Jews of the world have ruined and destroyed enough white people in white countries that they can overtake the conquerorship of the whole world. And once enough white people are gone and they have conquered all the way around the world, they will then be able to enjoy their new communist utopia where each J is a plantation owner with 2,800 slaves. That's what it says in their Talmud. That's what 100%, all Jews worldwide work together in lockstep for that goal. Boom, boom, boom. Yumjoy said, I had a lonely Celtic woman that wanted to settle down with me. Had to turn her down. She has too many tattoos. Hey, I would have too, brother. I'm not dating no tatted up chick. I don't give two craps what anybody says or thinks. Too bad. Not going to date her. She got to find another dude. Not going to be in the middle of sex and look down and see a biker dude's arm. You know what I mean? Not going to happen. Not going to look down and look at the top of my girl's chest and see some stupid cartoon thing tattooed there. I want to see boobs. I don't want to see nothing else. I turn her around. I want to have sex the other way with her facing, the other way. I don't want to see no tramp stamp. I don't want to see no stupid word or saying or idiot crap in Chinese where the Chinese guy wrote, I'm a dipshit in Chinese, and she thinks it says love, power, and peace or whatever. None of that. No tribal garbage, tattoo, all that stupid fad crap. Tattoos are garbage. And no, that's one of my requirements too. And thank God my lovely lady that the Lord introduced me to, she's a good Christian woman that even dresses modestly. So she definitely doesn't have tattoos and stuff. She's not that kind of mentality. And so I'll have me a tat-free lady someday. And I will have any lady I'm ever with is going to be tat-free anyway. The last lady I was with, she had one, and it was on the back of her neck where I could never see it because she had long, thick hair, and she never tied it all the way up where you could see her neck. She always had it down. She would have it in different designs all the time and styles. She had ponytails, braids, whatever. But you could never see the back of her neck, rarely, practically ever. And so she understood my view about tattoos, and she regrets that she ever got the tattoo. She got it when she was 18. She was just trying to fit in with her friends in college or high school or whatever. And, they turned 18. They all went out together the same week they all turned 18 or whatever. And they all got tattoos. And thankfully, she got hers behind her hair on the, but it's still above her shirt. So, like, if she did tie her hair up, then you would see her tattoo. And so she knew that I hated tattoos on women especially. And so she made sure and went out of her way to never let me see the tattoo. I never had to look at it. In fact, I cannot tell you what the tattoo was. I have no idea. I was with her 8.5 years, and standing here right now, I, honest to God, cannot tell you what in the flying hell was on her back of her neck. I have no idea what it was. I don't know if it was a flower or words, or I have no idea. That's literally, I might have looked at it. I looked at it 2 times, I think maybe, in the entire 8.5 years for a billionth of a second. And as soon as my eyes would even look at it, I had to look away instantly. I just couldn't, I can't look at that. Especially knowing it was on my woman. So, yeah, absolutely 100%. No tattooed chick for me. Ro J said, vaccinated people may have chips in their arms. Yeah, well, that's another one. That's the other, but the thing is, everybody saw, most people saw the liquid or whatever that was injected into them through a little tiny needle in the arm or whatever. So can't really put a chip in something that small. I mean, we got some small chips, but they're not that small yet. There wouldn't be any appreciable value of a chip that's small enough that it's just a molecule inside liquid. It would have no like it would have no meaningful scale effect, compared to the scale of life and size of everything in the world. Uh, Roe J97 said, uh, darn, not only Celts get them though. Tattoos are huge in Slavic cultures. Yeah, I mean they're actually really popular among all of our white people. There's not really one tribe that's less prone to doing it than another. All of our white tribes have a huge portion of our people cucked into tattooing themselves, even if just one time, but one place. But of course, most of them have many tattoos because they don't think anything's wrong with them. Roe Jay said, that sounds delicious, Harl. I'll take down some notes of that and perhaps make that dish at some point. Thanks for sharing. He must have offered a potato recipe that I didn't see. Roe J97 said, the voting system is rigged, but I was considering voting again. I was tempted. Yeah, I mean, in America, voting's pointless because voting has been a hoax since 1913. In other countries, probably also a hoax now. But Europe is, let's see, how do I work through that one with y'all? Europe is in a slightly different situation than we are, only slightly, but slightly, because they have been cucked into giving their guns away. They disarmed their own selves just because the Jews cry bullied them and told them to. And so, don't know what the hell possessed them to allow that to cuck them into giving away their guns, but they did. And it was so long ago, the guns have been melted away and used for building synagogues. And so there's nothing they can do now except be disarmed, rock throwing. Y'all are like Palestinians over in Europe. You're just rock throwers. That's all y'all can be. And what a shame that you let them cuck your guns away out here. You willingly cucked your guns away. That's just crazy and insane. I can't believe that Europeans did that. And Australia did too. And Canada did too. I can't believe y'all did such a thing. I don't know what type of mental illness came over the people in those lands at those times, but boy, it was a good one. So yeah, I mean, of course, the idea is that you hope that your vote would count by the enemies, that they would actually count your vote, even though they're your enemy, and they see that your vote is not for them. And they wouldn't just ignore it, throw it in garbage, and go on, or say, "Oh, another one for us, y'all," even though it's clearly not for them. And so that's why, I mean, voting is it's a hoax. I mean, that's the bottom line. Now, very extremely local, right? You might, in your small, little, quaint village somewhere, you might be able to have like non-Jew controlled local election voting, and if you're in that small of an environment where you really think Jays aren't in control of it, run for the office yourself. You know what I mean? Why be voting someone else? Next time around, put yourself a run for the office for that place. Where I live, there's really not, really don't have anybody that isn't my race that's not in charge. So like, thankfully where I live, crackers are in charge. So I don't have to be trying to, involve myself in all that. But very blessed in that circumstance. But if I found myself in a place where non-whites were already in control, I wouldn't bother voting because they're not going to be counting your vote for against them for whoever you wanted to vote for. They're just going to throw your shit in the trash. That's the bottom line, So it'd be just a waste of your time to do it, is all. And remember that if you're in, like, if you're talking about big elections, like, presidents and things like that, well, when you vote for that president and then he does terrible things that you disagree with, well, you voted for those things to be done that you think are terrible and that you disagree with, that you chose for those things to be done, because that guy you chose, you told yourself, oh, I'm picking the lesser evil, but choosing a lesser evil means you chose evil. And so if I'm given the choice between choosing evil, choosing a lesser evil, or choosing neither and not participating or choosing anything at all between those options, I'm going to always opt out of choosing at all. Definitely never going to put myself in a situation of choosing an evil, even if I call it the lesser evil. You know what I mean? Um, So, take that how you will, but, or take from that. I mean, whatever you want. Like if you want to work with some of that, what I said there, and come up with your own idea of, okay, maybe I'll vote for these, but not for that, or in these type of elections, but not those types, or whatever. However, you got to navigate voting for your own self. I understand. Some people are compelled to want to participate. They think surely that some people think of voting like if they don't buy a lottery ticket, right? You hear the people that say, "Oh, if you don't buy a lottery ticket, you'll never win the lottery." And so they go by that same mentality that, oh, if I don't vote, well, all the non-whites are going to vote and then they're going to outvote me. Well, you're outvoted anyway. We're already the minority now. We are not above 50% of the population anymore. We are like 46% of the population. Now, the Jews want you to believe that you're still the majority of the population right now. And the reason they want you to think that is so you won't be alarmed. But they've been telling you that there's 30 million, or at first they started off telling you there's 6 million illegals, or 6 million, illegals in the country, right? Well, what they didn't tell you is all non-whites are unlawful or illegal, if you want to call it. But legal is Jewish permission. So no non-whites, like AOC said, there's no such thing as an illegal non-white in a white country, meaning America or in Europe. Okay, and she was correct, because she knows that illegal and legal just means Jewish permission. Legalism is just Jewish permission. And AOC knows the rub. She knows what the Jews' plan are to destroy white people. And that's why she was accurate when she said, even though she says all kinds of stupid shit just like all the others do, she knew in that moment what she was saying was actually a proper, true statement. And she's not wrong at all. That is, in fact, the position of the Jews, is there's no such thing as an illegal non-white on your white American Christian country soil. No such thing. They're just as white as you are. They're just as American as you are. Look, even though the word American means white man, and it doesn't mean any other race of man, they're just as white as you are. Well, crud, I accidentally had the phone kicked sideways and it cut the thing for a second. Sorry, y'all. I'm going to go sit in one of my project cars outside, because it's a perfect place to hang out outside, out of the wind, enjoy some of the outside weather. Got a breeze tonight, and it's cold, and it was raining all day, so got everything on the porch all soaked, because there was like a gust that came through and soaked everything. So I can't use my porch today very comfortably, so I go sit in I got a few project cars, so I picked my one I like to sit and smoke in. So come out here and have me a smoke. A lot of y'all probably don't know that. That's a little bonus feature for you folks who happen to be here right now. I enjoy tobacco. And I used to have a video about the war against tobacco and how the Jews demanded white people quit smoking tobacco. All of our elders who built America smoked tobacco, and they all lived to be 80 and 90 and 100 years old. And they were the ones who fought our world wars and lived with asbestos and lead paint and um, the talcum powder or whatever the one is that's bad for us that they all covered themselves with and when they were babies. I mean, literally um every bad thing that that we have eliminated, for being a danger, a health hazard to us. Our ancestors lived all the way to 80, 90, 100 with that stuff. And the one thing they all have in common is they all smoked tobacco and avoided going to the doctor for every little thing because they were old school and they were the first generation where you could go to the hospital anytime you wanted, but people didn't take advantage of that yet. They didn't abuse that yet, and they didn't do it just anytime they had the sniffles because they had came from generations where you never got to go to a hospital or you never got to see a doctor. You just were sick and had to wonder how to get through it and survive it naturally until you got through it or you died, one or the other. And so, hospital care was really only kind of like a big thing starting in the, 50s. And so even though we had hospitals before that for even 100+ years before that, but it wasn't, I'm saying, a big thing like it is now until, about the 50s. And so if you look at all the folks in that time frame back then, they smoked tobacco, and those folks are all who lived. They had no respiratory diseases, none of them, or illness. They never got respiratory illnesses. None of them had lung cancer. And you only hear, and in fact, non-smokers are usually the only ones who get lung cancer. There are rare exceptions where a tobacco smoker will get lung cancer, but it has to be severe poisoning from their environment. It's never from tobacco smoke, ever. And I have lots more I could explain on that on another day. And I will. I'd love to find, well, I know where it is. I'd love to be able to retrieve my original video about the war against tobacco, but I can't retrieve it off of an old device I have. And so I'm pretty much going to have to make the video all over again. And man, I had so many points of argument in it, and I had so many proofs to show, different website pages, wiki pages, and all these things. And someday I will produce that again and put that out for, I know most of you folks are probably not interested in it, but especially non-smokers wouldn't be. But believe it or not, there's this concerted effort by the Jays to eliminate tobacco smoking from white people, but they're totally cool with the non-white smoking tobacco. Why is that? It's because everything that white people were spooked into believing about tobacco is a 100% lie. Tobacco prevents you from getting respiratory illnesses. That's why most smokers, are thin, active, able-bodied, and they can be around people who are coughing, snotting sick, and they can give them a ride, and they can do this and that with them, and no problem. And they go, okay, well, hope you feel better, and drive off they go, and they smoke a cigarette along the way as they leave. Well, it's because when you smoke tobacco regularly, your lungs are actually a hostile environment for sensitive viruses. A lot of viruses can only thrive. A lot of airborne illnesses can only survive and thrive in a body that is a regular body, a regular non-smoker body, right? But when those particles are inhaled by a tobacco smoker, the environment is such with nicotine that nicotine is actually anti-carcinogenic. It is not carcinogenic. It's anti-carcinogenic. And so, and And not all nicotine is. It's a certain type of thing from nicotine. So I guess I shouldn't say the word nicotine. There is a thing in nicotine that when it's inhaled through tobacco smoke, not if you take a dip, all right? If you're a dipper or a tobacco chewer, that's not you're not going to get this, you're not going to be having this chemical that you would in your lungs, that you would have in your lungs if you smoked tobacco. And so this chemical that lives in your lungs, and it's not tar, it's not the tar one. It's an actual like scientific name. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a certain chemical that is left after smoking tobacco. It's left over in the lungs, and it stays there. And it wears off slowly over time. You know, after a couple 3 hours or whatever, you'll expire it all away. But so like at night, if you sleep more than 3 hours, well, no matter how many cigarettes you smoke during the day, you're going to have expired all of that out of you, of that chemical, by the time you wake up in the morning. And so, but the thing is, when you're smoking regularly, that's when you're out and about with around people. When you've just had a cigarette, or you're going to have one in a little while, or whatever. And when that happens, my phone just moved slightly. That was not me farting. That was the phone farting. If you heard that little faint little thing, that was my phone slipping. It made a super tiniest little fart little sound. But anyway, when those types of respiratory illnesses, the particles come in contact with a tobacco smoker's lungs out and about during the day after he just had a cigarette an hour ago, or he's going to have a cigarette in an hour. Well, there's no environment for those particles to live carefree and start producing and thriving and give you an illness by the end of the day that you're going to be stuck with for a week or two. Instead, they all just die right then. Certain of those types of things are very fragile, and they cannot survive an environment that's not welcoming for them. And tobacco smokers' lungs are not welcoming for respiratory illnesses, contrary to what you've always been taught. And they wanted you all to quit so that you would be susceptible to the respiratory illnesses. And guess what they plan on doing as bio weapons against white people? Emitting illnesses into the air, airborne illnesses, sprayed out, crop dusted out by jets above us. And so, also, tobacco smoking keeps you regular. So folks who are not regular, if their bowels are not regular, they don't get the crap every day, and therefore they're sometimes constipated, or sometimes get heartburn, they get back up, whatever. They wouldn't have any of those problems if they just smoked a cigarette in the morning. If you don't want to be a tobacco smoker, which is fine, and I'm not encouraging anyone to be one, but I'm saying if you're not one, and let's say you have like a terrible time. Let's say you go 3 days without pooping sometime, right? Well, that would all be over with in a flash if you just wake up in the morning and have a cigarette. In fact, you won't have to smoke the whole cigarette. Just get up in the morning, take yourself a drag or 2 or 3 of a cigarette, and you will have to go to the bathroom immediately. So you will stay regular every day. That's why a majority of smokers who are active physical people, they're, thin and healthy and da-da-da. They look just like our elders did of the 50s and the 60s and the 40s and the 30s, and every one of them with their cigarette hanging out of their mouth. That's the body you would have. It also postpones hunger. You're on a gig and you're not going to be able to eat for another like 3 hours, but you're starving, your stomach's doing backflips because you're so hungry. Well, if you just take a smoke break, have you a cigarette, wouldn't you know, your appetite goes away for however long you need it to go away until you're finally ready to eat. Another thing about it is, and by the way, it's not anti-biblical to smoke tobacco. There's nothing about smoking tobacco is defiling the temple of your body or any of that horseshit. No different than eating a cupcake is not defiling your body, which is a temple of God. All right, tobacco is actually helpful for our people. It's a natural plant that God put here to be able to just smoke right away as it is. You just lay it, cut it, dry it out, and roll it up and smoke it. And it has other benefits. I haven't went through all the benefits, but that's, Prolonging meals is one, declining or reducing your hunger sensation and stuff while you prolong a meal time is a benefit. Preventing respiratory illnesses, that's a benefit. Now, I should state real quick, though, going back to that not every single respiratory illness will you be protected from getting as a tobacco smoker. You will still get a respiratory illness once in a while, but it'll be once in a blue moon. I am only sick once every about 4 years. I get ill one time every 4 years for about 2 or 3 days max, and I'm on my way. This year, it had been 4 years on the dot. I was sick for 2 days, and I was done. So that was my most recent illness. It was only a 2-day illness, and it was 4 years since the last time I had been ill. So smoke them if you got them. And people think, oh, it must be so unchristian, blah, blah. How can you be this based Christian guy, but then you think tobacco is good or whatever? I promise you, when you know all the facts, you will not be concerned about tobacco anymore. All the demonization by the Jews they told you about the tobacco was very much for a reason, to get you to not use it. And it's not because they care about you and love you. So there was a reason they wanted you to stop having that. They wanted our people to stop smoking tobacco. It was because we weren't getting near as many respiratory illnesses anymore as they needed us to be getting. Let's see here. Ideally, women. Okay, Roe J97 said, ideally, women shouldn't have rights, including the vote, but at least I'm a woman who will make a better choice than a cucked out male, I guess. I agree. Your vote right now as a based lady is more valuable than a cucked guy is, for sure. But since voting's been a hoax since 1913, I mean, I don't see any point in it. And again, voting for an evil, right? They're never going to give you a good guy. They're never going to present you someone that will fight for you against them. Never. They decide who's going to be in the presidency. You don't, so they decide it. It's not election, it's selection. And they're never going to select someone or prop up someone or present someone to you who's definitely going to fight against them to give you power back over your white Christian country. It's just not going to be the case. So anyone you are voting for is just an evil of their evil. That's all. You got evil number one, evil number two. Which one you want to choose? Well, doesn't matter because they both work for the same evil organization, or the same J's. Roe J97 said, clearly, I want to preserve all Europeans. Duh. Wouldn't be out here otherwise. Yeah, I totally agree. I wouldn't expect any less of you. I'm sure that's exactly that's what I expected or what I assumed. So maybe you're saying that to someone else. I don't specifically only want to preserve Celts alone, as I'm a Euro mutt. I'm connected to other European cultures, tribes, more somewhat even. And I didn't notice that part of your comment. Okay. We're talking about the different tribes and how we can all mix together. Yeah, because you're not a mutt. That's another thing us white people, we're so used to using like such, as accurate terms as we can. And we think of something like, oh, well, gosh, we got multiple different white people types in us. We're a mutt. But actually, we're not. We're thoroughbred white people. And it doesn't matter that you're mixed up or a mixture of the tribes. Christ was a mixture of the tribes. He wasn't pure-blooded Judahite. You know what I mean? His mother wasn't pure-blooded Judahite, and her parents weren't pure-blooded Judahites. One of them was a Judahite. The other one was from another tribe, perhaps. And so, but he's called from the tribe of Judah because how we do our lineage and how we did it back then, it goes by the immediate parents, and so, and it went by the dad, not the mother, but in this case, it went by the mother, because Jays are who go by that. Israelites didn't necessarily go by that rule. But but he's a lion of the tribe of Judah because, Mary is part of the tribe of Judah. That's true. But it wasn't. I don't think. I don't think she was purely a Judahite. I think that one of her parents was not a Judahite, and but it doesn't matter. You can literally be any mixture of white people. As long as you are a white person, you're a thoroughbred white person. That's it. No matter how much mixture you have of however many of our tribes. And let's see here. Let's see. Rowe said, black supremacy is tolerated in Calgary hellhole. They allow their racism against us. Yes, but never use the words black supremacy together. That's not a thing. That's like saying that's an oxymoron. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying so you don't want to be writing the words black supremacy anywhere, because black supremacy doesn't exist. They don't have supremacy anywhere. They're not supreme at anything. So you wouldn't want to implant that in their heads. I'll give you an example. When a person is arguing with me about white supremacy and they bring it up, this is my response to them. I say, oh, so you're saying we're supreme? And then I just stop right there and I say it as though I'm satisfied, like I agree with their statement. And when I say that like that and stop right after and just act like I'm satisfied with their deduction, it makes their brains overload and totally short circuit. They don't even know what to say back to me. So you don't want to be using words like black supremacy you don't want to use a term like black supremacy, because that's going to put in their minds, that lady, that white lady said we supreme, they'll just take it the wrong way. So, but I get what you're saying and your point. It's just, you mean that blacks and I don't like using black privilege either. I don't like that either, because we don't want blacks to start feeling like they're privileged either. Instead, you could just put black crime as tolerated in Calgary hellhole, because that's really what it is, just their crime. That's the only thing that is of the blacks is crime. There's really no other thing about the blacks other than crime, So they don't have things like supremacy or privilege or culture or any of those kind of things. Those are all words that do indeed only really apply to us and some of the higher functioning non-whites, like the Asians. But your statement is still 100% true. Otherwise, let's see here. Yumjoy said, I always spread the message of preserving all white Euros. Yes, we want to keep all. I've never seen a white child that I saw on the news be murdered by non-whites that I didn't feel for. You know what I mean? They're all our white people, and if they're white, they're our people, and we need to think of them as all the same. Just all the same. Remember, all the same mantras that the Jays are always smearing in our faces. Or cramming down our throats, I should say. All those little tropes they try to shove down your throat about, oh, we're all equal, we all bleed one color, we all the same color or whatever. All those things actually only apply among us white people together. You know what I mean? Us white people do all bleed the same color, and we all are one family of people. You know what I mean? So, all right. Oh, man, it's cold there. Okay. So, get the coat off and get the chill out of the bones here. Vlad the Kebabber said, my channel has 2 strikes, or 1, I can't remember. I haven't had a strike in a while, so I don't know how many strikes I'm sitting on. I don't know how long they keep them. Last time I got one struck was training day part 2. That was the last strike. And I don't know how long they hold on to them after they give you the strike. So can't really remember how that worked. Or the time frame, I should say. How long the time frame is. But all right. Woo, it's chilly out there. Okay. Yeah, shake it off, shake it off. All right. Let's see here. Roge J said, that's on Rumble still, though, isn't it? Yes. The how non-whites survived the flood, if I'm way too far behind in the chat, or if you're talking about training day part 2, yes, I had to repost it on Rumble because YouTube deleted it after 12 hours. They let it sit for 12 hours. And so I did get up to, there's like 150 folks got to see it before they yeeted it. But then, it was gone. So had to upload it to Rumble. Doc Holiday said, Yum is super based always. Yumjoy said, your favorite bully, or Yumjoy said, your favorite bully. That part always messes with me. I almost try to say it as part of the statement every time. So my bad. Yumjoy said, masculine men in Ireland support Conor McGregor. Patrick Fitzgerald not supporting him is very telling. Well, I mean, I'm not going to use that to be like, see, he's definitely a non-white, because, I mean, Conor McGregor, I get that, we finally have someone famous speaking out for the Irish and Ireland and all those things. He's basically all you got to like look toward as a famous person who actually has any kind of balls to speak on behalf of the Irish, who is famous. Now, of course, there's plenty of you Irish folks in Ireland who are based enough to declare the truth. But I'm talking about ones that have, a big name, therefore many huge platforms will open their mic and their television cameras up to them for millions of other souls to hear whatever they say out of their mouth. Conor McGregor is pretty much all y'all have right now, but also knowing what we know about everything in the world, McGregor works for one of the establishment things that the Jays control. And by the way, the one he participates in is one of the fighting ones that's rigged where blacks always beat the white. They always pit a white against a non-white that they know the white will lose to the non-white. So they always make sure whatever white they put against a non-white, especially blacks, they will make sure that the white has some type of disadvantage. Whether he's got way less fight experience or he doesn't hit nearly as hard, he has a 3-inch shorter reach than the guy they put against him. I mean, I've seen them put, 5 foot something white guys against 6'4" black dudes. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is a fair fight. And then the dude gets clobbered. And I'm like, well, wow, that was freaking hard to predict. And it goes like that all through that organization. And Conor McGregor is really this one guy who has been either permitted to be the badass right now or truly has genuinely whooped these other ones, that he was fairly pitted against. But he is an anomalous spectacle in his industry. The bulk of the ones that he fights are non-whites, and all the other whites that fight those non-whites, they are always pitted against a bigger or some non-white that has, advantages over them. And then the results are almost always as expected. So I don't trust Conor McGregor necessarily either. But I agree that that's really all y'all feel like you have to go with.
But if I was in Ireland, I would assume my vote doesn't count, just like I assume it doesn't here. Here, it isn't assumption. It really doesn't count here because Jews really do have controlled our government since 1913. In Ireland, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the Jews control y'all already, probably fully. That's why you're being invaded and flooded, is because it's done through the government. That means there's enough Jews in your government now where, they're doing what they want now, regardless of what y'all say. But and because of that, not but so because of that, I would deduce the same thing about voting in Ireland that I deduce about voting here. It's just waste my time. They already know who they're going to put, and I suppose that's their plan in Ireland as well. Rowe said, McGregor is not based enough, but he's a good influencer for the average cucked out Irish person who keeps up with him. Yeah, and it sucks because, see, the thing is, of course it had to be that. It had to be some fighter, right? Why? Because he openly is around non-whites all the time. And even after he beats a non-white, he has to get up on the mic and be like, "Oh, he's a warrior, it's the real man, he's really hard to fight, blah blah blah," all the stupid things. And it's just he's in an industry that still cucks to the non-whites. You know what I mean? 100,000% cucks to the non-whites. And so we honestly, every country needs someone who is totally separate, not Tucker Carlson, who's been establishment Yid working for the Yids his whole life. Now he's supposedly defected on them. Now he's going to be the new leader of our white people down the right wing. I mean, come on. It's always someone who's been working in their establishment. Conor McGregor's made his whole fame and living off the Yids in that organization. You know what I mean? He's not no divergent, All of them know you defect, you die. That's it. You defect, and then you go start your car one day, and kaboom. Or you defect, and you hop on your private Learjet charter, and you don't get to bow out. You don't get to be like, not just bow out, but aggressively go, F you guys, I figured out what you Jews are up to and screw all this. Nope. He's been given all the gifts, being famous, making the money, getting the wins, when a lot of those might not have actually been real wins. And so there will be no changing course for any of them. Conor McGregor knows who the hand is that feeds him. And so, yeah, I just, when it's he's covered in tats. He's like actually a really ugly example of our people, foul mouthed people, shit talker. He's got pride, so much pride, which, of course, pride is one of the primary sins in our Bible. We're not supposed to ever have pride. We're supposed to be grateful. But we're not supposed to have pride. Nothing of our ability will ever create anything at all. And if you do manage to do something incredible with your own ability, it's because God gave it to you. And if God hadn't given you that ability and then given you the permission to be alive in the moment you were, to make a difference, be a hero, whatever, to have your big action moment, where people are mistakenly giving you the glory, you've got to turn around and explain, no, no glory is mine. All glory is God's, And you'll hear the lying pretenders known as actors, the imposters known as actors, when they win their little imaginary golden award for being the most leftist or whatever of the year, they come up to the podium and what is one of the first things a bunch of them do to try to, seem like they're down at the Christians? They'll be like, "Oh, I'd like to thank God." Well, they're talking about Satan. That's who they're thinking. They're saying hail Satan. But they're saying it in a way that Christians are like, "Oh, wow, look, he's a Christian, Mom. He said he thanked God. Now can I buy his album? Even though it has that dead baby with the head cut off on the album cover, can I have it now? Because he just heard him say, he gives all his glory to God." And so that's how the artists do too, all this demonic garbage that all these rappers babble and talk about killing white people and fucking hoes and killing bitches and tricks and bitches ain't shit and all this. And then they get up on the podium and like, oh, that's the glory to God, y'all. All this glory to God and my mama, you know. And my boys, shout out to CO4 and 257 crew, and they go rattling off all their nogs that they've grown up with. But, you know, when they're giving glory to God, they're not giving glory to our God. They think they are, and they think it's their God, but they think they think the white man God is their God. They want it to be. They wish it was. They know they're lying to themselves, but they're just trying to do like the secret and just lie to themselves until it becomes a reality. And um and so it's, the same thing goes with it doesn't matter if they're, famous musician, if it was a famous musician who decided to speak out, if it's a famous actor that decided to supposedly speak out. A lot of cucks would be like, oh, Mel Gibson's so based, man, he's so based. You've heard him say stuff before. It's like, yeah, but he's worked for the Yids his entire life. That's all he's ever done. And you don't hear him call out the Jews, You hear him call out the bankers, which that means the Jews. But he's not actually saying Jews. Well, the freaking conservatives don't mind calling the Jews the bankers, because that's a coward conservative beat around the bush way to avoid having to call out the Jews. And the conservatives love words like that. Man, they got all kind of words for the Jews to avoid having to call them what they really are, the Jews. So like cowards, they have all these cowardice, conservative words for the Jews, like the oligarchs. What? And then what? Shy coms, and oh man, what else do they blame everything the Jews do on? Oh gosh, they call them Democrats. They call them rhinos. They call them what is it? The left. They call them the 1%. Or sometimes they'll call them the bankers, right? Once in a blue moon, you'll see a conservative that'll actually call them the bankers. But, when you have these types that work for these establishments like Tucker and McGregor and whatever, Mel Gibson, and let's say there's a based musician, supposedly, which there isn't, but let's say there was. Be the same deal. They get up on stage. Oh, you could have never done this album without God. It's all this whole thing. I just like to say thank you to God. And they say that first, but then, and a lot of times they'll say all the glory goes to God, but then they start dishing out glory to all these other people immediately afterward. So they're like, all glory goes to God. I'd like to thank my mom and my friend and my auntie and my cousins and blah, blah, and shout out to Foe 65 and I like all these and so that's all glory. He's giving glory to all of them. He's calling it a shout out, but that's the glory, right? He spends 1,000 syllables on everybody else and then 1 syllable or 2 or 5 on God, at the beginning. But again, it's because they're not a part of our people. They're not a part. God is not the God of the non-whites. He is the God of Israel. He says that over and over again. He's very clear about that. So, moving on. Vlad, the kebabber, said, I didn't break terms of service either. They said I showed nudity on one of my videos, which was complete bull. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, they will totally make up nonsense like that. They haven't done it to me. They just strike my shit, and they don't bother to tell me why. They just say it was hate speech, bump, gone. And that's all they ever say. They just always say hate speech. That's always what their go-to accusation is. Patrick said, we aren't white, we're European. No, we're white. And all the world's non-whites know us as white. And they don't give a shit about discerning us as European. They go by colors. They see color and they go by color. And every black on the face of this earth says the words white people at least once every single day. Usually way more than one time a day. And all the other world's non-whites who are living in who are occupying a white country, they all too say white people multiple times per week, comparing themselves to white people or comparing some behavior they have that's different than white people or talking shit about white people in the very country of white peoples that they are occupying. And so, yeah, we are absolutely are white people. And of course, you've seen those ones that say like, "I'm not white. I'm peach colored," or I'm beige. I'm beige color." Well, that doesn't work. That's not how that works. You have blacks who aren't really actually the color black, but they are very close. But so they're blacks. And white people are the only thing close to the color white besides the Asians. And and so we are the white people, and all the world's non-whites. When they look at a white person, they say the white man. This the white man, and and they don't say any other descriptor, and that's because they do recognize who's who. Non-whites know who is who. They understand that white people are the god of this world. They understand that Israel is exceedingly fair, which means exceedingly white. That means we're white people. It doesn't mean exceedingly beige. It doesn't mean exceedingly tan color. It doesn't mean exceedingly anything except the word white, literally. So we are literally white people. And white is the color of purity and righteousness in all holy Bibles, all versions. And so and there was another thing I was about to say there, which is that white is what we will be wearing when all who are saved are harvested by Christ. When we are gathered together, brought up in the clouds, which are white, by the way, that's where we're going to meet Christ in the white clouds. Then we're all going to go up together into glory with Christ. And shoot, it just fell out of my head what I was about to say. And when Christ presents us, his harvest, to God, we are all going to be wearing white. That's what we're going to be wearing. Why? For the exact same reason I explained a moment ago, because it explains in the Bible why too. That white is the color of purity and righteousness. That's what it says in the Bible. The color white means. It literally even says it just that way in the Bible. The color white is the color of purity and uprightness or righteousness. So, we're definitely white people. That's why my channel is Stay White, not Stay Beige or Stay Peach colored. It's called Stay White because we are white. Yumjoy said to Doc Holiday, salute. He said hello. Okay, to him. Good conversation, or I'm glad they're saying hello. Ro J said, maybe from the angle that McGregor is a controlled opposition. Yes, that's our point, is he's just going to be a controlled opposition pawn in the end, most likely. Well, he's still a better option than someone who is just part of the system altogether. Well, he's just someone who's part of the system altogether. So, you know what I mean? That's the problem, is he isn't better because, again, he's just a part of the system altogether, just like any other one you would imagine would be. Youngjoy said, Conor is very based. He shut down Mayweather's race baiting years ago. I remember that. I remember him doing that. But it's kind of a rarity, it's kind of a rarity. I mean, yeah, he had his big moment then, and I think he had one other one. And it was even fairly recently, if I remember correctly. But, again, it goes back to that whole, he's been working for the Yids his whole adult life. So as a, whatever, in this case would be an athlete, or a fighter, if you will, but others could be whatever. It could be a former football player, it could be a former whatever, or even a current one. But they're all working for that same Jewish establishment, just from a different industry, that the Jays are using. So Doc Holiday said, "You were absolutely right, Yum. On my latest vid, you said it was genetics that caused the blacks to be less than human. I agree 100%. Yeah, it is that. They are not designed to function like white people. They are beasts of the field. Non-whites are beasts of the field. They are not descendants of Adam and Eve. They did not come from any of Noah's three sons. All three of Noah's sons and their three wives and their children after them that they produced were all 100% thoroughbred, pure-blooded white people. And Noah's family is who started off the white race again. All right. And we had a slight disadvantage because the no, we had a one couple higher advantage, I should say, because white people got to start off with three couples. That's three Noah's sons, right? The non-whites got to restart off after the flood, two of each race. So, but it's really four of them total, but two couples of each race. So, four Nogs, four Dots, four Feathers, four Asians, four whatever all real thoroughbred races there were that God originally created. Those thoroughbred races were loaded of the non-whites, were loaded onto the ark. Two couples of each race. So four total, two males, two females of each kind. And then clean beasts were loaded on the ark, 14 at a time of each species. And so when you see, and I mentioned this in the last stream, when you see in Bible pictures of Noah's Ark where you see two animals going in at a time, a lion and the female lion, a giraffe and a female giraffe, there is no critter that was loaded on the ark with only one pair. Okay? Clean animals means not the non-whites. It means any animals other than pigs. So basically the unclean beasts are the pigs and the non-whites. And then, but the thing is, pigs are still an animal that we can have on the farm, and we can touch them. All right, we're just not supposed to eat them. So where they are called an unclean animal, so that you don't eat them, but you can still touch and own them, right? And if you read in our laws back in, I forget if it was in Leviticus or Deuteronomy, we were given a lot of instructions, one of them being, and we were given a lot of instructions through different parts. That's why I don't remember which of the two it was. But this one particular instruction lives in one or the other. And it's where God, crud, it fell out of my head. Let me look at the chat again, or the comment there again. Genetics. Yeah, we're talking about blacks. Okay. Well, let me just say that they're not designed to, and maybe it'll come back to me. They're not designed to have shame. All right. Only white people are designed with shame. Oh, let's talk about Noah's Ark. So I'll get back to the black stone in a second. But on Noah's Ark, okay, everything we are allowed to touch was loaded on the ark, 14 of each kind. So 14 giraffes. And instead, the pigs wouldn't have been with the non-whites. We would have known not to eat them because we already understood food laws. So the pigs wouldn't have even been with the non-whites. The pigs would have been on our side with us because all the clean animals are what we are allowed to touch. Oh, I finally remembered. So in Deuteronomy, I think it's in Deuteronomy, but it may have been in Leviticus, could have been earlier on. God told us anytime we touch an unclean animal, an unclean beast, that we ourselves are unclean until the even, it says. Not until the evening, it says until the even, which means 2 days. Okay? Now, the reason God made that rule is because in that 48 hours after touching a non-white, you put your hand on their shoulder, say hello as you walk by, or whatever the case, you end up touching a non-white. The reason you're off limits and you had to quarantine by what I meant, meaning you were unclean until the even meant you're unclean. That means you have to leave all of the congregation and you have to live outside. You have to go stay outside the city. Like you got to go camp out in the trash heap called the Ashes, which was a good little stretch from the actual walls of the kingdom because they didn't want the stench to be flowing over there every day. And so they actually positioned a lot of those quite a ways away from the actual city. And so once you leave the city because of leprosy or illness or things, and you're going to quarantine, you would go out to this junkyard or this landfill known as the Ashes. And so um, we had to actually leave our congregation and everything, and our families and everybody, and go be somewhere else, away from our people for 48 hours. Um, did you really have to leave the city and go live in the Ashes? Nah, I guess not, depending on what the illness is, but so a lot of times maybe folks would stay in the city, but they would quarantine themselves within the city and still wouldn't have anything to do with their family, until they felt like they weren't contagious to their family anymore, you know. But uh, but yeah, they are not designed like white people. They are utterly, totally different than white people. They have different skull shapes, different bone density. Um, they have different blood types. You cannot get a transfusion from a black. If it was injected into you, you would die. And so that's why I suggest that the DNA or the vax, the Trump vax, was actually non-white DNA, or is non-white DNA, to introduce it into white people in a very tiny controlled amount. But it's just enough that over time it'll start coagulating the blood, and eventually you got a clot and bang, fall over dead. And it's all because of what they had planned with it. And so um, the the design of blacks is, not only do they have different skull shapes and different skeletals, or different bone density, different skeletal structures, different body mass. They sink. White people can float. And of course, a black can learn how to take a bunch of air into his lungs and back float. But white people can back float with almost no air in their lungs. I mean, just a little tiny little, and then you can just back float, no problem. They aren't designed with shame. One of the things, that's why blacks can do all these crimes right in front of people, shaming them and saying like, well, you're a real piece of shit. I bet your mom's really proud of you. Oh, wait, she's probably a piece of shit just like you. And even though normally you can't talk about a mama, they'd be like, what'd you say about my mama? They'd stop in the middle of everything, even robbing a bank, trying to get away. And they would get arrested and everything just to fight you over what you said about their mama. But regardless, they could be having all kinds of insults hurled at them, all kinds of camera phones watching everything they do. You'll see that their nose is up high and proud the whole time they're committing all their, vile nonsense in front of you with no concern what anybody says about them. And that is the lack of shame that they just do not have. They're not designed with it. They just don't have it. And so for our white people to keep cucking themselves into believing that, oh, if we just decorate them up in our clothing and dapper them up enough in some really nice clothing, they'll be like white people, No. You can put them in a three-piece suit. You can put them in a tuxedo. At that point, they're only good for serving us drinks, and any other situation, any other clothing you decorate them in, they're just an African wearing. You ever seen a dog? And you ever seen those people that like they're so obsessed with their dog they buy the dog like a sweater or multiple sweaters and hoodie sweaters and coats for the wintertime and little booties for their feet, that's the same thing white people do with the blacks. You know, we don't insist on them wearing their traditional garb. Instead, we are like, oh, wear whitey clothes, you know. And to us, that's like assimilating. But in fact, we should have just left them there, you know, in their original way they do their clothes, and and it would have become more and more obvious all through the years as they don't progress or make anything new. And then the most productive one of all of them, you know, croaked out on them, and now they have no productive ones in their group. They would be watching white people think and looking at white people thinking, man, you know, how much greater they are. Wow. But instead, now white people are so far gone in the mind, or God has depraved their minds so much now, made hardened their hearts so much that they cannot see now our information, the truth that we're trying to give them. That they just honestly believe that they can decorate up niggers in our clothing, and that magically the nog will know how to act and be and really truly will function like a white person. And it's just not the case. And it never will be the case. And it doesn't matter if you know a black here or there that's polite, never works against white people, never says anything bad about them, and he's always so nice to you and all this when y'all chat. Regardless of all of that, you can't take, you can't, you can't take that one example or even 4 or 5 examples you might have in your life and be like, see, not all, not all, not all, not all, you know, we should allow the good ones to stay. No, no, you cannot do that because A, our God told us that's against his rules. And B, because it's just not true. They're not going to be like us. They're never going to assimilate. They're here to bring Mexico here. They're here to reclaim it for Mexicans. The blacks are never going to be like us. The blacks are Africans occupying America. And so, and all of them belong in Africa, every single one. So, like, imagine looking at one of those big farm grain bins, right? Think of how many bazillions of little pieces of grain are in there, right? In this filled up grain silo. It'd be a lot imagine all those pieces in that silo, all those trillions of pieces of grain represent the blacks, right? The whole silo represents the worldwide black population. The ones that are good enough to live in white people's society in this day and age, who are alive right now, would total about, and I'm going to be generous here, y'all. I'm thinking for a moment so that I can be generous enough. I'm going to say less than 2,000 grains. So less than 2,000 blacks, non-whites, and that's it. So less than 2,000 blacks or other non-whites all combined would not total that. You know what I mean? It wouldn't. I had a way I was going to articulate it, and I lost it. But even with all of them combined, you know. I was talking about the remnant ones of the grains compared to the silo of grain. So let's say that there was a whole 2,000 blacks and non-whites total in our white countries that that don't work against us and that even maybe advocate for us and even perhaps advocate for that America and Europe are white Christian countries created by white Christians for white Christians. Could even go that far, right? But you're talking 2,000
pieces of grain in an entire silo that's 80 feet high, filled with grains. All right, pieces of grain. So think of how non-existent your big old huge mega whopping 2,000 pieces of grain are compared to that 80-foot high silo filled almost to the brim, with the same little pieces as those 2,000 little examples of grain, for the non-whites, to represent the non-whites. Now think of how much is left in that 80-foot high silo that's filled almost to the brim with grain. You're talking a cupful versus an entire silo. So when you think about it in those realistic ratios, it becomes really quickly apparent to and clear to me that assimilation is not their thing. That it's not really, they're not designed for that. It's very unnatural for them. It's just to think that we could keep some as being the good ones is just not the case. Let's see. Row J97 said that was in Warsaw. The ratio gave about nogs. But even then, you could be in certain parts of Warsaw and not see one nog at all. In countryside parts of Poland, where I stayed briefly, it was 0 nogs. Nice. That's the way you want right there. It's, how they got the term zero tolerance, and they did away with it once they started flooding non-whites into our countries and started allowing certain things to be allowed again, like drugs, pot. That's why they legalized pot. They didn't legalize it for you. They legalized it because they know that they're non-white soldiers that they're flooding into our countries by the millions, like smoking pot. And so they got tired of arresting all their token blacks for smoking pot, because they need their token blacks to be free and happy to pursue the American dream that white people created only for ourselves and our own people. And so how are the blacks going to pursue our whitey dream, American dream, that they're not supposed to be pursuing, that the Jays want them to be pursuing, unless the Jays convince white people that they're just like us. And unless they convince the blacks that they're just as good as us and just as American as we are and all those things, you kludge it all together, you end up with, non-whites being thought of as part of our people or part of our country, or being called Americans, being called Irish, being called a black, or being called a Swede or a Brit or whatever. And so, the other thing is that's why they like to, flood them into our countries, because once they have them in all our countries, then we have nowhere to go. Then we have to do something. We have to respond. We finally will have to react. All this time, the conservatives, first they started off cheering on the blacks. They still do. Let Byron Payne or whatever, I keep saying that name, but that's probably not really the assigned white man name they gave him. It's probably some other thing, but I keep thinking his name is Byron Payne for some reason. Whatever that stupid four-eyed nog is on Fox, that they use on Fox Business or whatever all the time. Between using that one and then like in any freaking black that puts on a MAGA hat, oh my gosh, all our conservative idiot examples of our people are just like, oh my god, you see the nog, he's just like white people. He's just like us, y'all. He's pro-Trump. Oh god, it makes me sick watching them. But listening, especially in the comment section on YouTube. Man, you ever want to feel
like you see the people all the time, like the over optimistic of our people that are like, oh, we got them running scared now, y'all. The Jews are scared now. We got them running scared. Man, the Jews ain't scared of nothing. They are laughing at us all the way to the synagogue every day. Every day that goes by that we don't just have them lined up on the wall going on the barges is another day that they're just pissing themselves laughing at us. There is absolutely zero scared anything about the Jays. So when you see some of those self-duping versions of our people say stuff like, "Oh, we got them running scared now," I can't help but shake my head and think, man, you still got a ways to go if you really think that. You gotta understand the Jays know they control everything, and the Jays know that white people don't realize, or even if they do realize, they're too afraid to point out that the Jews control everything. The Jew's head is bigger than you could ever imagine. The Jew's ego, that's what I mean by his head. The Jew's egos, each individual Jew's ego, is so huge that you just want to throw up if you realized. I mean, they spend their entire lives from the minute they are born. Their parents, gosh darn it, okay, their parents from the minute they're born start teaching them the Talmud. And that Talmud tells them that basically the Talmud takes our Holy Bible story about us being mankind and how all the others are the beasts who God uses to work against us and to tempt us and to be the curse against us when God gets angry with us and needs to punish us. They plucked out all the good parts of it, right? They didn't use the part where, the non-white or the non-Jews will be used against the Jews anytime the Jews misbehave God. No, you don't see that wrote anywhere in their stuff. But meanwhile, that's exactly what the Bible says about the non-whites versus Israel. So they love the fact that they use the parts they like is the part that our scriptures declare that the non-whites are beasts. So they copied that and apply that in their Talmud. In their Talmud, they put that all non-Jews are animals. And it uses the word animals. And they, not only does it say that all non-Jews are animals, but that they are all placed on the earth to serve the Jews. Now, try to find somewhere in your Bible where it says that God made the non-whites of this world to serve us, to serve Israel. Try to find a passage where God says, or anybody says, that non-whites were created by God to serve white people or to serve Israel. You know what I mean? Now, will you see the word servant mentioned in the Bible? Yes, because white people are other white people's servants. Servant means employee, by the way. So, white people employed other white people. We never, ever employed non-whites back in the day because we didn't have non-whites around us. There wasn't any non-whites to employ. Who were we going to employ? There was none around. When we did have non-whites around, it was because of an invasion, a conquering. And by conquering, I mean like a curse imposed on us by God because we quit keeping his Sabbath. So he flooded us with some non-whites, and you'll read about those times over and over again in the Bible. And in fact, that's the only times that he would flood us with non-whites is when we aren't keeping his Sabbath anymore, and we're not. And it doesn't always have to be that, but it's usually because we're not keeping his Sabbath. Now, when Jerusalem was sacked and when Israel was sacked before Judah, they weren't taken over by non-whites. They were actually conquered by whites, Babylonians were white people, and so were Assyrians. So Um, Assyrians had many other names that we've known the Assyrians as later on. So, let me go back out for one more time. One more time. Let's go back out one more time. If it wasn't for that breeze, I would just stay outside. There's this tiny little breeze making it just barely uncomfortable. But it's not even uncomfortable hardly, but nah, I ain't gonna do it. I'm still gonna walk out in one of the cars. All right. Go back to the trusty toy. And I don't mind sitting in this one, because it's one of the ones closer to the house, and it's got a really comfortable seats in it, and I don't care if I get it smoky inside. I don't even have to care. Just a toy. I don't use much. All right. I'm like millions of miles behind the chat, probably. I really apologize, y'all. Let's start. We're a little on our way through here. And some of this is conversation between you folks, which is great. I don't expect, and I didn't want every comment to only be to me. I like that you folks are chatting among yourselves. Not when you're fighting, of course, but when you're just throwing information back and forth and stuff. Or even when you're hashing out disagreements. I'm down with that too, because we got to do that kind of stuff too, like with the Colin McGregor thing and all these other things. We just need to look at every aspect, every angle, the whole chestnut. And I just get behind so far that it looks like I'm like millions of miles away. Hopefully I'm not. Let's see here. Patrick Fitzgerald said, I personally will never trust Colin McGregor. He hasn't done anything for the poor or homeless Irish people. Yeah, I mean, if he's just been wealthy all this time and you never really see him produce any results for our people, or for the Irish, it's like, okay, well, he's saying what you want to hear said, sort of, does he name the Jews? No. Does he let everyone know that, hey, it's the Jews causing all this shite upon us? No, he doesn't. Does he work for the Jews at a, big old fighting establishment? Yes. And so it's no different than if Tucker was suddenly running for president and there was no Trump and there was no, DeSantis, which people are hating on DeSantis and making fun of him all the time. That is the most cringe garbage. DeSantis is the only one who's produced any based action at all. You know what I mean? Think about it. Like, he's done, yes, he did go do that thing in Yisrael but he went over there and signed that. You know what I mean? And yes, he did do one thing to, be like, don't be mean to the Yids in his state, right? But I know a lot of people in Florida, and I've asked them. In fact, I know several of the folks I know in Florida are based, and I've interacted with them personally about that, whatever that law, it isn't a law, of course. There's no such thing as that. Law is what God's rules are. But whatever that legal Jewish nonsense he had the Jews drafted up and had him sign in his state, I have asked all my based peeps, and none of them reported ever hearing of anyone being arrested or ticketed or anything being done to anyone who speaks out about the Jews or criticizes them about the things they're up to. So DeSantis, in my position, as far as I'm concerned, if I had to pick anyone, I would definitely pick DeSantis over Trump any day. I'd pick him 5 times over Trump. And that's because he's the only one who's actually produced any kind of real results, a pushback against the destruction of white people. And he's actually said white people before multiple times, talking about how, our white people's
faith and country is under attack. And you don't hear Trumpstein say shit like that. Trumpstein just says America, America, America. That way he's including what he thinks is all the non-whites, to satisfy the Jews. But, we understand that the word American and the word America means white people. It doesn't mean non-whites. It doesn't mean multi-culti, nothing. And so, but for Trump, it does. For Trump, America means anybody occupying America's soil. That's what it means. And remember, Trump wants more people to come into our country than ever. So he doesn't mind more people coming into our country than ever, which did happen during his 4 years, by the way. He didn't slow down invasion whatsoever, like all the Trump turds actually think he did. And they give him credit as slowing it down and all this. He didn't slow it down one iota. And he didn't deport any more than any other president did. Obama deported more than he did, and they were non-whites that he was deporting. Obama deported more non-whites than Trump ever did by magnitudes. And I mean, he didn't even have to deport any of them, but he did so just to say where all his boxes got checked. Like, oh, yep, he deported some as a president. Okay. And he did this as president. Okay. He checks all the boxes, even deporting non-whites. But he was never on our side, of course, and neither was Trump or any of those people. And so that's how, in our mind, we deduced that McGregor is not going to end up being anything for us either, because the results are he doesn't ever say the words white people. He says the Irish, Well, the Irish is fucking white people, okay? And so our white people need to start saying the words white people. That's it. Not Irish or German or any of that shit. We need to say white people, because that's what the fuck we are. We're white people. We don't have to discern ourselves. The non-whites don't give two shit whether you're a German or an Italian or an Iranian or an Englishman or a Canadian or a fucking American or an Italian or a Frenchman. You're a white dude. You're a white man. You're the white man. All right? You're white people to them. You're white people to our God. Our God doesn't go by Germanic. Our God doesn't go by, there's no word Ireland in our Bible. All right? Our people are white. They're called fair, which is the descriptor word white. So the Bible calls us white people over and over and over again. So that is what we are. And we're not anything else. We don't have to be Irish like Homeboy calls them. And then for them, they like it because they're like Ireland for the Irish. It's a clever, catchy phrase thing, and I get that. I respect the catchy phraseness of it, but it can dupe other white people into thinking that there's only a war against the Irish. You know what I mean? And then if somehow the Irish save themselves, well, then there's no problem anymore, But that's not the case. All white people are under attack. And until we have someone like Conor McGregor get up and say, look, you fucking bloody bastards, you're after all white people, you're trying to ruin, I'm trashing the Irish thing, I'll stop doing it. You're trying to ruin white people, you're trying to ruin, and you're doing it with our country, Ireland now, and we're not going to put up with it. We see you ruining our white countries elsewhere, you're not going to do it here. So if he said stuff like that, where he's addressing that all white people are under attack, and this is all one attack, it's not just against Ireland, it's an attack against every country. They're saying Ireland, trying to just keep saying Irish and that the Irish under attack instead of, and Ireland is under attack instead of white people are under attack. It just keeps everyone duped into thinking that you're only worried or it makes it sound like only Ireland is under attack when all the other white countries have already been under attack. Ireland's just the last country to start finally being put under attack, which I don't mean finally as if I've been waiting on it to happen and wanted it to happen. I'm saying finally as in
they went through all our other countries, France, England, America, Canada, Germany, Sweden, Norway, all those places, Switzerland, and now they've hit Ireland. You know what I mean? And so it's, oh, Ireland, Ireland. Well, they've already been in every other country. So it's not that unexpected that they're going to come to Ireland and try to ruin Ireland too. You know what I mean? But it's ruining Ireland also. That's all. Ireland is starting to be ruined and attacked, and Irish people are starting to be enthralled and invaded and enthralled in non-whites and attacked. Also, not only, also, you know? All right, I accidentally hit a button that started me way back down the chat. So let me scroll back up and see how far. Oh man, I don't know how far back I'm gonna have to go. It put me all the way here at the end where I'm caught up with y'all. um, I'm looking, y'all. Okay, I'm not terribly far behind. Not as far as I thought I might be. And some of this is conversation and stuff. Hey, Punctuation Marks is here, everybody. Say hello, Punctuation Marks. How are you, sir? And I guess you've already been here for a while, jamming along. So, all right. So they were chatting back and forth a little bit. I'm going to scroll back down. I'm just get down here. You know what? Heck with it. I'm going to skip a bunch of this because it looks like a lot of it is conversation anyway. We're going to go right to the bottom. And now I am 100% caught up with y'all in real time here. Deborah McGee just joined in. Wow, right as I get to the bottom. Awesome. So, hello, Deborah. I guess you were here earlier and I didn't get to see your name earlier. So, hello, and I'm glad you stopped by. Yeah, there's been, some back and forth tonight in the chat and about Patrick Fitzgerald, but I've just been more focused on our main squeeze topic that we worry about is all white people being under attack. But of course, I titled it after the Toledot tunnels. I should have called them the Talmud tunnels, but called them the Toledot tunnels because that was the new news that popped up today, and I'm hoping now this is also going to open even more ability up for us to criticize the Jews and call them out in public and say the word Jews and everything without having as much absolute blast back like you used to get, because for whatever reason more and more anti-Jew stuff is coming out. And man, like McDonald's, I'm loving it. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that the Jews have this all controlled and figured out and whatever. But this is a time for us to plant seeds while they're allowing all this anti-Jew rhetoric to be going around that's not even real anti-Jew rhetoric like ours is. At least it opens the doors up for us with other people who any other time would have violently rejected our information and hated us forever, even though they used to be our lifelong friend, and they don't even know any fucking Jews. They would end up disowning your friendship with you of all your adulthood. Because, oh my gosh, I never knew my friend of 25 years is this sicko racist, and that's what your cucked friends would do. They would dump you over the Jews, not even knowing one fucking Jew personally themselves. So, that's why I stick with the topic of that, because I just don't need more. I don't want to worry about more division among us, We already have plenty of subdivision. And then, to worry about singling out certain people and whatever is, I don't know, it just seems not too productive. Excuse me, y'all. Wrong pipe. Woo. Gotta learn how to swallow all the way before I talk, or before I take in a breath. The our problem is not whether Patrick is black or not. Our problem is white people are under attack by the Jews, you know? So that's why I'll focus and stay focused on that. And I never see any anti-white I don't ever see any anti-white chat coming from Patrick Fitzgerald, so I take him at his word for now, you know, as it stands, that he's a 100% white guy and the whole thing. And you know, I'm not, my interaction with him it doesn't rely on whether or not he's actually a real Israelite or a white person or not. So long as he isn't saying anti-white things, he's fitting in with our format just fine. You know what I mean? Especially when he's saying pro-white things, like, you know, and not saying that all his comments are pro-white comments, but I just mean that if he's not posting anything anti-white, you know, like blatantly anti-white, then I don't have too much trouble with. And if he was, you know, lying about being white, you know. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Row J97 said Galatian is in the Bible, which some people think is referring to the Celts, specifically the Gauls. Yeah, I think the Gauls became the Gaels. I think Gael, I think that comes from Gaul and the Gauls. And or I mean, and the Gaul, Gaelic, all of it. I think all of it comes from Galatian, if I'm not mistaken. So, from the Galatians. So, certainly you could be right on that. Punctuation marks. Okay, so he's interacting with Yumjoy about their positions on things. Okay. And then Marcavius Fontavia said, I wasn't missing much. Yeah, I see that most of it was just going back and forth chat, which is, hey, you know, in this particular situation, maybe it'd be like, it's not as, it isn't exactly the type of back and forth chatting, excuse me, that you hope for when you're doing this, when you're doing a live stream. But I mean, we got to hash things out, you know, and once in a while we're going to have someone come in that perhaps is subverting or playing along with us, but just to get info and whatever, and others may call them out, and there will be a lot of this chat and fighting sometimes because of those things. And I knew those things would come when I started doing live streams. I figured they would anyway. And so, you know, I'm not against everybody arguing and battling down over it either. I mean, that's what I call hashing out things. When I mentioned that us truthers would hash out things in the past about other truths that are established now that we understand, like the shape of the earth and the dome exists and all these things. And there's no outer space, there's no billions of years, no such thing as dinosaurs, no such thing as outer space aliens, there's no such thing as you know, traveling to space and all that crap. None of that. It's all Jewish fiction. All of it. It's all one big package of Jewish lie. And so, you know, back in the day, we had a lot of truther infighting in the comment sections before there was live streaming with a chat thing. There would just be wars like this among viewers in the comment section, you know, on videos. And so we would, you know, call each other out and argue with each other. And man, I've been called a yid. I couldn't tell you how many times people have called me a yid. And I've even had people, you know, accuse me of being black, you know, and saying that I say all these things, that I'm just some nog trying to
live vicariously as a white person through the internet, pretending I'm a white person and being all anti-black and pro-white and all this stuff, um, which I'm not anti-black, but I mean like how it's portrayed as if I'm anti-black or whatever. Um, so, uh, I don't mind it all that much because I want them all to argue their points down, and maybe Patrick will learn something like, oh, maybe when I post these certain things, it makes all my white people, freak out about me being not white because typically a white person wouldn't say this certain thing about the non-whites or whatever. Maybe he'll figure out among all this argument back and forth that they have had, several times in the chat that maybe over time, um, everyone can either have some realizations of their own selves, like whatever it may be, I don't know what they may be. And I'm not talking about Patrick specifically. I mean, Yumjoy or whoever that's going back and forth with him. Maybe all of y'all might have like little understandings develop along the way where y'all finally come to a better hashed out understanding of what you think of each other. What you think of each other and what you think each other are as far as racial and whatnot. um, Roe J97 said, literally Galatians are Celts. Yes, that's what I remembered as well. Yumjoy said, okay, he was just asking the question back. Okay. Marcavius Fontavius said, this is much more enjoyable with my Jamesons. Let's see here. Boy, that's something I never could appreciate was Jameson. I didn't like that, and I didn't like Dewards, and I didn't like Dewards is the most disgusting alcohol I think I ever sipped. I don't like any of the, well, of course I haven't drank in over a decade, but when I did, I usually drank like a Crown and Coke or a rum and Coke or something like that. I didn't like cheap whiskeys because they just tasted raunchy. Like, ugh, I did not like inexpensive whiskeys and bourbons and things like that. I didn't like any of those things. But rum, it's kind of sweecy spite or sweecy spite. Wow, spicy sweet. And it's got a bite to it, but it did the sweetness in it and the spiciness in it kind of allows it to be enjoyable anyway. Taste wise, more so than any of the whiskeys that are non-brand name. And then Crown is like the only whiskey I could really tolerate. So I usually just drink Crown and Cokes. It was actually cheaper to get a buzz quickly that way because Crown is so, clean and by clean it actually it's not like certain things that are too clean and you can't get a buzz from. It's actually in alcohol world, it was the Crown whiskey tended to give me a buzz much quicker and more effectively with way less than the cheap ones. So yeah, the bottom shelf stuff, like if I were to got a Dewards and Coke, right, it would have tasted like horrible garbage for one, and for two, it would have only saved me like $3 or $4, right? So then you have to drink two of them because it won't get you the right buzz you were looking for out of the drink. So now you got to buy a second one. Well, now you spent more than you would have spent on the one Crown and Coke, and you would have consumed less and had your little buzz you were looking for, and be out the door with a couple dollars still in your pocket that you would have lost otherwise. And your drink actually tasted better as opposed to having, an inexpensive one in there and it tasting utterly atrocious, I mean, you can't really put Coke with
any other whiskey than Crown, or it's just going to taste like like you're eating a cow patty. Um, let's see here. Boom, boom. Oh, somehow I accidentally scrolled back too far up in the chat. Whoops, my bad. All right, let's start right here because I have one addressing me. So Yumjoy said, I'm either exposing him or I'm not, but rarely am I wrong. Believe what you want. I don't go by belief. I don't like using that word. My position is that he just hasn't, as long as he's not saying anti-white things in the chat, yes, I know that some of the things he has posted can be viewed as though he's inciting division among the whites. So I do, I get that. I do get that. I comprehend that. But at the same time, it's not for me to definitively say, hey man, look, you're non-white and that's that. I have no way to prove it, and what if you're really wrong? And what if this dude really is telling the truth, and it just so happens that you've taken a lot of things he said the wrong way because he doesn't articulate himself well. Some people are just not good with their words either. They may put out a lot of words and they may have a lot of opinion, but they may not be able to express them in a good enough way. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I have no way to definitively be like, yes, you're definitely not white, dude. You know what I mean? And so since I can't look at him in my eyes and be like, yep, you're definitely not a white guy, I can't just up and accuse him of it. You know what I mean? Obvious ones that are black, I will call out as obviously being black. When we get that all caps troll that would come in, I know you know what I'm talking about, and he would type like all this, like he was saying pro-white things, but he's writing like extremely pedantic pro-white things, like way off the cuff, way over the top, and everything is in all capital letters. And then he'll be like, we need to burn all these stupid niggers, right? Let's do it, white people, and just stupid shit like that white people don't put. Only niggers would put, trying to pretend to be white people. In those cases, like that one was, I called him out. Plain as day, I called him out. I knew he was a non-white. It was obvious he was a non-white. It was obvious he was a black or a YouTube employee or a yid. And so I called him out, and I did in the comment section on my videos when he would post on those. And I've had a lot of back and forth with just that one dude. And I already knew he was a non-white. I could have just blocked him and ignored him. But instead, I'll give him entertainment now and then just for the heck of it. But in this case with Patrick, I don't have, anything other than he posts mostly pro-white things. He doesn't, whether you take them as divisive because he was saying, things like, oh, we're not white, we're Irish in Ireland and things like that. And I realize you have seen things in other threads. I still acknowledge that 100,000%, homie. Still acknowledge that. And if you had the screenshots that you could maybe post on a community post, or I could see it and that and this, and I could see, maybe then things would be different. But I just, I can't just, just up and, especially again when he's posting things that are mostly agreeable, you know what I mean, and they're not pedantic, over the top, being stupid like the other obvious non-white was who used to attend. Let's see here. Deborah said she's gonna get on out of here for the night. She said, I appreciate the time, Stay White. The chat is ridiculous tonight. They need to stop acting like children. Have a good night. God bless. Well, God bless you too, dear. And it's all right. I don't mind letting y'all, take however much time you want on my chat to hash out your differences. I really don't, and if the whole chat all night is just y'all hashing out your differences, that's fine too, I'll still figure out a way to interact with y'all now and then throughout all the commenting. Yumjoy said, proper Irish whiskey from a proper Irish animal. So, what is proper Irish whiskey? Is Jameson's proper Irish whiskey? If it is, my apologies for my ignorance on whiskeys. I don't know the first thing about liquor. I'm utterly stupid about liquor. I just know that Crown whiskey was the only one I could ever actually tolerate. I tried Dewards, tried Jameson's, tried other things. They all tasted horrible to me. And beer has always tasted horrible to me. I've never craved a beer in my entire life, not one. No matter on the hottest, hardest working day, or I'm covered in sweat and job's finally over, I'm finally sitting down, never craved a beer. And the flavor of it's nasty to me. And alcohol flavors, alcohols are nasty to me. I don't like vodka. I don't like whiskey. I don't like rum. I don't like any of them. But I can tolerate rum. And I can tolerate Crown, but I don't drink them a la carte, that's for sure, because I don't think they taste good by themselves, even the ones I would drink back in the day. Instead, I had to always mix it with a Coke so that I wouldn't have to taste only the alcohol, and I would use so much Coke. In fact, I can tell you how I can still remember how I used to order my drinks. I would order a Crown and Coke, double tall, with a single shot of Crown in it. Or at some bars, because it got complicated to try to explain that way, I would say I want a single Crown and a Coke in a pint glass. And they would say, in a pint glass? And I'd be like, yes, in a pint glass. That way I would get not a little cocktail glass with a little bit of Coke in it. I would get a big old pint glass full of Coke with my one shot of Crown in it, and that would make it tolerable for me to drink. But I definitely never sipped alcohols just raw dog, except for a random moment here or there to try the taste of them, and see what they tasted like without anything, just so I had a reference of their base flavor. But even like Crown or rum, there was never any time where I would just drink those on their own. I always had to have a very tall cup or glass full of soda, and then a shot only added to it. But yeah, it's been since 2013, so 10 years exactly. It's actually been since I drank last. Never had a little, all right, I'll have one with you. Nope, nothing. The closest thing to alcohol I've had since 2013 is a NyQuil, a shot of NyQuil, and that's it. And I took that because I needed to, because I was sick at the time, not because I was trying to get a buzz off of it. Let's see here. And some folks said good night to Deborah. I guess Mikhail Volkov has chimed in, and I didn't see him chime in earlier. So my apologies for not seeing that you had joined the chat. Welcome, sir. And God bless you. And if you're still here, I hope you are, so you got to hear me say welcome, and glad you're here. But if you've bounced out, I understand. Folks don't have all night, But God bless you. I'm glad you stopped by and chimed in, and punctuation marks replied to you saying, because Germany and Russia have invaded Poland in the past, of course, not just talking about World War II. I'm talking about before. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Has happened before. Let's see. Right. Fontavious said, Scotch whiskey, not as good as Irish. Too peaty. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it was that Jameson is one or the other, and though that one type, like the Dewards type, that is so disgusting to me. Whatever the Dewards type is, whether that's Irish or Scottish, Man, the Deward stuff, oh, that's just vomit inducing. Um, Absolute disgusting. I don't know how they ever convince themselves to start drinking it. Oh, man. Row J97 said, when my former self drank in the past, Jameson was delicious, but it's not very ladylike to consume whiskey. It's a man's drink. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I understand what you mean. I do. It is a man's drink, really. Even beer is, to be honest with you. It looks odd for me to see. To me, when I see a woman with a beer in her hand, it just looks so out of place to me, Like seeing a woman with tattoos up and down her arm, or like seeing a woman cop, or seeing a woman politician, or seeing a woman judge, or seeing a woman soldier. It's just so out of place, Punctuation mark said, what beers y'all recommend? Oh man, I don't know. There's a billion out nowadays. Ever since I quit drinking beer, now all these quote micro brew companies have started up. So there's 5 million beer companies now. When I was drinking beer, my one and only favorite, well, I know what my two favorites were, and they both were similar. That's why. My two favorites in the world, and I hate the name of this one because of the word left in it. Well, literally the words left hand in it, but Mike's Milk Stout. Mike's Left Hand Milk Stout. I liked that beer, and I liked Guinness. That was the only two beers that I actually liked the taste of. And if I was like, if I just up and was compelled to have an adult beverage, I'll call it. If I was to have, well, let me just say a beer. If I was inclined to have a beer one day, it would only be one of those two things. And it would never, I don't say the word never, that sounds too extreme. But if I ever were to have a beer one day, it would definitely be a Guinness. And if they had a Mike's Left Hand Milk Stout, then I would take that instead. That's more top shelf. It's like a top shelf version of Guinness, Even though that sounds ridiculous to say, because Guinness is its own top shelf of its own thing that has its own school to teach how to pour it properly. And you can be Guinness certified, and you have to be Guinness certified to work certain places. That Guinness is sold exclusively. So I don't want to say it's top shelf Guinness. It's a top shelf beer that tastes almost just like Guinness to my taste buds. But 10 years and going strong, I don't miss any of it a lick. And it's because I never was an alcoholic. Never in my life was I an alcoholic. I have always avoided getting addicted to things. All right. So, good example. Some days I go an entire 24 hours without smoking a single cigarette. You know what I mean? And I don't get bitchy and have some withdrawals or any kind of nonsense like, you would get from if you were, say, an alcoholic or just a fairly regular drinker and then you quit cold turkey suddenly, which is exactly what I did. If you were to do that suddenly, well, gosh, you might end up with the shakes, or you may even have to turn yourself into a rehab joint or something, or halfway house thing, or well, I guess they're not called halfway. That's for the prisoners to, but you know what I mean. I know you get what I'm saying. So Roe J97 said, when my former self, oh no, I'm just repeating what you just said. Oh gosh, I was already at the punctuation marks. What beers y'all like? Oh yeah. So, but of all of the two things in the world I ever could happily enjoy as a beer, it was those two things, and there was really no other. that I enjoy drinking. Okay, Jameson is the Irish type. Okay. And Roe J97 said Jameson isn't even owned by the Irish anymore, but some multinational company. Yeah, it's probably the Jews. You know, I mean, the Jews buy a lot of alcoholic companies or alcohol companies too, because what destroys our people legally all day and all night? Alcohol. So it only makes sense that they would want to um, keep the thing who destroys so many of our people legal, which means Jewish permission, versus making it illegal, where, you know, now they've got to take their soldiers off the streets. Instead, they want to leave them on the streets, unbothered, unimpeded, to do whatever the heck they want, so that once they figure out, hey, we're actually already in the purge right now. Like, I can just go kill any whiteys I want, and I'm going to get away scot-free. They're just going to let me go. And then they're basically just letting blacks do whatever they want until the blacks have that full realization that, oh shit, this purge we've been wishing they would do is we already in it. And they just haven't had that super obvious epiphany yet, nor have our people, by the way. So let's be thankful to God right now all together as white people that, thank you, Holy Father, thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father God, for keeping your beasts of the field at least delayed in understanding enough and just long enough for others of ours to come to our aid. And oh yeah, you would beat me to it and said a company called Diego, maybe the Yids own it now. Yes, so exactly. You already had in mind what I was going to say too. So awesome. Yeah, you already beat me to it. Great deal. James Thomas. Hey, look who arrived. James Thomas is here, everyone. Say hello to James. And he said, has anyone ever seen Birth of a Nation? I want to say I did watch that. Can you remind us who produced that or who starred as the narrator or something? I want to say I've watched that. I know there's a book, Birth of a Nation, and I was going to listen to that recently in audio format if I could find it. YouTube or somebody reading it on YouTube or whatever. And if not, maybe I'll download the audio book, but I don't like doing stuff like that. I've never done it that way. I pretty much always find someone reading it on either YouTube, or if I have to find it on, like, I Google search it, and if I find that it's on BitChute, well, I click that. If it's on Odyssey, well, I click there. But let's see here. Roe J97 said, Soul beer. If Budweiser didn't decide to go woke, I'd recommend that, but that ship has sailed. Yeah, that sailed for me too. I wouldn't be recommending that stuff anywhere after all that. Marcavius Fontavius asked, the old one? And James replied, yes, the old one. And Yumjoy said to Ro J, I was smashing a vegan for an entire weekend, and trust me, she consumed me, so I don't buy it. Well, it's funny, you know, a lot of vegans are just totally full of shit. It's a how do I word it right? They live a dual life, right? Their one life, on the life they portray to everyone all day, every day, is this militant, FU meat eaters. I only wear freaking cotton shoes with cotton laces, and I don't have a cotton belt, and I don't wear any animal products. I mean, they have that persona that they put out to the public, right? But as soon as no one's looking, vegans are eating meat all the time. They'll have themselves a sliced pepperoni pizza when no one's looking. They'll have themselves a, ham and cheese sandwich at home when no one's home. They'll have themselves a little couple of chicken nuggets off some dude's 6-piece that he finished, didn't want them, and everybody's gone, and dude's looking around, there's no one coming back. It was all just going to get thrown in the garbage anyway. Boom, a couple nuggets got popped in the mouth, They're full of shit. They have cheat days, they call them. That just means, man, if you're a real vegan, there's no such thing as a cheat day. When I did the vegan thing, I did the for real vegan thing. So I had no dairy, no ice cream, and those are my primary intakes. Those are my primary foods for the majority of my life. And I cut them cold turkey, cut pork, cold turkey too. But I cut it all, chicken, beef, all of it, everything. And I only held on to not eating pork anymore. But I have additional reasons for that, and those are the biblical reasons. And trichinosis, which can't be cooked out of the food, no matter how hot you cook it, for how long you cook it. You could cook pork for 24 hours at 1,000 degrees and pull it out, and it's just a little black baseball now. Still got trichinosis capsules, alive and well and ready to go and hatching inside your bloodstream once you consume it. So you cannot cook trichinosis away. And so that's definitely the other reason. But definitely my primary reason is because the Bible told me so. Told me not to. So I'm still curious about this one they're talking about, the birth of a nation. I hope I get far enough in the chat and they clarify. Marcavius has seen it. I feel like I've seen it too. I just need somebody to mention who was in it, when it came out, yada yada. A little bit of conversation back and forth. Row J97 said, we Celtic Slavic mixed people have a high tolerance for alcohol. Even as a female, I can handle alcohol, but it's not good for me, so I don't drink. Well, I mean, good. It's not good for you, so you don't do it. And that's alcohol for you right there. Alcohol is not good for you, so a lot of people don't do it, And I totally get what you mean. I get where you're coming from with that, And she continues on. It's even worse than if you're telling me them vampiric creatures own our Irish alcohol. That's messed up. They probably own Irish shores with the whole fishing scandal. Yeah, or with the whole fishing scandal. Well, yeah. Anytime you see, wherever there's a scandal, there are the Jews. There are the Jews. Now, I remember, you always have the ability to remove them from your island, and that would be why you celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I don't know how long you've been viewing the channel, but I still have a vid on this channel about St. Patrick's Day. Now, St. Patrick is famous for driving all the serpents out of Ireland. But here's the rub. Ireland has never had snakes. So the serpents that the Holy Bible is talking about there are the Jews. St. Patrick drove all the Jews out of Ireland. So that was that. Now you would think, what an oxymoron, because he was a saint of the Catholic Church, which they control. And that's true. But he defected on them, one of the only, and and basically gave up a high-paying luxe life of, and all that to be in alignment with the truth. You know what I mean? Um, and to get back to your point about the fishing spot and all that, yes, anytime you see conflict, strife among the employees, I'm trying to think of other examples, but whatever the case, the examples, what's up. And so you start seeing those examples and stuff, you'll know that there's a J involved somewhere. You see the word scandal, you see infighting, you see drama. There's a J somewhere, and he's up to it. He's up to exactly what you expect him to be up to, causing it all. And she said, yeah, as a vegan, you're allowed to have a man's meat because it's consensual. He allows it, and yeah. Whereas eating meat is a different story. Not the same thing. Yeah, he was just getting a fun one in. But you know how it is. You gotta get a fun one in now and then. Yumjoy said, there's a mixed person I debate with all the time. She speaks exactly like him. She claims she's European as well. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a nog alert. Yeah. Yep. It's that too. Nog or a J alert. Your JDAR or the nog alert. Absolutely, 100%. Row J97 said, I feel sorry for the mixed race people who feel and identify with their white ancestors, but at the end of the day, they are an abomination, or they are abominations when all is said and done. That's absolutely true, And, I have, because we're white people, I have been through all the emotions, of once I discovered our identity 100% fully, right? I, like probably many of you, excuse me, gosh, I went through all the different emotions. One of them being, and multiple times, and one of them being the feeling bad for them. I tried to have empathy and think, man, what if God had made me a black, or a random Asian number 2,142,201, I mean, the 85 millionth guy named Ching Wen, or whatever in China, who looks exactly like all the other guys with the same name. and all the rest of the populace. I can't imagine, And rather than have empathy for them, use that buildup you're getting of empathy for them and direct it to gratefulness to God that He blessed you to not be a part of that pit, And um, and I still, to this day, I have empathy for them and sympathy for them, but only in the sense that we just spoke of, that there's no way they can do anything about it. It's like a terminal illness upon the moment they were born. And then someday, if they run across the real biblical truth, they discover that their issue of being black, which they already understood, is terminal. It's going to go all the way to the end. And and they have this innate sense of already knowing without reading the Talmud and without ever reading and comprehending our Bible. I mean, they read our Bible, but they don't comprehend it because it's not meant for them. And God allowed our men to word the Bible in code speak, and clever revelations are offered along the ways that were not meant for you to know in earlier times of your study of the Bible. They're only meant for those later times. And so, um, there have been times because of all of that where I would, spend many hours in deep contemplation about what must go through their minds, even, right? About knowing they're in this circumstance. And this is what creates all the envy and hatred of white people and causes them to lash out and kill one of our people. Um, it's because they know. White people are the only ones who don't understand that the non-whites are the beasts of this world. Um, with the exception of cats, maybe. Maybe cats think that they are actually the rulers of the whole entire top of the world. But beyond the feline category, I would say most cats, not most cats, I say cats meaning people sometimes, most of the time when uh, uh, most of the time it's that non-whites understand that they are beasts, right? Most of the time. So this is why you'll see like teenage black girls. They're in high school. They're only in like ninth grade, or you'll see them in junior high or eighth grade or whatever. And they'll go in like the girls bathroom, and then they'll just start spray painting, you know, I hate niggers, and niggers are beasts. They'll do that like a eighth or ninth grade black girl, just once she discovers those things, has that epiphany, has that realization that apparently white people are so freaking duped down over so many generations that they physically cannot notice it. Uh, the non-white will, um, well, you say you feel sorry for the mixed race people. I always feel sorry for the non-whites themselves. You know what I mean? But the mixed race ones, I have a hard time feeling anything for them because of them being an abomination. Yeah. So I guess you're extending a little further than I would. And you're one of our women. So that makes sense. I realize it's that you're a lady, and that it's much different for ladies in when it comes to empathy. Um, but I don't want to stick on that too long because I'll get off on too many tangents about that. So let me keep on moving forward here. Um, hmm, let's see. Patrick Fitzgerald he said, Patrick Fitzgerald, he's saying Patrick Fitzgerald used to do that too, that he was over the top with his pro whiteness. Okay, he's replying to me about when I was talking about that other guy that would come in the chat. Can't remember that freaking Nog's name but it's been a while since I've seen him. I'm surprised we never see him in these chats, blowing him up with his big old all caps messages. But somehow he's not ever noticed the live streams. Maybe the Yids have assigned him to elsewhere, to some other YouTuber. Row J97 said, plenty of Irish people don't identify as white, but individually Irish and or part of the wider European race. They identify with their Celtic tribe. Yeah, and that's part of why, that's part of what Christ's whole mission of sending his disciples up to at least one up to talk to some of the pagan cucked folks of ours up in Ireland because um they that land is white land and it's white people land and we do have many other names that have developed over the years, um the Sumerians ended up being Chimerians, which ended up being Cimmerians, which ended up being uh, I can't remember now the little each step in line, but you know what I'm talking about. Like they change names all these times and all these times, but we know the original one there. That original one is that's like the plate that got it started. You know what I mean? And then um and then to worry about, we can worry about whether we're Irish or English or any of that once we've defended all the white countries and fended off the non-white invaders and the J subverters. Then once we're 100% white people in our 100% white Christian countries all over again, then we can start when we're only among our own from then on, because we've gotten rid of all the others, or because God has done so in order to lift his curse from us after we have repented. And all of that is out of the way and done and finished. Then we can just start correcting our own people. Like, actually, sir, I'm Irish, whatever. But I would say never correct anyone calling you white, though, because that's just not necessary. You are definitely white. Everyone calls you white that wishes they were white. They would give anything to be able to be talking about themselves when they use the descriptor color white. Every black on the face of the earth. In fact, I've told this to y'all, not in a live stream, but on a long rant video before. I think it was in my 2 hours of ASMR about conservatives. I think it was in that. Wow, I got like a freaking sound like a Huey just flew over my house. It's still flying over, shaking my whole place. Maybe today's the day I'm getting Black Hawk down. Like an Apache going right over my house. So, if you ever want to see a black smile from ear to ear, the biggest smile you've ever I did it again. I took a drink in the middle of a sentence I'm trying to say. My bad, y'all. Now, I don't want you going around making blacks feel good and smiling all the time, but if you were inclined to, say, perhaps want to see if you could make a black smile their butt off just by a simple thing you say to them, and if you know a black that is already familiar enough with you that they won't attack you. In other words, you wouldn't do this with strange blacks necessarily. That may actually be taken the wrong way by them. They may think that you're mocking them, knowing that they're not whites. And that may actually, your mileage may vary with with strange blacks. But if you have to interact with, like, say you have a black coworker and he's, familiar with you and he's never unfriendly with you and he seems to get along with you at work as a coworker, and he's a little bit racially jivey now and then and whatever, excuse me, if you ever find yourself in a situation like that with a black, or multiple blacks, especially if you have multiple blacks that you work with and they're friendly toward you while you're at work with them as a coworker, and they do the nigga this between each other and jive this and talk things freely, Call them crackers one day. Walk in and be like, "What's up, crackers? What's going down?" Da da da. And scan the room of them after you call them that, and watch all those black guys feel better than they've ever felt in their entire life, because you're probably the first person that's ever called them a cracker. And while they use that term as an insult at us, um, they would give anything to be able to be known as a cracker, or for people to call them a cracker, because even though they know they don't look a lick whiter, just hearing someone call them cracker makes them feel like a white person for a moment. And it's involuntary. Their face will, the biggest smile that black's face has ever made will form instantly on their face when you call them a cracker, especially in friendly terms. Like, "Hey, what's up, crackers? Going down, you know? What?" If it's multiples, you know, "What's up, crackers? What y'all up to today?" Or whatever. They will be the most smiley blacks you've ever seen your whole life. Be the biggest smile you've ever seen a black make. And it's because, I said all that because that white, the word white is the word for our people. It is the modern word. White people means Israel, means all the other descriptors of white people you can imagine. You know what I mean? So it's totally okay to call yourself a white person if you're a white person. And you don't have to separate it as, "No, I'm French. I'm not white. I'm French," you know? And you don't ever have to be like, "No, I'm not white. I'm peach colored, actually," or any of that, because if you're white, you white. And all the world's non-whites know you as white and wish they were known as white. So learn to love and embrace our most envied descriptor. Marcavius Fontavious said, "Patrick and Yum kind of made me happy tonight. I needed it." Well, there you go. See, it was aggravating Deborah, but you enjoyed it and got some entertainment. So, you know, that just goes to show you that some of our folks are down with and take to pretty well some things and some aspects and some parts of our fight, and then others will not, and then vice versa. There will be other situations that come along that might rub the other the wrong way, but the other it does not, you know? So, so it's like the you can't please everybody situation, you know, like, and that's why I understand, and I go into these things totally understanding that, you know? And so I expect infighting in the chat. I expect, you know, a newbie to come along now and then that's not familiar with me and join in the chat and accuse me of being a fraud or a fed. That's what they love to call. "Oh, a glowy." That's what the one idiot came in and called me. He's like, "Oh, wow, who's this glowy on this live stream?" I'm thinking to myself, dude, I've been on YouTube way too long to be thought of as a glowy, bro. A glowy is somebody that has no real channel, has no videos, has no anything but lots of trolling comments, and their account's only a year or two old usually. I mean, I'm as far from a freaking I'm as far from a glowy as as you can imagine. This is the anti-glow. This is one of the anti-glowy channels. So, and of course they, you know, would say, "Oh, well, that's very expected though, controlled opposition and yada yada," and you know, but yeah, it's nothing glowy about me. Let's see, but you know, you get all those things though. That's my point of mentioning is they just, you know, you're gonna have infighting between folks. That's always gonna end up happening. And not only that particular thing, but then, you know, people coming in and troll bombing me, you know, just by troll bombing the chat generally. And just, you know, thing after thing after thing, you know, can come from or in these chats. And, you know, I started live streaming with fully understanding that that would end up being the case. that there would be all these different doodad things that would pop up. So, yeah, I don't let it bother me and let them just, bang away, hashing it out between each other until they come to more definitive conclusions they have about each other. Patrick Fitzgerald said, "Unfortunately, Europeans have always been divided by my family. Fought against the English during the Easter Rising in 1916 and the United Irish Uprising in 1798 and the Desmond Rebellions in the 1570s." I hear you, bro. I do, and I understand that Irish really do, because of their constant fighting back and forth and having to win their status back, independent uh, from the English and all that stuff. I realize y'all did go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth a billion times and all those things, but I'm not just, and it's not to say that it was all for nothing, because it wasn't. There were things that was important to your side, and things are were important to the English, and it just kept happening, and then one would try to conquer the other to just be done with it all, and there was a lot. I get what you mean. I totally do. That there was already so much, and that may be a good thing for Yumjoy to consider about you, is that concerning how your comments read to him. You know what I mean? When he would read those certain ones that irked him. Because you just kind of showed another hint of that same thing with this comment. And it is that, and that hint is basically the whole comment here, where you're reminding us that there is this, millennia plus long battle between your two countries. And so one certainly doesn't want to yield to the other. And I understand that, and I can respect that. So how do we approach this then, for us to all be, like Christ said, of one congregation, one accord, one Son, one Redeemer, What is the solution to that? Well, I'm trying to think of one right now in real time. I'm trying to express a way we could at least try to push forward, perhaps. With Yumjoy and you understanding each other better. So because of all the the multiple centuries of the conflicts, it's beyond understandable that your people kind of circled the wagons around themselves and said, "This is it, and that's it." You know what I mean? And F everyone else. We're Irish. We don't want to hear your bullshit. We don't want you coming with your stupid whatever. And so, there is a perspective of that you live in. There's this state of existence that is your perspective, obviously, and others can't. Someone who is not Irish cannot. They don't have that same motherly love, it wouldn't matter if you take an Englishman, you bring him to Ireland, he's not going to have the brotherly love for Ireland as a white man that he's supposed to have yet. And same goes for an Irishman. You take an Irishman, you bring him over to England, and his still recent upsettedness and and defeat, or whichever way, whichever one would win and the other would lose. It wouldn't matter. It's just the fact that from Patrick Fitzgerald's perspective, he's he's trying to always be very definitive about the Irish and all these things, and instead of just using the broad brush white, which covers us all. I can appreciate your wanting us to uh, discern between them. You know what I mean? And call you specifically Irish instead of white. But again, since the color white and the name white people is the envy of the whole world's populace of non-whites, it's perfectly okay to just call yourselves white people. And if you want to like make sure a bunch of Englishmen don't end up, winning seats in your country uh, and start changing things over to English rule and all these things on you, fine. Then y'all just you have to keep it distinct separations like that. And if you really got to keep those distinct separations, family to family like that, then so be it. But let me move on. I do relate with what you're getting at with that, Patrick. I do. I want you to know I do. I'm trying to I didn't get to read everything y'all went back and forth about. I scrolled past a bunch of it to try to hurry up and catch up with the chat. But um, I didn't see anything that stood out at me. You know what I mean? From anywhere. So then I was on my way. I didn't bother with anything that time. But let's see. Ro J said, I knew a mixed race, Irish, English, and Ashkenazi, and a Grenadian Caribbean black. Oh, and Grenadian Caribbean black, who identified as white. They never said it was, but the way they carried on, and they liked Nazis and Nazi uniforms. And I'm looking for the rest of it. And then she put Boons. Bletzel of Hennessy. Yeah, so I guess the sentence didn't get completed or something. Okay, so then punctuation mark said, the whole Irish weren't considered white in America is a myth. They based immigration on Anglo-Saxon heritage, but Irish and Italians, and I believe even vampire race, was considered white. Well, yes. Oh, I get what you're saying is that they took all the non-whites and added them to our inventory list of yeah, they I get what you're meaning there. what you're telling Roger. I can't think of anything to articulate back about what I'm trying to say. I can't think of what I want to say back to that. I can't figure out a way to word it good enough, so I'm just going to skip it. Marcavius Fontavious said blacks loved a cognac. Yeah, they like our cognac, that's for sure. And they also like our Hennessy. Boom, boom, boom. Ro J said, like no matter where the blet is, from whether they're one in America, straight out of Africa, Caribbean, they love Hennessy. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, blacks like a buzz, off whatever, So if they get a buzz off of it, if they figured out if blacks ever figured out they could get a buzz off store bought glue, man, all the blacks would be dead in a month. Let's see. Read through some stuff here. Pat Fitzgerald said Caribbeans can't handle their alcohol. Well, most blacks can't. I mean, I've seen a lot of blacks walk in and out of my friend's locations of his stores that he's had. And even in two different states where we're talking about nogs from two totally different walks of life, where and I don't mean two different individual nogs. I'm talking about two different types of nogs, groups of nogs, types of nogs. You got some hardcore Bible Belt South nog, ghetto nogs. And then I've interacted with the Dirty South ghetto nogs many times. They all act roughly the same in pretty much the same everything. There's very, very little different about any of them between them. And so it doesn't matter which location of my friend's stores I've ever been to. He even has some in other states that I've never even visited. And it makes no difference. And I can even tell you with further detail, because I travel the country, that every major city is exactly the same now because of the niggers. So it doesn't matter if you go to Kansas City or if you go to wherever, Columbus, Ohio, or I'm trying to think of obscure cities that aren't big ones like Chicago, Baltimore, or whatever. All of those are blatantly obvious that you're going to get the same gigantic black garbage pile. But I mean, even places you would hope, like, surely not, like Nashville and whatever. If I asked you to write down a list of every city, fairly good sized city that you could think of, and you wrote yourself a list of 9 or 10, and none of them were New York or LA or DC or Baltimore or Chicago or New Orleans or Shreveport or Houston, or you get rid of all that, and they still managed to come up with 9 more, right? And those are all, and it wouldn't matter what those 9 are they pick. if you go and look at any of them, any one of those 9 that they put down on paper will also look exactly like New Orleans. New Orleans looks exactly like Miami, even though Miami, background wise, is aesthetically pleasing, obviously. But I'm talking about upright biped wise in the middle of the city. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We're talking about negroids here. So even after getting all that help of those other cities automatically, LA, New York, Boston, Baltimore, Miami, all those things, those are all a given. And then you still manage to come up with 9 more. And then let's say you add those 9 more, or the person you asked to write down as many as they could. Say you take that from them, you add those 9 examples with the rest of them, that we had just itemized. Oops, I bumped the thing. Okay, I got to there. I lost exactly what I was trying to finish up wrapping up with there of my point on that. But, my point was all of them are exactly the same. Okay? So it doesn't matter if you go to any city you go to, any major metropolitan city you go to. They all look the same now. They all just like you're in Africa. That's it. You know what I mean? If you want a taste of Africa in America right now, all you got to do is go to Atlanta. Atlanta, for every black you see, there's freaking 500 million more. You know what I mean? I don't mean to sound hyperbolic. I'm just saying it's like... Again, man, gotta learn to breathe when I'm not swallowing. Damn, it's really bad, y'all. I mean, literally, I'm trying to think of a city that didn't look like just Africa when I was there. Nope, they all look like Africa. Every single one. So, while some of you folks may feel bad, living in some place where there's a bunch of them, just know that, and you probably feel bad because you see them destroying all the things in your town or your city or whatever. Just know that you are not alone, and that every single metropolitan place is dealing with 100% being 100% Africa now, practically like you are. And I'm talking to whoever may find themselves living in a ghetto metropolitan area or metropolitan area of town. And you should never want to be at a place like that anyway. So should never be a need for that, to use that situation. But if you do have to find yourself in one of those places, now you know that they're all going to be the same, and that you're not living in some unique black hellhole. If you're living in a black hellhole, it's just that all of them are equally as bad as the hellhole when you're living at the time. But you definitely, if any of you ever find yourself living in the hood, you definitely ought to be finding your way out of there mega fast. And okay, I am like way behind again. Let me scrolling now. Oh, Yod Yahudith show is here, everyone, or was at least. And let me scroll back up and see if I missed any of your other comments. Hopefully I didn't. Okay, cool. Looks clear. Looks like this is the first one. And okay, I'm getting close. Where the heck was I? Right. What? Chat gets to move, and then I gotta scroll around and try to find where I was. Um, Freaking darn it! It was just right there. How do I not see it? Yeah, I'm messing up here somewhere. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't remember what the thing was I was finishing up a point about, other than they all just look the same. And you're not alone if you find your if you've been living in a place that's, got a lot of blacks. Just it wouldn't matter which city you move to. They're all packed with blacks. And so, just do your best to not live anywhere near them, you know. Um Punctuation was asking me. He says, I have a question for you. Where do you get your milk from? I get mine from just grocery stores, the gas station. I don't really have a routine of when to get milk. Like I don't make like a shopping list and go like once a month or once every 2 weeks or anything like that. Instead, um, well, I mean, I do once in a while, but really, I just most of the time I get them from whatever's most convenient. Either if the gas station, if because I have a gas station is like the last chance stop before you take off driving way out into the country where I'm at. And so you got to make sure you always have gas so you'll have enough to get back to the gas station, that whole chestnut. And uh, milk. And so, if I would think about it or if I would notice that, you know, um, uh, how do I word this? Gosh darn it. Like if I'm in town, right? Far away in town, I'll go ahead and buy my milk there because I get a slightly better deal. But if I forgot and then I get out, far out where I'm on the way to where I'm at, um, um, then I'll just pick up the milk there and then just on my way home. And then just, I don't have to turn around and go back all the way back to the city to get a drink just because I screwed up. You know what I mean? Um, and, drove past the store and then got too far past the store. And now all I got left is the gas station. Well, that's when I'll go in the gas station and get it. As if I'm like, crap, I was supposed to get milk 10 miles, 20 miles back. Instead, I'll just go up here to the next neighborhood and, well, not the neighborhood, but I would just go buy, and I would just go, I would turn around and go all the way back to the store to get one. It's just what I'd have to do. Oh, and he finishes up his question. I never actually finished your question. My bad. I don't like drinking grocery store milk. I don't want to drink all the estrogen that is pumped into the cows. Hmm. Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. I mean, is someone telling you definitively that you need to? Anyway, let's skip that. Uh, I don't want to skip the whole thing because you're addressing estrogen too and things like that. Um, milk is only for white people, and knowing that critical fact along with everything else, I would say that it's that information at the bottom two lines there. Um, well, I guess it's the last sentence you wrote because you put, I don't like drinking grocery store milk. I don't want to drink all the estrogen that is pumped into the cows. Right. Oh, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about, you can get a glass vessel. You could buy a copper vessel off someone with the whole inside is lined with copper. Um, and then, yeah, at some point, you have to get some estrogen in the critter, and then I guess they're better afterward. They just like stand up when they're ready all of a sudden and they're good again. Or did you not get to see? Let's see. Um, yeah, me personally, I've never concerned myself with estrogen level anything. I mean, I'm as alpha male as anybody in the box of tools, and um, so um, darn it, where was I here? Oh, so yeah, even though non-whites uh, are a fan of our ice cream, uh, what's happening? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't worry about drinking estrogen out of milk. It's never done anything to me, and I've been living on milk my whole time, or my whole life, with the exception of a brief spell. But um, see here. Let's see here. Trying to see where. All right. Yumjoy said something to Patrick. She takes those same shots at me too. Same exact narratives. You can't make this shit up. Yumjoy said to Marcavius, I don't care where you're from. We're the same tribe. Yeah, I mean we're all one family of. I mean, I get what you're saying there, that you're talking about a specific tribe of the peeps, but yeah, but especially, oh my gosh, excuse me, especially concerning our people generally. Um, in that case, definitely we're all one. And then, among tribes, yeah, if you're both a member of one specific tribe, then of course you can specify that as well. So that is totally dandy. Um, but I'd take that thing off. Okay. Now, let's see here.
I'll see if I can catch up to the bottom here. Marcavius Fontavius said, Birth of a Nation is by DeMille. Okay, I'm going to screenshot that right now. Okay, that way I got that for later. I just got myself ready, and then the feral cat finally showed up. My goodness. Boy, he is late. 2 in the morning? Dang. Late, buddy. Man, my nose is starting to get a little sniffle from all being out in cold. All right. Let's hook this little feral cat up. Something to drink. Gosh darn it. I hate that disconnects when I turn the phone sideways on accident. Just a little bit sideways, and then boom, it disconnects. YouTube's app purposely disconnects the connection. If the phone turns sideways. So dumb. And it asks you before you start if you want to be in vertical or horizontal, and you just select that. Well, after you select that, if you change to one or to the other by just way of accidentally turning the phone a little bit, it just turns the stream off. Or it cuts the connection, it says. Which I don't know why it would say it that way, but that's what it says. So, pretty silly, but whatever. Hello, little dude. You survived the day without coming by, huh? All right. Well. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Welcome. All right, hold on. Let me get it poured. All right. Go on, get your drink on. All right. Good stuff. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'll go ahead and catch up down to the bottom of the chat here, and then at some point we'll start winding this down. That way it doesn't turn into 9 hours. It's already at 6.5, so we're sneaking up on it. And thankfully I started this one much earlier. So even though we've went 6.5 hours, I'm still not it's not daytime the next day yet. So that's good. Okay. Hey, John Connor 1984 has a ribbon, and I didn't notice. I apologize. So if you've already bailed, my bad, buddy, but I'm glad that you have joined in and said hello. God bless you. Glad you're around, and glad you made it to the stream before I shut her down. James Thomas said, well, let me see. I scrolled past once. Scroll past anything? Not really. Not too much. Okay, James Thomas said, Birth of a Nation, one of the foundational films that innovated how movies are made. I believe it was played in the White House by Woodrow Wilson. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. I have watched that. Yeah, it's an old school flick. Yeah. John Connor, 1984, said, people are starting to awaken to who the real enemy is. I'm starting to see it in comment sections. People are saying and accurately pointing out who the enemy is. Yeah, so did Flecka's Talks today, in case y'all don't know. Flecka's Talks at the 14, I'm trying to think of what I typed the time frame on in my comment. I want to say it was at the 14-minute something mark, 14:38 or something I had to type for that timestamp. He begins a whole thing about who the problem is and everything, and really lays it out, very based. And I put in my comment, and you'll see on Fleckus, unless they delete it, I put in there that that was absolutely correct what the guy had said, or what Fleckus had said about it being the Yids.
And then they keep going with it. They don't just say one little thing. They keep going with it for, gosh, a good 7 minutes or so, I'd say. And oh man, I was just clapping for him. I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Use your big old platform to go on and get it going. Yes. So it seems to be that Fleckus is fairly uncucked now. The only problem they still have is they don't want to let go of including non-whites into our country. They're still civnats. You know, they don't realize they're sitting here showing all the black crime and all the Yid crime and all the J crime and all the freaking non-white crime used against us, and then they're like, oh well, anybody can be with Trump. Oh, you wear a MAGA hat, you know? No, dude, no, you can't. I don't know how they can't. I don't know how people how these. I don't know how these conservative channels can actually try to make peace with both. Like, it's just so ridiculous and stupid. You know that the non-whites are the weapon being used against us, so you don't ever include any of them, not even one, not one fucking black that's willing to put on a MAGA hat is on our side, you know. And I'm hoping that Fleckus and Richard Rat Boy, oh, I don't know how you come up with that last name or that nickname. Um, that's got to be a name from a guy that never had a nickname and had to come up with a nickname for himself for like an alias on the internet. Because I just can't even imagine anybody calling him that as a nickname, and that became his nickname. So I don't know, whatever. I ain't hating on him. I like the guy. I like them both very much. Part of our crew. Um, and so I'm pretty sure Richard is part of the Blue Eye Club. So I mean, I like his style. Even I like his attitude. I mean, not his style, but his attitude. I meant. I'm not saying I don't like his style. His style's cool. But what I meant to say was, and I like his attitude. I like his kind of like his kind of disappointed in everything attitude, you know? Because I mean, you know, it fits with the theme of our world, you know? He's disappointed in everything. That seems to be how he looks in the while he's watching all the destruction of things. And he has good witty responses sometimes, and they're quick. He's quick-witted with his responses. So I like his attitude. I like his style. Fleckus, you know, everybody likes Fleckus. He's just, you know, he's an easy to get along with, attitude kind of guy. And so, you know, it's like they're entertaining because of their back and forthing and their, you know, and their little bits about the things they pull up and all those things. But then to turn around and still be okay with the non-whites if they just slap on a MAGA hat, you know, or call themselves a conservative, you know. I mean, they were cucking for Vivek Ramaswamy or whatever non-white's name is, and he has no business being our president whatsoever. Zero non-whites in our government and zero non-whites in our country. That is the goal. You don't reach that goal by hiring yet another non-white. Didn't we learn our lesson the first fucking time? Aren't these same, not Fleckus is exactly and Richard, but I mean their viewer base, perhaps, or the rest of the conservative viewer base that used to watch him when he was, you know, well, I don't want to say that used to watch him because they still watch him, but you know, the ones of his viewer base who are still fully cucked conservatives, right? They don't. They're never going to stop trying to include the non-whites in our group, you know, in the right wing, in the church. It's like, you know, so So it was really nice to see that they called out the Yids tonight in front of all their getting out all their cuck conservatives that are the cucked cuck conservatives, the truly cuck conservative, fully cucked ones. Now tonight, hopefully they got a nice earful from Fleckus, that they needed to hear from what they consider to be a trusted source. So now it isn't just us, whoever's telling them that they can dismiss as dumb, racist, stupid Nazis. No, even their more favorite podcaster shows like Fleckus Talks are also agreeing 100% with what we evil, racist assholes have been telling all the other conservatives and all our white people for the last, for years. And some folks told us way the hell back. Other folks told us, a few hundred years later. Other folks warned us a year or two or 5 or 100 later. And just through the years, more and more and more and more writings have been made warning Whitey about, where the non-white lands are, how to avoid them so you don't get, killed and eaten. And there were, just we get to go through a lot of different ideas and things like that, but it's just that there are certain ones that we need to pull, and Fleckus and them are going to have to eventually start uncucking some of their viewership who still try to draw in non-whites or accept them in. All the Hodge twins got to do is ring up Fleckus and he'd have them on the show. You know what I mean? Maybe not, but I mean, it seems like they haven't fully come to the full realization yet where they really have to shed all cuckery and they have to realize that not one non-white is supposed to be on U.S. soil. And they keep calling non-whites illegals, illegal aliens, stuff like that. What they don't realize there still is that legal and illegal just means Jewish permission. And since legal and illegal are just Jewish, Jews can just decide in an instant who is legal and who is not legal. They don't have to go through any kind of checks to see if this non-white standing before them has ever filled out any papers, has ever paid anyone any money. They don't care how they got there. All that matters is there she is standing in front of her right now. You que pasa? Oh, sí, I que pasa. Hey. And then she tells her in Spanish, here's where you go. We already got an Uber to take you there. So, or here's your brand new Tesla paid for by Whitey. You don't even have to know how to drive. We don't expect you to know how. You've never seen a car in person in your life before. So here you go. This is brand new. You just get in it and it already knows where to take you. And then it's going to take you, after you get back in it from getting all your free food gathered up that is given to you at the food pantry or the food bank at the local cuck church. After you take all their food from the needy they were going to give to some needy, whatever, you just pile it all up in your new Tesla that we bought you, and it will drive you to your new house that Whitey's bought you. And that's how it goes for the non-whites, And look what they did up in wherever it was, Sweden or somewhere, for that one Muslim. He had 4 wives, so they provided a giant 3-story house, 4 of them, 4 gigantic, big houses, for this dude's 4 wives, so that he could maintain raising his 30 Arab kids in our country. Just off one Arab guy, 30 plus new Arabs in your country. Just allowing one Arab guy, and he spawned that many in our country. All by himself. Not without a woman, obviously, or without a female each time, obviously. But only dude involved, through that whole thing. And funny guy, but just... And he's had some base posts and stuff, but he could have let the air down and then just kept going with it, really. I think he probably will end up doing that. But let's see. I hope I didn't just mix up something else I was talking about there with that. Kind of had a brain fart in the middle of that. Um, Young Joy said to Patrick, now he's trying to use what I say about him and use it against me. Okay. Yeah, he's talking to Patrick instead of at Patrick, so I don't know who he's talking about, but all right. So see that too surprising, but about time. Blue shirt, and we aren't leftists. Nice try, though. Oh, okay. So I guess he was saying that Patrick was. Marcavius Fontavious said that Birth of a Nation is on Rumble. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I have watched that somewhere, either here on YouTube or somewhere. It's actually a good production. Let's see. Dun. Yum Joy said, my favorite video of yours at Stay White. Which one are you referring to? Let me scroll back up and see. Oh, I guess maybe you're talking about tonight's. Just perhaps you're talking about tonight's, even though it's not really a video. Or if you are talking about a specific video, yeah, feel free to tell me which one you're mentioning. Maybe you're saying that because I was talking about one of my videos or something, and I just don't know what you're talking, which one you're referring to. John Connor said, it's honestly a miracle. The Jays seem to be getting exposed on a wide scale. This awakening will only get larger. That's what I had mentioned earlier in the chat tonight about the 1 or 2 hour mark. We were discussing some of those things, and I had pointed out that, and reminded everyone that this is yet another it's like they're opening the window even further, right? Like they already opened the window and let all of our leftist kids turn on them and start rioting against them. That was a ballsy move. But now they've turned around and put out the Jew tunnels, and the Epstein client list is out, and it's like they're giving full disclosure on everything. You know what I mean? Giving us full notice of everything that exists real time as it is. You know what I mean? They're not giving us their future predictions because they don't want to give away their game, but they're at least reminding us in real time, hey, we're still over you. We're still your boss. We're still whatever. And it's just to keep your mind always like thinking and edgy and worried about it. You know what I mean? So your productivity is down, your well-being is down. Punctuation mark said, Americans are European. What do you mean? Only now has there been mixing going on. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of thoroughbreds in every country, including America, and there are plenty of mulattoes in every country now too. But there are also plenty of white folks who are just, they're multiple tribes of our white people. So they ended up with a unique combination, that might not be immediately as typical. All right. Marcavius Fontavious said the Jews are the serpents. Excellent. Yes, that's 1,000,000,000% true. Dang right. Camo chimed back in, and he said, then watch them outlaw anti-Semiticals on a global scale. Yeah, I mean, that's their plan. Remember, once they have world domination, it will be against all of their, it will be illegal. I was going to say against the law, but they don't do law. That's God. So, yes, once they take full control over everywhere, there will be nowhere really, almost, I don't want to say there's nowhere on earth you couldn't pee, but there will be almost no public bathroom anywhere where you won't be in view or, you know, I mean, they're gonna once they have gotten rid of enough whitey, or what they would probably think of as all whiteys. They may not realize and think that they got rid of all of us, but really there's always going to be some left, all the way to the end. So, you know, I'm sure that worldwide, anti-Semitic, nonsense is, I hate that stupid term. Just makes me want to, ugh. But anyway, because what makes it even more pain in the ass is an anti-Semite is someone who hates whites. White people are Semites, you know what I mean? And yes, the Jews used to be, but they were never pure blood. They're just mongrelized versions. So they don't get the blessings that the thoroughblood part of the family gets, John Connor agreed with Yumjoy. Yumjoy told John, when the niggers and women start noticing, it's something. Yeah, you're on the right track then, right? Starting to make a wave somewhere among them. Camo, round us all up. Yep, that's one of their ideas. Thankfully, this morning I was able to easy deal with a thing like that. But that's for another day. Let's see. There's no such thing as mixed people. Like, for example, if you're half Irish, half Chinese, you're just Chinese. Exactly. And that's what I was going to articulate in another comment, and then I think that's one of the ones where I lost my train of thought of what I was going to say. But one of the things I was going to point out is that, and let's see here. It's because, and I've mentioned, I know all of y'all, or a lot of you have heard me mention it before, on videos, not in chats, because I realize those are new, but where I would put, or I would state that that if there is no such thing as half white or 25% white, or there is no ratio of white, you're either 100% white, which Ancestry and all of them aren't ever going to tell you that. Those are all Jewish databases, or databases for the Jews to dupe people. It's a place for white people to be duped into giving a sample of their DNA to Jews to keep in a database. That's what 23s and me are for, and Jewcestry.com is for, and all that crap. Ancestry.com and 33 or 23 and me and all that crap is all just they're just database banks for the Jews. That's it. So Patrick got a win on that one. Comment wise, John Connor said exactly, Yumjoy, and he also said the Jays are giving everyone the shivers. People are starting to truly awaken to how strange they are and how creepy they are. Yeah, also, and remember, they're on TV every day calling the Palestinians animals, saying they are nothing but they're worth nothing but to be bombed into till they're all into total extermination. And they mention that over and over and over every day on the news. Remember, the news is just supposed to be like, oh, 3 rockets were fired into Gaza today from the west, and blah blah blah, and there's 2 people dead and 1 child injured. And on to the next subject, blah blah blah. No, instead they say, oh, they'll just they it's everything is like crazy and and drug out. Like when they get up on podiums, they're not just saying, and when news reporters are talking the news points, they're totally running cover for them and ignoring the fact that they say that these creatures have no. Remember, they're always sitting there accusing us of ignoring other people's human rights when no one has a human right to have access to white people, for one thing. For two, they're not humans, so they don't have a human right to us, right? We are the humans. They are the beasts. And so we don't owe trying to think of how to word this here the best way, but basically they're so like bolden now. They've had their ego stroked so many times for so long that it's and we're just talking about the one facet here, but the Jays have so many like deep, intricate facets among them that I mean, you could spend years worried about just that one thing. And yeah, it's true. A lot of people are starting to, you know, mess with those things. But for the most part, the how do I word this good enough? Basically, they're now totally they're to the point where they don't care. They literally call them animals. They say they're going to annihilate them off the face of the whole earth. That's genocide, right? That's extermination of an entire race. That's what they're saying. That's what genocide is. That's direct genocide. They literally cry and bitch and moan at white people all the time about how, we're not being humane to the non-white invaders and all this stuff. But meanwhile, we don't owe them anything. And we didn't, and we don't, and they're not supposed to be here. Why the hell would we be assisting with any weapon of the Jays or helping the Jays in any way? And so hopefully, because they've allowed this dumb, now that they've convinced the world to allow them to have this like absolutely over the top, pedantic, psycho retaliation, which is a billion times what they're a billion times worse than they would ever allow anyone else, especially white people, to speak in public. I guess that's the best way I could word that. I'm sorry, I'm having it's a hard time articulating my words now. It's getting really tired, so I'm getting kind of loopy, and I need to start shutting it down soon. Otherwise, I'm going to keep losing my trains of thought when I'm trying to get through them. And some of these things are just hard to word what I was wanting to say anyway, which makes it even worse. It's kind of exasperating the problem. But they basically are now becoming so bold with their shit talk, that that yeah, people are going to start noticing, like, golly, man, aren't they the ones always accusing us white people of and shaming us white people to be not racist and blah blah blah, and listen at these guys talking about they don't deserve anything but be erased off the face of the earth. They're nothing but animals, literal animals they call them, and all this stuff. They'll even use the word literal, and they have a free pass with the public and with America to be able to just be hypocrites about everything they say and accuse us and demand of us, so it's a frustrating situation, no doubt. Fontavia said, "This is my fourth channel since 2020. Damn, you keep getting your whole channel deleted this recently? My goodness." Yeah, when mine was deleted in the third purge, I used to say the second purge, but I almost think there was, yeah, I'm certain there was two more before mine. So I had to have been in the third one. And so when my biggest channel I had at any point was Purge, which was the one before this one, that was in the beginning of 2018, March of 2018. And then I put my feet up for like, gosh, till I started this channel. So that was like, I think I waited 2 years or a year and a half or something that I didn't do anything but Comment Warrior, and that was it. I had no YouTube channel anymore. And I justified that by telling myself, well, if I start another channel, they'll just delete it anyway. And so that reasoning worked for me it served the purpose of keeping me from trying to have a channel for the time that I felt like not trying to do a channel yet. But I honestly didn't start another one because I was being lazy. It was because I honestly figured they would just delete it. As soon as they saw a new one, they would just go, nah, and they'd figure out who I am and be like, nope, delete, just delete the channel. Don't even send them a warning or a strike, just delete his channel. And that's honestly what I thought would be the case. So I waited till I just could not tolerate what all was being said in comment sections anymore. And I finally I had my can full finally one day, and I'm like, man, I'm not going to be able to, I was having too much trouble uncucking people in the comment sections without getting without getting banned for 24 hours at a time from the commenting. So I'm like, all right, well, I got to do something. So I went ahead and just said, heck with it. I'm going to have to just do another channel because it was just the only way for me to get the actual exact on the money information, not with some weird extra thing added on for no reason or whatever. The actual specific information. I was able to, uh, convey that in videos, and I just wasn't able to get those points across to enough people at the same time in the comment section. And then, I'd relay some of it to whoever that I'm trying to interact with or uncut or whatever. And then, eventually I'd get banned for a whole day. And it's just so slow and unproductive that way that I finally was just like, oh my gosh, fuck it. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm just going to start another channel. I don't want to, but I don't necessarily don't want to. It's just, I didn't know how well I would do with a pro white channel. I figured the best it would do is I would be deleted the first video I put out. So let's see here. Boom, boom. Yumjoy said, I'm in YouTube jail on a regular basis. Yeah, that's literally what Uh, that's literally that story of my life, you know? And so the other thing was when I started the channel, it was so I could actually keep interacting with people. You know what I mean? Because I was using a new YouTube user, profile, but I hadn't turned it into a channel, and that's what I was afraid to do. I was afraid if I turned it into a channel, they would just ban me from commenting, and then I'd have to make another new channel or another new user profile with another email and all this, and I just didn't want to do it. So I fought it off until it was driving me nuts that nobody had the exact information. They would have a whole bunch of good information, but then they have one thing that's ass wrong and doesn't even make sense logically included in with our truth, and just so weird. So I just said hell with it. I've got to go out there and just start, doing it all over again, spreading the truth again. And then here we are, still doing it now. And I don't know how long I'm going to keep doing videos. I mean, uh some days I feel like never doing them anymore, There's plenty of days where you're just like, you look at what all's going on in the world and everything's just not getting any better. Um, the folks you work around and interact with in life, they're just carrying on with their day, just like all the people were while Noah was building his ark. You know what I mean? So it's like everyone's just carrying on their day, doing their thing. And sometimes I would observe that and be quite fine with the fact that I have a channel and all these things to deal with and stuff with it. But then there's other times I would, see just something that took a lot of heart out of me, to see. And then I would review again, that night, like, man, am I really doing what I want to be doing? Am I in the right thing? Um, should I just give up this, trying this all together uh, and just focus on myself? But I just, yeah, a lot of people think it's that, that I just, uh, a lot of people kind of just assume that all the YouTubers are the same, that we're all these big attention seeking. If we were around you in person, we would have to be the center of attention out of everyone kind of person or kind of people. And while there are a lot of YouTubers who uh they either like just I don't know, they sit online and like spew their emotions, or or they're busy infighting between people in the chat, but not in a good way, between white brethren, not against some other kind who's there that shows up to be anti-white against them. I just somebody there had I needed there to be one channel on the dang all of YouTube that at least says all the right things the specific way, Um, and so I'm hoping to figure out more and more clever ways to incorporate the truth about, who the Jays are and who we are instead. And there's just a lot going on with the weather that happened, and this is like the tail end of this thing, uh, and so as far as like what all I argued about on there, it was all kinds of just conservative stuff. That was what was driving me nuts, is they would have these conservative moments. You know, they'd have a base thing they'd say, and then they'd follow it with like the most leftist, like, how did you end up with that, like that, with a lady who's totally seemingly disagreeing with you, but at the same time, you both seem like you're in agreement. It's like, how did that work? And just all kinds of weird confusions like that in the comment sections of all the different channels. And it drove me to the point where I'm like, son of a bitch, man, I'm really just going to have to do another channel. And, even if the yids delete it right away as I make videos, if they just delete the video after I make it, well, I'll make another one. And if they delete that one, I'll do it again. And only if they just level everything, then I'd be like, all right, fine. There's no real reason for me to try. But while everything's still up and running, and world's still connected, and I'm just gonna keep going with it. And so I don't really have a end goal for this channel. I know that things are going to get worse, and so I just want to be able to post warnings to y'all as the time approaches. Just and I, of course, never even thought about the fact that eventually I'd be able to live stream and then interact with y'all in real time. This is like the coolest new toy for me, because, and I don't even care about the visuals or doing a presentation on these. It's 100% about you folks and what y'all say and what y'all fight about in between you and what you reply to me. You know what I mean? And so, let's see here. Patrick Fitzgerald said your favorite or dang it, did it again. You're gonna get me with that forever. Yumjoy. But Patrick said, Yumjoy, well, yes, I stopped using slurs because my comments kept getting removed. Ooh, sorry if they were. I don't remove anyone's comment. So, even if they're just talking mad crap right at me or whatever, doesn't matter. So don't know where it would be, but it's on my person somewhere. And it's definitely not at the hospital either, so that's or any other place I've visited. It's yeah, sometimes, yeah, Marcavius Fontavious said, sometimes juice stays up, sometimes it gets taken down. Yeah, I mean, I do, I have gotten strikes on this one, and I do feel like, any moment could be the moment they would just take it down, but by the grace of God, it's been up, and even after training day part 2, they didn't delete me or anything. So I'm like, all right, well, that was a good step forward. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep pushing, and like I said, some days, and every YouTuber goes through it, but some days you're just like, oh, your brain is worse than Jello from thinking about all the different, conspiracy situations happening, and then you think about all the multifacets within those things, and then it's just thing after thing after thing, and your brain doesn't actually really get a proper break from it all.
Oh, it just says connection is locked. It doesn't say it's blocked. Okay, cool. Um, okay, false alarm. I guess I wasn't losing y'all when my phone turned sideways. You know, just the rabbit hole just goes so deep. And it's not just one rabbit hole. They've made like 6 million rabbit holes, right? So there's so many. And some of them interconnect, and you'll go down one and it'll just pop you up out of another hole, and now you're right back where you started, only further over this way. But you never got deeper down in the hole. And so it's like a crazy labyrinth, or a web, if you will, a web of lies. And they just, one strand connects to clear over there, and this strand here connects to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 200 strands going across, and it has no definitive shape to it. It has a definitive owner or definitive owners, but it doesn't have its own definitive shape, and it's just this big, crazy, interconnected, cluster effed like it's like a it's like the it's like a clown show on the new goofball drug, I guess goofballing is a couple of drugs used together, but still, it's like the new drug or something, it's just it's just this it's just ridiculous how much stuff they have, that they've conjured up on us. And remember, they've spent ridiculous amounts of, like, while we've never been this way about them, they've spent years and years and years and years and decades and centuries and over a millennia, 2 millennia now, think tanking in groups against us, writing books against us, writing books to dupe us, and every imaginable thing that works against our people and causes us ruin. They have, over all these years, conjured up all those different things, one thing after another thing, after another thing, after another thing. And our people were none the wiser of what all they were up to for all this time, for so long. Like, all of our elders in the like 50s and 60s and 70s and stuff like that, they mostly had no idea that the Jews control our whole country. So as far as they knew, they were living in a world that white people built and white people control. And it's only in recent years that many folks have finally come to concede that indeed we are under a massive invasion and ruining, and indeed it's by the Jews. But they may have spent many years criticizing you or calling you baddie names or saying, stay the hell away from me, dude. I don't care if we're family or not. You're a fucking kook for saying that about the Jews. Don't ever come near me again. How dare you? I mean, literally, people will be brainwashed into putting the Jews over their own family when, some family members like, you're doing what? You're flying a drone to drop off food in Africa? Why the hell would you do that, man? We got so many people to take care of in America. What the fuck you sending money out of America thousands of miles across the world to feed somebody who you're not even going to feed? It's just going to go in someone's pocket over there. Never even going to go to some hungry black. It's just going to go in some freaking Nigerian prince's pocket. And Nigerian prince, I say that with all due ridicule and mockery, and extreme prejudice.
see here. Yumjoy is talking about a channel. Mm-hmm. Okay. On your evidence will you provide? What's it called? Everyone got mad at me for it. That in itself exposed a lot of subverse. I was posted pro white channel, but mad when I exposed people that were there subverting. Well, heck, I'd have been glad you noticed that. I'd have been like, bet, we're out of here. Let's go. Fontavious said the authoritarian personality by Adomo was one. Marcavius Fontavious said, really any study on nationalism or self-preservation was deemed a no-no. Yeah. Yeah, they know people have been target practicing a lot, and might even be hearing a little more from her. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Fontavious also said, only an open society was where they decided Jews can thrive. Yeah, that's that's why Jews are always pushing for open everything and free everything, as they call it, like free trade, right? And the conservatives were totally down with free trade. In fact, they were the first ones that promoted it back in the day. And all the others, their friends on the other side of the aisle, put on a big pretend show like they were upset, yada yada yada. But it's all planned. It's all they knew. They know from one day to the next what all's going to happen. They're told what to say and what to reply, and all those things. I don't know if you heard the new trick they have, but you hold a flag out your window, and then when they do your vaccine, you give them you either give it to them or you just keep it. But yeah, it's a free drink if you get if you get the Trump vax. So if you're willing to kill yourself or a soda from the come and go, well, there you go. Let's see here what's been going on. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, hopefully these Talmud tunnels will start exposing them even more, and I mean that's what we got to hope on anyway, and this is the time. This is the time to be planting seeds. This is the time when, when they can just be, stuck in and slung everywhere. And now is the time. You get those seeds planted, you get them stuck in, push down, throw a little dirt on top, and then we'll start them off with some water, and we'll water them again. We'll water them again. We're planting seeds right now, and this there's almost no better time to do this. Right now, the yids are allowing our kids to be anti-J without us ever even saying anything. Freaking shit. We've been trying to wake up people and hoping they will wake up their kids and all these things. And then one day, after all the times of being, ridiculed and fought with your kids about it and all this stuff, they come home. And now that the school tells them to be anti-yid, they're anti-yid. Yeah. You're like, well, son of a bitch, I've been trying to do this. I've been trying to get y'all to understand this for however many years now. I've said to you, yeah? What are you talking about? What the heck are you talking about? All of a sudden you understand. But yeah, they just and it's always like mismatched things, They'll I'm getting I don't want to get off topic really, but it's just like it's just a scenario where we're in this weird thing where they kind of got us by the balls right now. And we really are in a 5D chess right we're in checkmate right now is what it looks like to the yids. I mean, that's really what it looks like to them. So I have this other option where I could, I could start ramping up. I could start ramping up other evidences I know about that I know about that I could draw and explain someday. It wouldn't be for, like the kind of stuff that we go back and forth with them about. It's more higher level complicated stuff, but at the same time, there's only the damned who are allowed in that in certain situations and in certain levels of their play fighting with us, or whatever you want to call it, their little comment and at war against us. So at some point we got to ramp our game up harder, and I say it should be right now when we do it because of them just opening up the allowing people to be anti-J. And so I did mention earlier in the chat, in practically the beginning, that because if I recall, well, no, I don't want to mix up. I might be misremembering from the stream before this one. But anyway, bottom line is, I'm not trying to. I shouldn't be trying to give examples of anything. It's too late for me to try to keep my brain thinking like that. I just can't do it now. But I just I don't see things getting better yet. Other than the yids, all this yid information and our leftist children of our people all siding with the yids or siding against the yids. This really is we're in like this weird in-between moment in time, where most of the boomers are dead suddenly. And some of us who are parents perhaps might not have been boomers. Mine were, but like, so let's say you're younger, like you're 25, and your parents, just always used the typical, shit. I'm having a hard time like figuring out how to articulate what the hell I'm trying to get at here with it, but there's just these different levels, right? And some people go to a certain level, and then because of one lie they've been duped into believing along the way, it will hose them from being able to know the real and deeper um, subversions and processes of theirs they work against us and do. And so when I would, what to get back to what caused me to start a channel, and I'm just burning time now, so y'all can talk among each other and stuff. I haven't been looking at the chat recently, so I apologize if anybody's tried to talk to me, but I'm basically just letting y'all have time to infight or anything you want to do while I um, just let the window run a little longer before we kill it. I figure I was probably going to kill it at 7 hours and a half since I'm at 7:25. That'll give y'all 5 more minutes to do all the WWE wrestling you like. But yeah, it's like, I would watch people or interact with folks, and I'm talking about by watch people, I mean YouTubers, and interact with them and others on their channels about all of the things. And it's so weird. It's so freaking weird how so many of our not fully uncucked people yet, um, they can like use and eat certain foods and do all these certain things with all the correct understandings, but then they're only stuck at that one level of understanding, and they don't have any of the other levels of understanding. And you think to yourself, how the hell did you even get to this level of understanding? Yet you're still hanging on to this one thing that makes basically what you know, which is the truth. Would if this other bullshit thing you're dragging along with it was true, would make the truth that you now know that you're dragging around with it, it would prove it a lie and make it make no sense. And so it's like an oxymoronic thing for them to be uh, a lot of times carrying around a one position about one thing that dumps on all the truth that they've discovered that they're also standing on. And it's just and then so then I would go, okay, this dude's he's pretty close, but he's got a ways to go. So then I would move to another YouTuber, and it just thing after I just go from place to place looking for YouTubers that actually were Christian identity, who understood that the Nons are beast. And I did some across the front um, of some channels. Like I would like pick all their top comments and comment the reply to all the top comments. You know what I mean? Something like that. That's like putting it on the front of their video, we like to say. But I also would the bottom line was I just could never be satisfied with, they would, or like some guy would be like totally based except one thing, and there's a lot of those who are seemingly based, but then accept this about this one thing, Jid's real, you know what I mean? And if sided or spoke ill about Yid's real, well, some of them would just refuse to interact with you. Like I had one that he was in the middle of pulling his guitar out until I said something about the Jews, whatever, and he went right back up in the, so, and that was on somebody's live stream. So, I mean, it's, we're to the point now where we're running out of time so badly. Soon I'll be busy, and I'm not going to have time anymore to do really a whole lot. So I got to get a few more big chores done around here, and then those will be done for pretty much good. And have another location with a water spigot that I fixed it, but perhaps I didn't fix it well enough because well, I just messed with it again. But I have several projects I need to finish, and I'm hoping to try to get at least 2 of them done by the end of this month. And so that's going to slow me down a little bit on YouTubing. Should be able to do my fairly regular scheduled visits. I might visit tomorrow to a buddy of mine that I said I would visit tonight and never did because it just wasn't a good timing, and he ended up coming home late anyway, and it's just but yeah, I've got these projects I need to finish. That's going to take away some of my time from YouTube, but I'll still try to post twice a week. You know what I mean? And let me just real quick, I'll just look through the chat because I haven't looked at it at all. Let's see how things are going. All right, cool. I didn't have to go back too far. That's good. Roj said, I'm with you on this one, Patrick. Like, he's literally denying we are indigenous to our own continent, which is Nog energy. Well, even with y'all's infighting, I will say it's at least made for some interesting read, you know, no doubt. But yeah, I will do another stream as soon as I can. If I can't do it on Sabbath, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do one on Sabbath or not. I really don't. But if I can, I will obviously do one, you know, Sabbath day during the day, or maybe Sabbath evening, or it might have to be Sunday during the day. One of these times coming up, through Sabbath, sometime after it, I will be able to do a post Sabbath stream. And if I manage to be able to do it on Sabbath, I totally will. You know what I mean? So, but y'all try to remember when Sabbath comes to send a happy Sabbath text to your most precious loved one. You know, if it's your dear mother, you know, whoever it happens to be. We want to get them honoring our Sabbath. You know what I mean? So if y'all can just convince whoever, plant seeds while we got all this anti-J and Talmud tunnels exposed and all this stuff. Somebody needs to get down there with one of those mega flashlights and stick it on a freaking drone, tell them power that dang motor off, and then send it up in there. And we will hash out all the things. We'll figure out everything. Because, I mean, we're going to have to ramp things up. We're going to have to plant seeds like crazy. This is the time to do it. They're giving us this window to do it. I can't say why they're doing so, but for whatever wacky reason, they've decided. I mean, I have my ideas why, because it's part of their 5D chess, and they have other, you know, um, they've got other ways, to work around allowing their minions to be against them. So, for now. So, and like I had already mentioned before, that my thing that I think their plan is they're going to end up shaming the whole world of their lefties who obey them and went anti-Yid, just like they were told to do. And then the Jews will start an apology campaign to the Jews, but they will be the ones who start it on behalf of everyone else to start apologizing to them for the way they treated Israel while Israel was trying to defend itself. And I totally see that coming in the future. I see, I can just picture entire groups of college kids on campuses meeting at the same day to do a giant apology day to the Yids while they all hold hands and they all set up menorahs all over campuses and put the Star of Rimfan everywhere they feel like, all day or all week or all month. And there will be this huge apology campaign to apologize to the Yids for disagreeing with them or criticizing them in any way about annihilating, erasing their enemies, the Palestinians. All white people are their actual enemies, but you know what I mean. For getting rid of the Palestinians. You know what I mean? They will have an opportunity for you and for everyone to take your turn to apologize to the Yids, ask forgiveness. You're repenting to them, right? Like Jesus, as if they're Jesus Christ. Then you're asking them forgiveness as though they are Jesus Christ. That'll be the next phase of that humiliation ritual, will be after they give you the Yid their apology. Then they will also have to acknowledge that, the Yids were right. They had a right to defend themselves, right? Like they like to say. And it basically, the apology campaign will be what solidifies, and basically the gist of it will be they never should have been criticized in the first place. And that everyone that was criticizing them all just so happened to be totally ass wrong for criticizing them. And that will be the theme of the apology campaign. And of course, it won't look like the Jews created the apology campaign for you to apologize to them. They will make it look like some grassroots dipshit leftist at some university with big old giant fugly glasses decided to start it herself. Just like everyone thinks that BLM is ran by 2 or 3, quote, Marxist blacks. They're just that's the kind of nonsense that people are duped into believing. The Jews will dupe people into believing. And so that's exactly why I see something like an apology campaign coming in the future. Once they are finished doing to Gaza what they want to do to it. I think at some point, once they're finished, they will start the apology tours or the apology campaign. And they will make sure that it looks like it was started totally organic, totally grassroots, whatever idea out of this one random boy haircutted feminist, duped female of ours with hate daddy issues and all those things. And they will use that type of girl to claim that she just thought it up on her own. Like, hey, it turns out the Jews were right all along, and da da da. And I can just see it. They'll even have a hashtag. They were right all along, or we're sorry, or please forgive us. Or I mean, I can you just see it now? How many different who knows what the one hashtag they'll pick will end up being. But I mean, you know how their imagination is. It's going to be one of those things to like kiss their butt and apologize. So it's going to be something very clever. Um, they might even do, because you know how the Yids like to do the never forget thing. They may do never again. That may be the campaign thing. Never again, right? And what would never again mean? It would mean never again will we question you or criticize you, Israel, when you decide to go and bomb the crud out of someone, um, or wipe out an entire race of people, known as genocide. So, yeah, who knows what the campaign slogan and hashtag will be? But oh man, it's coming in the future. It's coming in the future. I figured out that that's got to be why they're letting all of our kids be anti-Yid right now. And remember, once they go into the apology campaign mode, well, now they're going to be treating the Jews like Jesus Christ. They're going to be asking for repentance. They're going to be admitting their sin to the Jew, just like you would admit your sin to Jesus Christ. They're going to, hi, what's up, buddy? They're going to admit their sin to the Yids as if they're Jesus Christ. Then, no, chill out, buddy. Chill. Then, you never want in. You always go wherever the heck you live when it's cold. I don't know where you go. So I don't know what your deal is, bro. You won't take cover anywhere else but where you like to go. So sorry, buddy. Where was I at though? Oh yeah, about the apology campaign. So, the campaign will go as follows that way. It will start off being introduced by some supposed leftist lesbo college doofus, and then all of a sudden there will be instant and mega support everywhere for this idea to apologize to them, because after all, we were wrong. We're sorry, and I already know how they're going to do it. They do the same commercial every freaking time they want to brainwash white people. They use the same stupid freaking commercial. There go the piano. Little soft two notes back and forth, and one person at a time sitting in front of the camera saying their little piece. You know what I mean? So, bro, I'm about to put you inside. You want to go in? You don't like going in my house for whatever reason. You're afraid I'm gonna chain you up or something. I don't know. Do you want to eat? I'm gonna let you go inside to eat. Go on. Yeah. See, then don't keep bugging me, because I don't want to give you more food out here right now. Yeah, no. Maybe you just want pettings. Do you just want pettings? I'm sorry. I'll get you some petting. I'll pet you in a minute, buddy. I'll hook you up with some good pettings in a minute. Let me finish up with the stream here. But, yeah, it's basically just they use the same nonsense over and over again. They'll use those stupid they'll use that stupid idea commercial they do where they use one person at a time looking at the screen to say their little stupid spiel that seemingly is the exact same thing that everybody else is saying. It's just they all word it slightly different, And it'll be some fat Indian chick. Oh, I'm sorry. The next one will be a white guy. They'll use white guys for that. They don't use white guys for anything in the whole world. But for the apology commercial, you can bet your butt they're going to have more than one white guy in the apology campaign video. And they're going to definitely have the white guy in there apologizing and saying he was wrong. And you don't see white guys in any of those commercials. Those commercials are always against whitey or anti-whitey commercials. So they never have a white guy in them. But you watch and mark my word, when they do the apology campaign commercial for them, there will be white guys in that one apologizing to the Yids. For the first time ever, you're going to see white guys be allowed in the J commercial. And they still will be portrayed probably like goofy nerds that are stupid or whatever. But in this mode, they will just be there to be serious and well dressed and be deadpan apologizing that they were wrong. You know what I mean? Cut it out, buddy. Give me a minute. So I know. Give me a minute, buddy. Give me a minute. So, man, this dude is like, you'd think like this dude thinks like I owe him and stuff now, man. Like I went from like hooking this feral cat up because I felt bad. I didn't know if he's gonna starve. I didn't know if he had a home. And nowadays it's like he just keeps demanding until I give him whatever he wants, whether it's petting or food or milk, you know. He's demanding. You're an awful demanding dude. You're almost like one of them third worlders, man, you know. I mean, he's like never stops talking anymore. He's always like demanding until he gets it, you know, nonstop. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody had said we should call you Jasper. I think we should call you Juiceper because golly, man. It's like when you become Jewish on me, man. Yeah. You're like, hurry up, where's my stuff? And you won't leave me alone about it until I do it, even though I hook you up every time. I don't know why you're so worried. I'm going to hook you up like I always do every time. Same schedule and everything. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, so I did already go past where I planned on shutting it down. So I'll go ahead and shut it down for tonight. But yeah, just use this tunnels thing. You know, this tunnels thing is yet another thing that's allowing us to use. And not only that, I mean, it won't be as immediate for you to get bumped off. You'll be able to do. I did a buttload of comments before I got actually banned today. I did a bunch of comments before I got banned. So chill, bro. Hang out. Just give me a minute. I hear you. Give me a minute, buddy. So we, what we'll do is just keep planting seeds, and as soon as I can, we'll do another one, and yeah, we'll knock it out, and hopefully in the next 5 years, or it would be lovely if in the next 5 years we could get our people to fully awaken to what the heck is going on and see who the real damn enemy is, and then we'll see where we're at with what we can convince our people to do. You know what I mean? But in the meantime, y'all have a good week, good rest of the week, I should say. And then we will, I'll post some things along the way if I see them. I've been meaning to post some stuff on the community post, and I haven't gotten around to doing it. I have a lot of pictures I've taken, things I've seen, a lot of things I've been wanting to show y'all. I have a picture of a migrant airplane that was totally unmarked. It was an all-white airplane, all-white jumbo jet, at one of the airports I was at not long ago. I have pictures of that thing I can post. And just, random stuff that I have seen as I, travel about. Got more examples of diversity to show y'all in advertising, which, of course, you already see it all the time anyway, but I've got more to add to our evidence for the future. And so I'll be posting those things as well. And for anyone who might have joined in and I didn't get to say hello to, if there be any that have been in the chat that I did not notice that joined in, my apologies. And I will get to you next time if you're on the next stream. And I hope that all of y'all have a good, productive week. Be safe, be careful with yourselves. You got a long way to go in this battle, and you want to be able to have all your fingers and all your toes and both your arms, both your legs. You got to keep your head too. That's important. Make sure you keep your head out of places shouldn't be. They're dangerous, and just, do what you can to avoid the groid. Y'all know that. And just be planting seeds because of these Jew tunnels. And, we'll see what we can get with it. All right. So take care. God bless. I hope all of you have a great rest of your week and have a wonderful Sabbath. If I don't get to tell you happy Sabbath on Sabbath. And I'll be talking to y'all as soon as I can, either on Sabbath or as soon after as I can. All right. So y'all have a lovely night or day, I guess it might be for you. Take care.